Morning everybody from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. It feels like we are about 500 miles to the north of Leicester. It is cold again. North wind doth blow and there are grey skies, but it is dry, and we are starting on time, and we are starting without the floodlights, so that tells you that conditions, or at least the light, is much improved from yesterday. BBC Radio Sussex, Adrian Harms, and BBC Radio Leicester, Richard Ray, your commentators for the game. Sussex about to resume their first innings. Remember, we lost day one and in its entirety to the weather. Their first innings on 319 for 4. They had a pretty good day yesterday, courtesy, in no small measure, to Tom Alsop, who is about to resume on 118 not out, and indeed to James Coles, who is about to resume on 59 not out. 319 for 4 after being put into bat in difficult batting conditions was a pretty good day for Sussex. The question is now, though, can they sort of go on and get to 450, 500 quickly enough to have enough time to bowl Leicestershire out twice. Josh Hull, young Leicestershire left armer, is going to open the bowling for the Foxes from the pavilion end. Goes in and bowls very, very, very wide indeed, and it's allowed to go through by a most generous Yorkshireman. James Middlebrook lets that one past the umpire. Adrian, if that wasn't a wide, I'm a Dutchman.
Well, yeah, I think he was. He was being very generous there, wasn't he, James Middlebrook? But yeah, you're right. 19 overs to get 131 runs, Sussex this morning, to get to maximum batting bonus points. So I think they'll probably have a dart at that, you know.
Well, they're in a very good position so to do. Hull is in and bowls looking for the York, just over pitches. Hits the bottom of Alsop's bat as he pushes forward.
I was indebted to you last night, Richard. We better not mention the name of the restaurant.
Yeah, why not? Why not? Oh, well, we have sponsors who, who are competitors. So yeah, I suppose probably
so,
right.
I mean, I know that Leicester was well renowned for its Indian cuisine, and I went to one that you recommended last night. It was excellent and very reasonable. So, thank you. It was really, really good.
Jolly good. Hull is in again, looking for the very full delivery. A little bit wider this time. Alsop reaches out and steers it into the offside, but Budinger tumbles athletically to his right to make the stop.
I walked out the hotel this morning, so what's the weather forecast like? He said it will be warmer today, but I think the sun is not due until sort of early afternoon. I walked out of the hotel and I thought, should I put a coat on today? I thought, oh, I will, just in case. Walked out and I thought, I'm glad I put a coat on, because it's still cold, isn't it?
Oh, it's bitter. Well, it's not bitter. In goes Hull and bowls straighter, looking to drive. Alsop just checks his shot slightly and plays it straight to Hill at mid-off. But it is miserable for mid-May. Happy birthday to my youngest son today as well. He's over in Utrecht in Holland.
Excellent. What's he doing over there?
He works over there, lives and works over there, yeah, and loves it. But he is, yeah, you always think back to when they were little, don't you? But despite the fact he's 6'6", I think. In goes Hull and bowls outside off stump. Alsop lets it go through, steps forward, gets in position to drive it away. Decides a little bit early to try that one. Might have edged it through, let it go through to Peter Hanscom behind the stumps. But he's 27 today, goodness me. Where's it go?
There you go. Where does the time go? Well, happy birthday.
Laurie.
Laurie. Happy birthday, Laurie. 27 candles on the cake.
Hull is in, bowls, and that is edged, and he's going to pick up 4 down to find third man. A little bit unlucky there, Josh Hull. It was another full delivery. Might just have swung away a bit. This time Alsop did go for the drive. Thick outside edge, ran well wide of sort of third stroke fourth, slipped down to the boundary. But Hull hasn't enjoyed much fortune in his spells in this game, and he didn't there. Alsop is up and running for the day. He moves on to 122. Sussex on to 323 for 4. None for 44 from 14 for Josh Hull.
We were talking yesterday about Indian restaurants, and my local Indian restaurant is very good. It's actually run by a Bangladeshi family who I was saying were going to, or are going to Chelmsford tomorrow to see the second ODI between Ireland and Bangladesh. You can't get a ticket for love nor money, but the guys are going. I hope they have a great day. And the first game yesterday was reduced to 45 overs. Ireland made 319 for 6. And Bangladesh got there with 3 wickets in hand and 3 balls to spare. So what a brilliant day's cricket that was yesterday at Chelmsford. What, 650 runs, give or take 11 or so.
And the 90 game, overs.
Yeah, wonderful. So brilliant game of cricket, and another one due tomorrow. So
good,
great stuff. Chris Wright is coming in from the Bennett end. He's bowling with 2 slips to bowl to James Coles. He's on 59. He's in and bowls, and Coles lets that go, and taken by diving Hanscom, who takes the ball in between first and second slips, and there is no run. So Sussex, the equation for maximum batting bonus points is now 127 in 18 overs, which is a tall order, but I suspect they'll take it easy maybe for the first half dozen overs and see where they are, and then we may well see an attempt to get those runs. Right. Is it bowls? Coles steers that through the offside. Good stop at backward point by, is that, yeah, no, I think it was.
It is, yeah.
Good, and it was a good stop because he's diving onto an area that's covered by sawdust. He prevents the boundary, but Coles picks up a single and goes to 60.
He played beautifully yesterday, didn't he?
He did.
James Coles.
Played very well. He had a lovely 6 in the over mid-wicket that was beautifully timed and a couple of lovely on drives.
You said his Mr. and Mrs. Coles were here?
Yes, they were. They were sitting over with Paul Farbrace and Rob Andrew, and I think John Philby, the chairman, was over there. Whether they're there today or not, I don't know, in those yellow seats. Whether they're here today or not, I don't know.
Hopefully they are, because James has got a very good chance of a first-class career best.
He has. He comes right, bowls, also drives firmly down the ground, and it's well stopped by Lewis Hill, diving across. That could have easily gone for 4. Right up the middle of the patch, driven away, and a good sprawling stop.
Inspired by the sound of the Harley Davidson going down the Milligan Road.
Is that what it was?
It was, yes. There's a chapter of the Hells Angels have one of the houses in Milligan Road, and just to the side of the little businesses you see there, and they often gather of a Saturday or Sunday morning.
Right, in bowls, Coles defends into the offside. There is no run. So which road is Grace Road?
Behind us, behind the pavilion. Right. Yes, it's nothing to do with W.G. Grace, I hasten to add. It's the daughters of the builders. One was Grace.
Because I saw a shop as I came through near the ground. There was a shop that was called Grace something or other, and I thought, I wonder which one is Grace Road.
Just behind us.
Thank you for that. Right, wheels around, comes into bowls to Coles. He's on 61. And Coles with the play and a miss, and that's actually, he's missed everything. It missed James Coles, and Peter Hanscom couldn't take the ball cleanly, and they're going to come back for a couple of byes. Hanscom who kept wicket well yesterday, but that was a mistake. They give Sussex a couple of runs. It was a full shot by James Coles.
There's a bit of bounce there for Wright. We should remember that this ball is only 12 overs old or so.
Yes.
So it should be pretty much at its best, actually.
Yeah. As ever, you can contact Richard and I. tend to find the correspondence is not as strong during the weekends as it is during the week. Maybe there's people working at home or half an eye on the cricket, but if you'd like to get in touch, it's great to have your interaction as in comes Wright and bowls, and Coles covers up and plays to Ahmed at backward point. There is no run. Into the second over of the day. And Sussex are 327 for 4, all stop 123. His career best is 150, so he's not far away. James Coles is on 60. His career best is 74 that he made at Bristol a couple of weeks ago. And 123 needed in 17 overs if Sussex are going to make the maximum batting bonus points. And I think in reality this looks a good pitch. And probably what both sides are thinking here, what they'll be aiming for is to get maximum points, because I think to force a win in the time we've got available is unlikely. Not impossible, of course, but unlikely.
Yeah, Leicestershire are going to have to go some to pick up 5 more wickets in 17 overs. Josh Holt is in, and bowls slightly short of a length upon his toes is Allsop, but he's got that one through the covers. Didn't think it was going to. Budinger going across to his right, fell to his right, didn't get there. Ahmed has to run back to the extra cover boundary. Allsop settles for a couple. And what's he found on the pitch? He's going to offer it to the umpire, whatever it is. So Hassan Adnan runs across from square leg, takes it from Tom Allsop. Maybe a loose stud or something that's come out, who knows. Either way, he's ready again for the next delivery. Hull is in, bowls to him. He works it nicely off his legs, down to backward square. Might go all the way. It's the longest boundary. It is going to go all the way. You know, beautifully timed shot. Didn't overhit it. Just turned the bat face on it. And there's no question that Sussex are going for these runs, and they're setting out their stall in some style as well. They're not hitting wildly. They're just putting away a bad ball, taking advantage of a relatively normal field. And as yesterday, they've made a very good start to proceedings. 333 for 4. Allsop 129, Coles 60. The partnership now worth 135. We're going to have to start looking at records, as we often do in matches between these counties. In goes Hull and bowls. This time it's a straighter delivery. Allsop on the back foot defence.
So our contact details are sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk if you'd like to send us an email. If you'd rather tweet us at FoxesCrick, CRICK 2023. Teddy Walmsley has done that, and Ray Yates has as well, so I'll read your emails as we get towards the end of the over.
Hull is in, and bowl short of a length up on his toes is Allsop, cutting it away through the offside. Budinger is the one running back towards the extra cover boundary, slides, picks up and throws, but again to Allsop. The runs coming easily and fluently this morning for Sussex. Hull offering anything but sort of consistency, really. He's trying his heart out, the youngster, the teenager, but he can't quite sort of get into the rhythm of just top of off. Maybe that's not his job. In he goes and bowls short outside off stump. It's quickish, but again, there's width, and Allsop lets it go through. It's taken by Hanscom, sort of reaching behind him. He sort of rides the pace, you know, uses the pace, but it's quick enough to sort of spin him round slightly. Mid-80s, he's getting it through at on a slowish track. I'd love to have a speed gun on him. Some
that was quite quick.
do. It looked sharp, didn't it? In he goes, and bowls, almost gets that one through on the back foot though. Allsop defence with a slightly angled bat. The ball runs out backward of point down towards the wide third man boundary. Rishi Patel was down there in front of the electronic scoreboard, comes running into field. One is taken. Keeps the strike then. Allsop onto 132. He's accelerated this morning a bit.
He has, yes.
As well. It was diligence personified yesterday.
This is actually an email from Ray yesterday. It was late on yesterday, Ray. Apologies if you're listening this morning. I didn't see it. He said, just wondering how often you get a right-handed bat who bowls left-handed, as per James Coles, who's batted splendidly, says Ray. Well, I can think of one at Sussex who's a left-arm bowler and a right-handed bat. In fact, I can think of two.
Phil Edmonds, bowled left-handed.
He comes right, bowls, also covers up, plays into the offside, no run. So, Tamal Mills bowls left-handed and bats right-handed. Actually, Tamal bowls left-handed and throws right-handed as well, which is unusual. Sean Hunt, who isn't playing in this game, is a left-handed bowler and a right-handed bat. And that's... Yeah, did you say Phil Edmonds? Yeah. Left-arm spinner. In comes right and bowls and sort forward. Down the track, followed by right off his bowling no run. So if you could add to our list, let us know. Ray has posed the question. left arm bowler, right arm bat. Here, no floodlights on, as Richard was saying. 2 slips, a backward point, cover mid off, mid on, a deep square, a fine leg and a third man. Teddy's been in touch. Hello Teddy, good to hear from you this morning. A regular contributor who talks about the state of the game. In comes right and bowls also beaten. Good delivery. Playing forward. The ball goes past the outside edge, and that's a moral victory for Chris Wright. 336 for 4. Teddy says if we can post 430 plus with the weather on our side against a good Leicestershire team, it will be the test of our backup bowlers to take wickets. Curry took 6 at Lord's last week. Carvelos took plenty of wickets, and with Croker and Hudson Prentice, it will tell us a lot about the side compared to last season. I think it's a very good point. Thank you, Teddy. New Haven. Comes right and Moles, and also lets this go outside the off stump, taken by Hanscom, no run.
They'll be fresh. They've had a good old rest, haven't they?
Well, they really have. I mean,
2 days, and it's going to be 2 days and a half at least, you would think.
Yeah, so they finished down at Worcester last Sunday, then they'll have had probably Monday off, Bank Holiday Monday, I'd imagine, and then Tuesday maybe in for training, drove up here Wednesday, so they've had Thursday and Friday sitting pretty much with their feet up. So they ought to be raring to go. Certainly Brad Curry and Eric Carvelos, who haven't played in the Championship so far this season. Right, in and bowls, also comes up, plays into the offside. There is no run.
You would imagine that 110 overs, there'll be a declaration.
Oh, I think so.
Whatever the
whatever
score is then.
I completely agree with you. Yeah, there's absolutely no point going on any further, is there? That's just taking time out of the game. Spoke to Tom Alsop last night. Some players don't like to speak, do they, when they're halfway through an inning?
Yeah, he was very nice, wasn't he?
Very happy to do it. He's an extremely nice man. In comes a right and bowls. Also lets that go outside the off stump. Good over by Chris Wright, who's now bowled 22 overs, hasn't taken a wicket, conceding 62 runs. Tom Alsop 132, James Coles on 60. 15 overs, is that left before 110?
It's correct. Yes. Well, it's 15 overs that are bowled with this ball, but it is 95, yeah. So, yeah.
So, 114 needed in 15 overs. So Sussex will need to go some if they get these maximum points. But,
a reminder that it's 104 overs, again, attempting 104 overs today. Light and weather permitting. So it could be a long day. So the light is a little better, but come sort of 6 o'clock, might not be. But you're talking about sunshine, aren't you?
Yeah, they were.
Yes, they were. Mention the word.
Yeah.
They're staying with Hull, Leicestershire, despite the fact he's leaked a few this morning, runs-wise. Little dance at the start of his run, then rather lopes in and bowls full, driven out into the offside by James Coles, slightly wide of Chris Wright at mid-off. Always a single there in those circumstances. And indeed there was. He hasn't seen much of the strike this morning. Coles, who was 59 not out off 85 overnight, so just 6 deliveries and 2 singles this morning. Alsop is positively accelerated away. He's faced 19 balls and he's gone from 118 to 132.
Yeah.
So he's scoring at almost a run a ball today. Hull is in 2 in bowls, very wide, and that one is signalled wide.
Got away with one earlier on this morning, didn't he? But
not that time.
No.
And, he's already learnt 1 or 2 old bowlers' tricks. He scrapes at the crease as though he just slipped. Nothing to do with anything else. It's just unlucky.
Tom Alsop's highest score in first class cricket is 150. That did come against Leicestershire last year in the Run Fest at Hove.
Hull is in bowls outside off stump to him. That wasn't quite as wide, and he'll get away with it, but also lets it go through.
Well, we also saw personal best scores from Colin Ackerman, who made 277, Veer Mulder, who made 235. Rishi Patel made 99. Hassan Azad was out first ball, so it was a really strange game. Not one for well, what do we see? 13 wickets, I think, in the entire match.
Hull in, bowls short on the back foot, punched away into the offside. Excuse me. There is a sweeper, but he has put it wide of Rehan Ahmed. Crosses the ropes, and that is 4. Allsop playing beautifully this morning. Again, not doing anything foolish, not charging down the wicket, not slogging in any way, just putting away the bad ball in real style.
Yeah, good shot.
So both these batsmen approaching their first-class career bests.
It's just 6 needed now for the 150 partnership.
Hull is in and bowls. That produces a slightly false shot from Allsop. He went for the drive. It wasn't quite there to be driven. It swung a little bit as well, and thickish outside part of the bat was in the air for quite a while. And point, had there been one, might have been interested. There wasn't. Ahmed being out on the boundary, he does the fielding. Allsop takes 1. Moves on to 137. 343 for 4. Coles, 61 off 91, has seen very little of the strike this morning so far in the first 20 minutes. Just the 6 balls he's faced in that time. Hull is in, bowls to him, goes past his outside edge as he looks to defend and indicates with his right hand there was a little bit of something there for Josh Hull, who again scrapes a bit of dirt away from the crease as he walks back past umpire Middlebrook. Just the one slip, understandably enough. Leicestershire have gone very much on the defensive.
That was a good delivery. I mean, he has bowled some good balls. You have to remember, he's only 18.
Yeah, there's something there, isn't there? That, you know, they like what they see. Leicestershire. In goes Hull and bowls very full this time, and goes through quite low to Peter Hanscom, who doesn't take it cleanly, but Coles lets it go through. Allsop is taking the pressure off him by scoring as quickly as he is this morning, so he can have a little bit of a look. 343 for 4 after 96, so 14 overs. 107 needed. 6 wickets in hand. That should do this, really.
Well, I think I'll certainly have a dart at it. What's that? 14 sixes. That's not going to be enough, is it? So that's about 7 and over. Is that right? 14 sevens. Oh dear.
You're leaning on a broken reed mathematically. I'll leave that on. Mr. Harms reaches for his calculator.
That's shameful, isn't it, really? My old maths teacher would...
107 divided by 14.
7.64. Comes right. Bowls to Allsop, who drives to mid-off, and there is no run. One of my first jobs I've had, I was working for a company who used to provide HP on cars, that sort of thing.
Oh, okay.
And the boss wasn't the best at maths, but he loved his horse racing. So if you said to him, if I had £2.50 each way on a horse that won at 17 to 2, how much would you win? And he would know
okay.
Exactly.
Right.
Isn't it strange? Sort of like people who play darts, isn't it? They know exactly, you know, double 12 to finish, whatever. In comes right. Also plays into the offside. There is no run. He's well here this morning, Chris Wright, keeping it tight. He's 23rd over, and he's going at less than 3 and over.
But that mathematical experience didn't leave you with a command of quick calculation then?
Not 107 divided by 14. No.
Okay. Well, I'd have to write it down, and I could do it then, long division.
Would you do it long division?
Long division,
yeah. Like we all did at school.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. 2 slips. 3 men saving 1 on the offside as Wright is in. Bowled to I thought he'd nick that. That's a good delivery. He has bowled well here, and actually there's just a little bit of encouragement here for the bowlers this morning, which may give the Sussex lads who are down below us no doubt chomping at the bit. Brad Curry and Aaron Cavalos. I think that there's a little bit there if you put the ball in the right areas on this pitch.
Certainly there is with the new ball. I think that's probably the key. I think you're right. If Sussex can pick up a few early, then they'll have a chance. But I think they're going to have to do that.
Right. But he's going to pick up runs here. He may look for a couple. He's very quick between the wickets. Josh Hull comes around from third man. Chris Wright was not impressed by that he's picked up a couple of runs. I think he felt there was only one there, but to be fair to Hull, he had to move a long way to his left, but you could just tell by the bowler's reaction. Probably he was perhaps disappointed that he allowed Alsop to play that shot. Nonetheless, Alsop to 139, 345 for 4.
At this stage, he'd probably prefer to be bowling at James Coles, really, the right-hander with his natural delivery is the outswinger. Brings the odd one back.
Right. In towards us, bowls. Also places through mid-wicket. He's going to pick up more runs here. He won't go for a boundary, but he'll pick up a couple out to deep mid-wicket. Fielded all the way out. James Coles had to get a bit of a shift on. There's going to be 4 overthrows.
6.
Yeah, that's
it is a
gonna be
6.
I think actually the umpire, I wonder whether he is going to signal those. I thought for a minute they couldn't see because James Coles was having to get a move on to get into his ground. I didn't know whether he felt whether there was a thought that James Coles might have instructed the fielder.
That's a 6, yep, 350 up.
No, they have given the runs. Tom Alsop goes to 145.
That's poor. Budinger apologised to the butler. Chris Wright steaming now. But there were 2 men backing up, Budinger and Hill, and the throw was a legitimate one at the stumps because Coles was having to really put the afterburners on.
I think this one might be short. In comes Wright, bowls. There's a quick delivery from Chris Wright. My word, he's not happy, is he, Chris Wright? And understandably so. It's a good spell of bowling, and then you can see 6 runs on his delivery. He's walking down to his fielding position, and he is not happy.
Shaking his head.
He wasn't happy about the 2 that was conceded early on in the over. Lewis Hill, I think, is sort of saying, well, never mind, Chris. But I think he's a good competitor, Chris Wright, isn't he? In fact, that Tom Scriven giving him his cap and jumper.
Shouldn't have happened that because there's a throw from the boundary, and you know, 2 men had a lot of time to get into place to back up there. Hull is in and bowling to James Coles, who is squared up a little bit, pushes it back down the wicket, suddenly thinks there might be a quick single in it, there isn't, and so quickly retreats into his ground. But 351 for 4 means that Sussex now have 3 batting bonus points, and they have 12.5 overs in which to get the next 99 runs. And Adrian will tell us the run rate. No, he won't, don't worry. We think it's probably still about 7. That 6 will have helped a lot.
Yes, it will.
As Hull hair flopping runs away from us. Bowls outside off stump. Oh, could so easily have chopped on there. No luck for the youngster. Coles reaching for the delivery outside off stump. Thick inside edge, runs past the stumps and trickles on down towards long leg. Coles takes 1. Hull he needs a slightly lucky wicket, doesn't he? Like that. He needs a bit of a break just to lift him, but nothing's quite going for him at the moment.
Yeah, James Coles has scored 3 this morning. Tom Alsop has scored 27.
Martin Smith, who's listening on the stream, is doing the sums for us. Thank you, Martin.
7.6.
Keep it up. Keep it up. Hull to Alsop. Down the leg side, that's going to could be 4. I think it sounded thigh pad E, and the signal is indeed
Thigh pad E.
Thigh pad, i.e. leg buys. It flew down fine to fine leg, and another 4. The runs keep flowing. They won't mind how they come. Sussex 4 leg buys or 6 overthrows to them very nicely indeed. Partnership 158 now.
Yeah. You know, if Sussex can pick up a boundary and over here, you know, the run rate requires just over 7, so a boundary and then pick up the rest in singles, it keeps them in the hunt.
Very much so. I'd say they were favourites to get all 5, which isn't easy these days. Hull into Alsop, outside off stump, carved away, but there is the sweeper now in the shape of Rahan Ahmed. Down there on the backward point boundary, or the point boundary, had to run to backward point to field it. 1 is taken. Alsop 146. A boundary away from matching his first class career best.
Yeah. He's been a very good acquisition for Sussex. I was looking at his stats last night. This is, I think, the 31st innings that he's played for Sussex in his time. He's made 500s and averaging over 40, batting at 3. Yeah, so they are good numbers.
They are. Hole 2, Coles down the leg side for more. Beautifully helped on its way by Coles. Well, Leicestershire will have to think about changing young Hull here because he is going around the park.
Yeah.
And the shots, as I say, are not slogs. They are just simply helping the bad ball to the boundary, really. None for 66 from 16.5. Coles on to 66. Did you say 74 was his FC best?
Yes.
So he also very much within reach. He's played within himself relatively this morning.
He has.
You know, compared to the way he played yesterday. Thoroughly enjoying themselves, these two Sussex batters. Hole into Coles, who's again is playing off his legs nicely down towards long leg. Just the one, I think, this time it will be, as Rishi Patel gets to the ball and gets his throw away quickly. James Coles keeps the strike, moves on to 67, 362 for 4. Lewis Hill, a consoling pat for his young bowler, and I suspect saying, yeah, we'll just leave it at that for now. Josh hasn't quite happened. And it'll probably be Mulder, and I'm just seeing well, Mulder actually, hands plunged in his pockets, isn't warming up. Maybe they'll stay with Hull.
A couple of messages. Tim Warwick's been in touch. Hi, Tim. He says commentary's going out fine, but the stream seems to be yesterday's stream.
Yeah, I did tell. I did mention it. NV Play are playing yesterday's stream. YouTube aren't. They're playing the current stream, but for some reason NV Play yesterday's stream.
Chris Wright comes running into bowl to James Coles, who's forward defensively, plays to mid on, and there is no run. Oliver's been in touch, and he says, to add to your early conversation, I bowl left-handed and bat right, a la James Coles. And the rest of your email, Oliver, I'll reply to a little later if that's okay.
So if you switch to Fox's TV or via the club website, or probably the Sussex website as well, you'll get the current stream.
Right, in bowls to Coles, who plays to backward point. Philip Ahmed, there is no run. I'll do a couple more deliveries and it'll disappear to do my update, which is at 11:33 apparently.
It's very specific.
Well, yeah, whether it'll happen remains to be seen.
Yes.
2 slips in place, backward point, the equation now. Sussex needing another 88 in 11 overs and 4 balls.
Tom Scriven is warming up.
Right, comes Herring in bowls to James Coles. Coles plays onto the onside, picks up a single to Lewis Hill, who had to move to his right, but he couldn't do anything about preventing the single. It brings Tom Alsop on strike, who's 146 not out. His personal best score is 150. In fact, I'll probably go now, because I do need to get next door.
Might be able to do it live on air. Alsop's a FC best, but the young left-hander waits with bat raised as Wright turns at the top of his mark at the Bennett end. Down the slight slope he comes and bowls outside off stump. A little bit of bounce, extra bounce, but it is too wide to persuade Alsop to play. He lets it bounce through into the gloves of Peter Hanscom. There is no run. Brave spectators have come up to join us up here on top of the pavilion. There was a little stand alongside us, a few seats. As Wright is in, outside off stump, worked off the back foot by Alsop into the offside, but didn't quite time it, and Budinger quickly able to get to the ball and prevent any chance of one. But if you sort of hear sort of metallic clinking and clanking in the effects mic, which is hanging out of our window, it's because the flooring of the stand alongside us is a metal grill, it being a flat roof, so that people have dry feet. Right in bowls. Forward goes Allsop in defence, pushing it out again. But into the first to it. End of rights over. And he remains wicketless in this game. 24 overs, 6 maidens, none for 71 for Chris Wright. Indeed, only 2 wicket takers among the Sussex ranks, one of whom is taking off his sweater now. Tom Scriven, fair-haired, and like Tom Allsop, a product of the Hampshire system. Young all-rounder, Leicestershire acquired last season. A lot of promise. Still a certain amount of debate about whether he hit it or not. But anyway.
Third, yeah, I can see it there in great big letters. Scriven runs away from us, comes into bowl to James Coles, who's at 68, and Coles, first ball, he drills it down the ground. Good stop by Lewis Hill, who has to get to his right to field. He's got great stains all the way down his trousers as Lewis Hill, where he's been diving around. But Coles picks up another single. He goes to 69, closing in on his first-class best score, which was 74 at Gloucester last season. I'm sure that's not really on his mind, as in comes Scriven and bowls and also works this into the offside and picks up. That almost looked like it almost shot. Good innings though by James Coles. In a sense, it was a shame that the close of play came yesterday when it did, because he was in absolutely full flow, and I think had there been another 20 overs, he might have well gone through to 100, because he was batting that well. However, he would have had half an eye, and I'm sure Sussex have got half an eye on these maximum points. Well, that being said, they've just paid out a maiden, so Ollie Carter's come out with some instructions. Sussex will know that they'll get 4 batting bonus points, barring a calamitous collapse. However, the new man coming out is Ollie Carter at number 7. So well done, Tom Scriven. He's picked up a couple of wickets. As well, pretty tidily.
I think the stream is back with us as well. So Malk Star, after 2 miserable days in Leicester, decided to stay at home in Norfolk and watch the live stream, and now it's dead, but hopefully it's back, and we are back with you, Malk. Perhaps in time to see that first wicket of the day.
Yeah. So 2 big partnerships for Sussex, 169 between Coles and Allsop, and 136 between Allsop and Pujara.
Peter West. Someone explained the new tactic. Win the toss, put the opponents into bat, and they make 500. It doesn't make sense. Well, it depends. But both sides would have bowled first, Peter, for sure.
Yeah, Tom Allsop said that last night.
Conditions seem to be in favour, look to be in favour of the bowlers.
Yeah, for sure.
Scriven is in to Ollie Carter, bowls. Carter leans forward and blocks the delivery off stump out into the offside. It happens sometimes. It's not obviously it's not a you don't put the opposition in expecting them to score 500. Make a calculation based on the fact that you think conditions might just help the bowlers. You've lost a day to the weather. It's gloomy, it's murky, it should swing. It was cold though, and Vian Mulder said it didn't really swing yesterday, but it did seem around a bit, and Sussex batted very well. They're allowed to do that. In goes Scriven, bowls and wraps Carter on the thigh pad. A little bit of bounce and looks to be a bit of swing out there for Scriven. And Carter, there was a sort of half-hearted appeal from behind the stumps for the bat being beaten, but certainly no chance for the leg before decision being given there. Malk missed the wicket, sorry about that. He says, but he hopes to be at the ground again tomorrow. So, well, conditions should be warmer, shouldn't they? It shouldn't be quite so miserable, hopefully, for you. In goes Scriven and bowls, and that's going to be 4 because that's drifted onto leg stump, and Carter whips it neatly on its way. So he has picked up the momentum quickly, or he's got into his run scoring quickly anyway. Chris Wright goes in to have a word with Tom Scriven. If you're bowling out, you know, I don't know what he was saying. 371 for 5. Carter is off the mark. Beginning to look as though it's going to be tight for the 450 though.
No, I agree.
Scriven to finish his over is in. Carter is forward, plays with an angled bat, deflects the ball through the gully along the ground down towards Josh Hull at third man. Takes one and keeps the strike. 372 for 5. 102 overs, so 8 overs left in which to score 78 runs.
Yeah, that's a tall order.
It's over 9 and over, nearly 10.
Nearly 10 and over.
No.
A few people have been in touch about the screen. Phil Pennicott. Hello, Phil. He says, Adrian, I'm just advising that the stream is frozen. Yeah, we are aware, Phil. Thank you for getting in touch. Hopefully we're back on now, which is good news. So well done to the fellas here at the ground. And Ray up in Inverness says exactly the same. But James Coles didn't reach his best first-class score. In comes Wright, running in and bowls, and Carter is caught. Wicket goes down, and Chris Wright, you have to say, gets a deserved wicket. And Ollie Carter is on his way. That was brief. He's out for 5. Caught in the slips. Very fine catch as well in there by Colin Ackerman, I think it was, who took the catch to his right-hand side. A wicket for Chris Wright, and a deserved wicket as well. He's bowled very well this morning, but Carter goes in pursuit of these runs to get to the 5th batting bonus point. He goes, and Sussex now 372 for 6.
Little update for BBC Radio Leicester. Well, 2 quick wickets for the Leicestershire bowlers have given the scoreboard a slightly different aspect this morning. Sussex having begun on 319 for 4. They made a very good start to proceedings courtesy of Tom Alsop and James Coles, but Coles was caught at mid-on by Leicestershire captain Lewis Hill off the bowling of Tom Scriven for 70, and a few moments ago Ollie Carter, going for some quick runs, was caught at second slip by Colin Ackerman off the bowling of Chris Wright for 5. Sussex targeting 450 in 110 overs. Leicestershire looking for another 3 wickets to pick up maximum bonus points for bowling. At the moment, Sussex from 102.1 overs are 372 for 6.
Very well summarised, Richard. Yeah, I suspect now Sussex needing another 28. I would imagine the instruction might well be, let's just get 4 points. Let's not have a collapse here and miss out on 4 points, having worked so hard. So I suspect that'll be the plan here. But to score at nearly 10 and over is going to be with now just 4 overs left. Sorry, 4 wickets left. Hudson Prentice will be the last of the recognised batsmen. There's a lengthy Sussex tail, Crocombe, Carvelos and Curry. But Hudson Prentice waits, and Chris Wright is on his way. The Bennett end bowls to Hudson Prentice, who works this one not desperately convincingly down to third man, but he's on his way. He's Finn Hudson Prentice. 373 for 6. Tom Alsop, who started off like a hare this morning, he's added 30 runs, but he's been a bit becalmed in the last 10 minutes or so. Maybe he's realising that just needs to hang around now, get Sussex to these 4 points. I think Richard's absolutely right. I see no value in Sussex getting to 110 overs and carrying on batting. They might as well declare, because the ball is certainly Leicestershire have bowled well and overcast conditions. Wright is in bowls to Alsop, who covers up, plays in the offside. He was looking for the single, but it really wasn't there.
Bronte's been in touch, who was at the ground yesterday with the boys, Freddie, Bertie and Norman. But he won't be at the ground today because it's the Hedgehog Rescue Centre's annual fundraising fete.
Oh, excellent.
He names the occasional orphan hoglet, I think that's what they're called, after every Leicestershire batsman who scores a century. So there's a few strangely named little hedgehogs wandering around the countryside.
In comes right, bowls to Alsop, who thumps this to backward point. Good bit of fielding by Upton. He's picked out the fielders a lot today, Tom Alsop. Some good shots, which have resulted in dot balls.
Anyway, Bronte is manning one of the tables called Smash the Malteser. £1 for 3 goes. You try and smash the Malteser with a mallet as it rolls out of the end of a cardboard tube.
Oh, right, okay. Right. So you've got to
it's a variation on Whack the Rat, isn't
right.
it? But
what you win? Packet of Maltesers?
Well, hopefully not the Malteser you've just smashed, but
there's some great stalls, aren't there, at sort of village fetes and hedgehog days and we used to have a village fete at our cricket club, and everyone used to want to. It became a bit of a pain, really, but everyone wanted to be on the coconut shy, because when the coconuts ran out, you could go off and, you know, enjoy the rest of your day, really. Because it was always a very popular stall. In comes right, bowls to Allsop, who lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Hanscom. There is no run. So much as I was, you know, from a Sussex point of view, sorry to see Ollie Carter get out, I think you have to give credit to Chris Wright, who's bowled really well, I think. I mean, he's in his 27th over, 7 maidens, 1 for 72. He's bowled without any luck, really. And I think it's fair to say he deserved a wicket.
Neat catch by Ackerman, wasn't it? Because it was travelling.
Yeah, it was, yeah. And he made absolutely no fuss at all, did he?
Very clean.
Right is in, bowls to Allsop. And Allsop's going to get 4 runs here, but it's an edgy 4 runs. And had there been a third slip, he would have been out. Nonetheless, Tom Allsop picks up a boundary, and that takes Tom Allsop through to his highest personal score, 152, eclipsing the 150 he made against Leicestershire last year at Hove. A wonderful knock by Tom Allsop, who came to the crease when Sussex were 42 for 1. He's now 152 not out. 18 fours and 288 balls. Thank you, Richard.
Well, he deserved that little bit of fortune.
He did.
I think because he's played beautifully. And he can be very proud of his efforts. A real foundation for what is still a very impressive innings as a whole, 377 for 6. I think, as you say, that with now just 7 overs to go, they've rather given up on the 450, but you know, they'll probably be around 420, 430, something like that. The question now is, at what point will Sussex decide to declare? They want a few more yet, I'm sure. Scriven is in. Bolster Hudson Prentice appeals for leg before he's gone. He has his 3rd wicket. Well, it looked leg side-ish. Certainly Hudson Prentice was looking to push it into the leg side, but there was a little bit of shape to the delivery. He was looking to bowl the outswinger, presumably then it pitched in line and did enough to persuade James Middlebrook that it was going on to hit the stumps. A slightly surprised-looking Finn Hudson Prentice accepts the decision with, of course, good grace, and walks off. But 3 quick wickets for Leicestershire, and a second this morning for Tom Scriven means he has now figures of 3 for 55, which I think at the moment are his first-class career best, which were previously 3 for 61, or was previously 3 for 61.
It's interesting here, isn't it? Because Sussex still need 23. They want to throw away a 4th batting point looked absolutely nailed on. Harry Carvelos is the new man coming out, his first appearance in the Championship this season. And the job here for Sussex is to make sure they do, you know, I think the 5th batting point, that's disappeared now. But from a Leicestershire perspective, they'll feel, you know, with Sussex chasing the runs, there was always a chance that maybe, you know, quick runs, you're going to pick up wickets. Leicestershire will feel here they've got a chance of maybe getting 3 bowling points. I don't know whether Tom Scriven knows Tom Allsop. They're having quite a little chat in the middle.
Well, he's an ex-Hampshire player, as I said. So
sorry, I missed you saying that.
They will know each other for sure.
Yeah, that's nice, isn't it?
Both making a success of their moves.
No, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Harry Carvelos, he's a big unit, isn't he?
Yes, he's a very amiable chap, is Harry. He did really well in the One Day Cup last year, then unfortunately injured his knee. There's a lot of rehab to do, so it's good to see him back.
South Africa born of Greek heritage,
yes,
I understand.
Yeah. But he's got a bit of batting to do here.
Scriven is into the tall right-hander and bowls. Perhaps stayed a bit low. Carvelos leant forward and pushed it into the onside. Rehan Ahmed came running in to pick it up.
Made his debut at Lord's last year against Middlesex in a game where Sussex were, their bowling resources were really depleted, and Harry sort of came from nowhere, really. I must admit, he'd obviously been around the seconds a little.
He was on. I remember you talking about him last year. He'd been on trial, hadn't he? And
yeah.
He did enough to get a contract for sure. Well, obviously did. In goes Scriven and bowls down the leg side. That one doesn't really swing and is taken by Hanscom. Running to his right. Martin Smith isn't impressed. Well, he thinks get to 400 now and declare. But it is doing a bit this morning, so the Sussex bowlers won't be entirely discouraged by what they're seeing, by wickets falling this morning.
Yes, Harry Cavell's made a 50, 57 at Lord's. Sussex was struggling slightly in that game and managed to bat out.
Scriven is in, bowls to him, very straight. Carvelis just leans forward and blocks it. Back down to Hill at mid-on. I think we can definitely say the 450 has now been given up on. 23 now needed from 103.4 overs have been bowled, so 6.2, 23 from 6.2, that's 4 and over, so should be comfortable enough.
Should be.
But just the 3 wickets left, got to be a little bit,
bit dicey.
Careful. Scriven is in and bowls down the leg side, turned a little bit aerially by Carvelis down towards square leg, running back from mid-wicket is the ebullient Rehan Ahmed, gets his throwaway. Carvelis it's a very tall. How tall is he?
Good question.
Let's have a look, see what who. Oh, go on then.
About 6. He's still sort of. I'm going to say 6'2".
I think he might be a bit.
You
He's
think
got
he's
his
a bit more than
helmet on, but he is 6'5".
6'5",
Yeah, I thought he looked a bit more than that. Yeah. Yeah, no, I thought he looked a fraction bigger, a handful on a pitch that is seeming a bit, I would anticipate. We're going to get to see him bowl before perhaps too long. Square legs coming in now as Scriven is in to the left-handed. Allsop bowls the in-swinger, dabbed out into the offside. Ahmed is quickly on to the ball and his throw hits the stumps, but Carvelis had immediately responded to Allsop's call and made his ground comfortably. So 2 singles from the last 2 balls of a successful over for Tom Scriven. 18 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 57 for him. So that, although he has his first-class best at the moment, I'm sure he'd dearly love another wicket just to make sure he does have his first-class best, because 3 for 61 it is. And he might just disappear in a few moments' time.
Yeah.
We'll see.
That was good cricket actually by Tom Allsop, because he looked at that scoreboard and thought, crumbs, we need to make sure we get these next 21 runs, and good captaincy by Lewis Hill. He brought the field in to prevent the single, but also managed to find a little gap.
Should do, shouldn't they? Should do.
I wonder whether they're going to let him have the single here.
21 off 6 overs.
They should do.
Should be a dot loss.
It's just the 3 wickets in the bank that may be the issue. In comes Chris Wright for the Bennett end. Bowls to Allsop, who plays that away on the offside. They've taken one. He's happy to give Harry Cavell's the strike. Taking a single when he can. Allsop to 154. Sussex to 380. In the 105th over, I tend to agree with Richard. I'll be quite surprised, even if whatever happens here, whether Sussex just thinks, you know what, it's overcast. Let's just get Leicestershire out there. You know,
I would think so.
There's not a lot of time left. Yeah.
Or you know, maybe an over or 2 early if once they've got the 400.
I don't really see the point in fiddling around and thinking, well, you know, let's add another 20 or 30 in the context of the match. I don't think that's going to make a massive difference. What Sussex will need is wickets.
Agreed.
Right, coming into the right-handed Harry Cavell's, who's on 1, he's in and bowls, and Cavell's is beaten outside the off stump. But I'm very interested, and there is no run, I should go on to say. I'm very interested, Richard, what you were saying about the Leicestershire lads and the way they bowled yesterday, because I thought they bowled really well. And on another day, I mean, Tom Allsop was saying last night when I spoke to him, you know, played and missed quite a bit. He said on another day it could have been a far different story, and I think it could have been.
I think they bowled well in sessions. That they had a couple of loose spells. The first hour wasn't great when Messrs Orr and Haynes got Sussex off to a decent start.
Right, in again, bowls, and Cavell's pushes this into the offside and picks up a single. Chris Wright's annoyed that Cavell's is now off strike. Cavell's goes to 2, 381 for 7.
And I think they had a period after tea when they just lost it a little bit. But by and large, yeah, they bowled okay, but not penetratively. It was interesting to talk to Vian Mulder. He said that he's what he's learnt to do, or certainly in the last couple of, he said he stopped trying to make the ball do something all the time. He said the way to take wickets in England.
Comes right bowls, and Allsop is put down. He's going to pick up a couple of runs through the slips. He was put down there by via Mulder. I think it was a chance. Difficult to see where, because Mulder, I mean, the way he's wringing his hand, he just couldn't quite get his hands under the ball. But it was, I think that was a chance. Allsop goes to 156, 383 for 7.
Pretty sure that carried.
Yeah.
We'll have a look at the replay. But on 154, dropped by Mulder off right, which will not improve Wright's mood.
No.
First chance, I think, genuine chance that's gone down.
Yes.
Mulder's still wringing his left hand.
Also waits. Wright is in again. Sussex leading 17 for this point, and that, oh dear, that was right out the meat of the bat. And Tom Allsop, you can say, sort of looked heavenward as if to say, crumbs, that really absolutely belted. That was a good stop by Budinger at point. He absolutely thumped that, did Tom Allsop. From a Sussex point of view, I just wonder, the Leicestershire singers have bowled really well here this morning, and they just seem to be a little bit of help, and I just wonder whether...
Oh, might not have carried, actually.
Really?
Yeah, might not have carried. May have done Vian Mulder a little bit of an injustice there. Looking at the replay, just about on the half volley.
Right, steaming in, bowls to Allsop, who flicks this one on the leg side. Now, they'll look for 2 here. Or Tom Allsop. Indeed, he does. Just wait for the umpire to make sure they didn't come off the bat. Indeed, it did. Tom Allsop goes to 158. Sussex 385 for 7. 105 overs gone. So 15 needed in these remaining 5 overs. But Leicestershire only needing these 3 more wickets, or 2 more, indeed, if they can pick up maximum bowling points. So it's been an interesting morning's cricket here.
15 off 5, or maybe they haven't given up. 65 off 5. Yeah, that's a bit of a
that would be
unlikely prospect, but
yeah,
you never know. Maybe Harry's going to go bonkers. Looks around him. He's got the build. He's a bit like Marchant de Lange in that respect. Does he hit like de Lange? Scriven is in, bowls to him. Not on that occasion, as he steps forward and lifts his bat over the line of an outswinger.
I think the instructions here are, don't miss out on 4 points.
Born in Alberton in the Transvaal in 1994. Went to the University of South Africa in Johannesburg.
What does it say? His interests?
Doesn't actually say, as in goes Scriven and bowls, and he leaves the outswing. It's swinging for Scriven.
It is.
And it isn't far from clipping the bat. They don't always print all the answers to all the questions. I can tell you what his perfect breakfast would be, a full English with no beans and extra hash browns.
Right.
But otherwise, no, it doesn't talk about interests too much.
Well, I have to ask him.
Indeed. Indeed. If he takes a few wickets in this game, that will be your perfect opportunity.
Indeed.
He waits with bat raised. Up and down it goes, up and down. Now he's advancing down the wicket. Scriven sees him advancing down the wicket, drags his length back. Carvallis turns his wrists on a firm defensive push. Rehan Ahmed fields at mid-wicket.
I was looking at Tom Allsop's stats last night, and by my reckoning, this is Tom Allsop's 31st innings in first-class cricket for Sussex. And up until last night, he'd scored 1,262 runs at an average of 42. I was saying this earlier, Richard, 500s. Yeah, that's really, really very fine figures, batting at 3 in the Championship. Really has been a good acquisition.
He has indeed. Scriven is in. Carvallis waits in his crease, pushes to mid-on. If the whole throw hits, he would have gone for all money, but it missed from Lewis Hill. Picked it up and underarmed the ball at the stumps on the dive. Carvallis was well short, but the throw missed. So, slightly odd, really, given it was just the 4th ball of the over, but he's got Allsop on strike anyway. It almost gave it away. Hill fed up with himself. They've hit the stumps when it hasn't mattered, Leicestershire. And that one would have done, for sure. So all change now, because Alsop looks like he's going to try and cut loose a little bit now. This could be fun. Scriven is in to his former teammate, who drives most pleasantly for 4. It was a bit of a gift from Scriven to Alsop. It was a half volley outside off stump, and when you have a batsman as obviously good as Alsop on 158 not out, odds are he's not going to miss out, and he didn't.
No, that was a good shot. Sussex just needed that. Just to settle a few nerves. Still a little bit of work to do.
Moves on to 162, 390 for 7. 1 ball to go in the over. No change. Well, Hill saying to Scriven, hang on a sec, hang on. I'm bringing my 3rd man in here. I'm going to try and keep Alsop down that end. Scriven is in, bowls to him, and that's 4 more because it's tickled on down the leg side. 2 really poor balls to finish the over from Tom Scriven. He looks disappointed with himself, and he should really, because he's conceded 8 off the last 2 balls of the over, both with poor deliveries. A half volley outside off stump, and then that ball swinging on down the leg side that all Alsop had to do was just help on its way down to fine leg. So Alsop moves on to 166, 394 for 7, 4 overs to go until the 110, and the chase for bonus points comes to an end. 56 from 4, unlikely. But I don't think, maybe the declaration won't come at 400 then.
If Sussex were feeling particularly mean here, they might get to 400 and declare and deny Leicestershire a possibility of a bowling point.
Yeah, I don't see that in there. I don't think that'll be part of their calculations. They'll be thinking in terms of how much time do we need to try and, you know, less at 400. The follow-on target's 251, isn't it? So, which it doesn't look like a massive target on a flattish wicket, but there's no question that it's done a little bit more this morning. Maybe because it's a degree or 2 warmer.
Yeah.
I don't know.
In comes Chris Wright to buy to Eric Avelos, who looks to pull it on the leg side, and the ball just falls down in front of him. Everyone was looking towards the leg side boundary, and the ball was right by Eric Avelos' feet, and Tom Alsop comes down and probably says, just try if you could just push it for 1, Harry, that might be a good idea.
You know what it did hit? Its shoulder, perhaps? We'll have a look at the replay as and when.
I think obviously bad to say, he made 57 at Lord's last year, Eric Avelos. I would have thought, just as soon as you get these 110 overs, you just declare really, or even when you get to 400. So he's lost so much time right in, bowls to Cavelos, who plays this onto the onside, and there is no run. Is that a substitute fielder who's come out?
Almost certainly.
Number 28, I think, came running out of the pavilion. He's fielding in there at mid-wicket, so we'll...
Scott Steele yesterday. It's not Scott Steele today. Is that Matt Salisbury? I will get the bins on him.
Thank you, Teddy, for your email. I did read out a little earlier about what you were saying about to see how good the Sussex young seamers are without Robinson and McAndrew today. In comes Wright bowls. Cavelos lets it go through to keeper.
It's Harry Swindell's.
Thank you.
It's young Harry. Not used to seeing him without pads on, because obviously when he plays for the first team, it's as a wicket keeper.
There are 2 slips in place. There's a point, cover, and a mid-off. There's a mid-on and a mid-wicket. So 5 men saving 1. 2 slips, a 3rd man, and a fine leg make up the 11. The Leicestershire side as Chris Wright comes running in, bowls, and Cavelos is forward, plays it down the onside of the track. And there is no run. I rather suspect that Sussex won't take a single here. Well, I think that howl was because the ball was thrown from Lewis Hill to Peter Hanscom. My suspicion is maybe it didn't miss Harry Cavelos by much. I'm only surmising. There was a yelp, wasn't there?
Yes, there was. I don't know what that was about. I can't. I'm watching this. Yes, watching the stream because it's a little bit behind, and yeah, can't see what that was all about.
Right, inning end of bowl to Carvelos, who lets that go outside the off stump. Taken by hands, got one more ball to go in the over, 28 overs. I mean, Chris Wright has bowled, and if this ball doesn't go for any runs, it'll be 8 maidens, 1 for 82, and they're good figures, and figures that he could have had 3 or 4, to be perfectly honest. Well, they're good figures, but he's actually bowled better than that, in my opinion.
They're trying to give him one here.
Yes, they are, and my feeling is that Carvelos probably won't take the bait, because there's only 3 overs left after this for Sussex to get these 6 runs. Wright is in, bowls to Carvelos, and he knocks out his off stump. Carvelos driving flat-footed, sees his off stump uprooted. It's the final ball of the over. Chris Wright picks up a 2nd wicket. Leicestershire now within 1 wicket of getting maximum bowling points. And a 4th wicket of the morning goes down, a 2nd for Chris Wright, and always a very satisfying sight for a quick bowler when you see the off-peg back knocked out the ground. And it's been a good morning here for the home side.
4 wickets. Started well for Sussex. They chased from 319 to 367 in pretty short order. But then wickets for Scriven and Wright, 2 apiece. I've given the scoreboard a slightly different aspect. But as I said, I don't think Sussex, as long as they get past 400, will be entirely dismayed. They mustn't mess this up and not get 400.
Yes, they'll be very disappointed not to do that.
Yeah, but the fact that that swung a little bit, the fact that there's a bit there for the bowlers shouldn't dismay them, really.
I mean, they've lost 4 for 27 since James Coles is out now. You could say that I think, you know, Coles and Carter were both playing shots where you thought they were looking to move. I mean, I'm sure the Sussex intention was to get to 450 if they can, but in doing so, they've lost wickets, and it often happens. Leicestershire, who were probably thinking that 3 bowling points was probably not going to happen. Well, who knows? They may well get them. But Sussex, for the meantime, 3 overs to get these 6 runs. Tom Alsop, fortunately for Sussex, is still there. He's on 166.
Fango's watching with Tilda down in Melbourne. Tilda wants to know how old I am, but there's... Oh, goodness me. Don't ask a gentleman that. Very, very old, Tilda. Very, very old.
Field is well set back here, Richard.
Scriven into Alsop. They'd like him to take 1. He advances down the wicket. He's going to think about 2 there, but it's gone quite quickly out to Will Davis, who's probably one of the best fielders on the Leicestershire side. The throw comes straight in, so it is just the single. Alsop has to settle for 1. He moves on to 167, 395 for 8, brings Henry Crocombe down on strike. Alsop wanders wanders down the pitch to have a word with him. But I think Crocombe's probably a perfectly competent tail ender.
He is. Well, the highest score, I believe, of 48 he made against Northamptonshire, but I shall stand corrected. Let's just look at the book of words. 46 against Northampton, not out.
He waits, slightly open stance as Scriven is in, bowls to him. He leaves outside off stump.
But he can't afford to. What have we got? 14 balls left. I mean, there's still time, but he'll. The poor thing is he doesn't get out here.
6, 12 and 4, 16.
I haven't seen enough of Brad Curry batting to really know too much about Brad Curry.
So 5 runs from 16 balls should be a very straightforward. Scriven, who now doesn't have his first-class figures, would love another wicket, and that's a straight delivery that is blocked calmly by Crocombe, leaning forward, pushing the ball out into the offside.
Tom Alsop will be chomping at the bit here, won't he, to get himself on the strike.
You don't like to leave it to the last over, do you?
No,
really?
you don't.
But,
absolutely not.
Because you never quite know those circumstances.
If a wicket goes down now as well, I mean, that's the other thing they might be thinking, well, hang on, you could find Alsop marooned.
Scriven is in. Ooh, little bit of extra bounce, thinks Crocombe, and he takes his bottom hand off the bat as that one doesn't exactly rear up at him, but certainly a fraction more than Crocombe expected. Dropped it out into the offside.
I think there's a little bit in this pitch, you know. I think if you put it in the right areas, they've, you know, the Leicestershire are well this morning. Didn't have a lot of luck yesterday. the Sussex seamers have got something to get their teeth into. See how they bowl.
Scriven is in. Crocombe is trying to help a delivery that is down the leg side, down to the fine leg boundary. Doesn't get anything on it.
I don't think they'll take a single here. The field is dispersing to all parts of this very big outfield at Grace Road. They might try and go for two, but they'll have to get their skates on to do so.
Scriven bowls slightly short of a length. There is one there, but no, says Crocombe, or no, more to the point, I suspect, no, says Tom Alsop, who is not going to let Crocombe take a single off the last ball and keep the strike. So, just the one from the over, 2 to go, 395 for 8. A wicket for Leicestershire gives them another bonus point. 5 runs gives Sussex another bonus point. Sussex, the favourites to get 4, I would suggest, but you never quite know. Will Wright continue? Yes, he will.
He's well. He's a
Been a
28 overs, 8
long spell this morning,
yeah.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
He's bowled all morning from that Bennett end, and we are well into the second hour, so...
So, just the one slip, the rest of the fielders are dispersed, allowing Tom Alsop the single. It's going to be very difficult to run 2 here. As in comes Wright, bowls, and also plays it into the offside. Now they're going to run 1, and that's all they're going to get. So he's taking the singles where he can, Tom Alsop. It's a difficult position, isn't it? Do you think, well, I'll decline that single, I'll wait and try and hit a 4?
Well, suddenly it's 4 from 11 balls, so...
Yeah.
Surely they can't not get 400.
Well,
surely.
Well, I suppose in taking that single, Tom Alsop will think, well, if I can get back on strike, a boundary does it. But the question mark is now whether he'll get back on strike, because Chris Wright has bowled really well here this morning, and he might fancy his chances here, you know. That's why we like the Championship, Richard. It's, these little battles going on within a game. Comes Wright to bowl to Henry Crocombe. He's in a bowls, and Crocombe lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Hanscom.
4 off 10.
The line touch is perfect. It's okay. It's a bit earlier on, about half an hour ago, I thought, oh, it's definitely brightening up. But it's still complete cloud cover.
It is.
Comes Wright and bowls, and Crocombe is going to get runs. He's going to get 1. They're thinking about 2, but they won't take it down to 3rd man. So there'll be a sigh of relief in the Sussex dressing room down below us at that single. 397 for 8.
The weather apps are promising us mostly sunny conditions as the afternoon goes on. So, and by the end of the day, by 6 o'clock, completely sunny conditions.
Yeah.
So, we're going to get all 104 overs.
We are.
It's going to be a late one, folks.
Right, into Alsop. And Alsop looks to work that on the leg side. He's wrapped about the thigh pad. There's a strangled appeal from Hanscom behind the stumps. Chris Wright notably didn't appeal. Now there are 2 more balls left in this over.
3 off 8.
Yeah. I'd imagine Tom Alsop will probably take a single here. Leave Henry Crocombe to face 1. At least it will mean then that Alsop will be on strike. If he gets a single hit, it'll just be 2 needed off the last over. I'm quite surprised the field still stayed out, actually. In comes Wright and bowls. Alsop hammers that away, and there we are. That is going to go for 4 runs. Good shot by Tom Alsop. He gets his boundary. He goes to 172. And Sussex bring up the 4th batting bonus point. 401 for 8. The question mark is now whether they'll take 1 more over or whether they'll declare.
Yeah, well, they might as well have this last ball anyway, because That makes no difference to anything in terms of
If
the number of overs that will be available to Sussex if and when they declare.
If they declare, I might just run out and get a little video of Tom as he comes off, having got his highest first-class score. 172 he's on. Chris Wright is just reorganising his field a little. Nice hubbub of chatter around the ground today. Then comes Wright, bowls to Alsop, who with a play and a miss outside the off-stump, ball go through to the keeper. Now, is there a declaration, or are they going to bat out here? They are declaring, I reckon. I think Henry Croker's taken off the gloves. No, he's not. I thought they were going to come off. So we are going to get one more over.
Well, could be more. Because if they're not declaring now, then they might want to just go on.
Might just throw the bat a bit now. Just see how many they can get. Maybe that's the tactic.
Well, that does mean, anyway, that Tom Scriven will get a chance to get his first-class best. More to the point, as far as Leicester are concerned, they have one more over in which to get one more wicket and pick up another bonus point themselves. Scriven is in. Crocombe just calmly strokes the delivery defensively out into the offside. Picked up by Will Davis, and there is no run. Now it's Tom Alsop is asking for new gloves, so no,
he's going to stay out there.
No declaration.
I imagine we might see.
Okay.
Interesting.
Scriven bustles in and bowls, turned into the leg side by Crocombe, but straight to Rahan Ahmed. No, says Henry Crocombe.
I don't see any point here in Sussex just sort of fiddling around. I'd imagine they'll certainly go for their shots here because you know, there's no point playing out half a dozen overs here. Time is of the essence, and I'd have thought with this cloud cover, which isn't going to last all day, Sussex might be quite keen to get out there. They'll give Leicestershire an uncomfortable half hour before lunch, something like that.
You would imagine. Scriven is in, bowls. Crocombe defends the ball back down the pitch to him. Eastbourne, born Henry Crocombe. His first cricket club was Hellingley, CC, Hailsham, East Sussex. So very much a local boy.
Yep.
What's the word for someone who comes from Sussex? Is there a specific word?
Good question. I don't know if it's
Sussexian.
Sussex.
Doesn't really, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Doesn't quite work. So Sussex. In goes Scriven, and a little bit inside edgy as he looks to stroke that one into the offside.
Bit across the line, wasn't he?
As in very inside edgy, and it runs out into the leg side.
He's been around a long time, Henry. He's only 22. He got a nasty shoulder injury up at Durham, the penultimate match of last season, diving around the boundary to prevent a single, and really badly hurt his shoulder. So it's good to see that he's back and playing again.
Scriven is in. He is stroking that delivery again, without really aggressively intending to beat the field into the offside, and it is fielded by Wright. So one ball left for Leicestershire to pick up the wicket they need for maximum bowling bonus points. Doesn't look like it's going to happen. Well, they are prepared to give Crocombe one off the last ball. Leicestershire. Scriven picks up his heels, runs away from us. Bowls, and Crocombe whips him, or tries to whip it into the leg side. Does so, but happy to take one now. And that is the end of the bonus point chase for this innings. 402 for 8. Sussex have finished after 110 overs, so 4 batting bonus points to them, 2, just the 2 bowling bonus points for Leicestershire, but no declaration. That was clear after the last over. Sussex are going to try and get up to, what, 440, 450, however long it takes.
Yeah, I would imagine they'd want to get on with it. I mean, Jack Carter's just come running out with some new batting gloves for Tom Alsop and probably some instructions, because for Sussex to have any chance, I mean, basically there's 5 sessions left in this match. I know there's 104 overs today, but if Sussex are going to have any chance of winning this game, well, to win this game, they're going to get 20 wickets.
Now, is Daniel teasing me here? He says the word is Sussaxon, so
right.
Sussaxon.
In comes Vian Mulder, bowls to Croker, who drives down the ground. Mulder fields up his bowling no run. Graham's been in touch down in Bath. He says, I totally agree. Why not declare now? Why expose the tail enders to a bowler of the pace and experience of Chris Wright? Let's get bowling. Initial burst before lunch, then the batters have to get started again afterwards. Yeah, I agree. It does. Unless Sussex are really going to swing the bat here for the next 15 minutes, but I don't really see the point in fiddling around. Mulder in bowls. Crocombe defends into the offside. I need to go and do an update.
Daniel isn't
Richard.
teasing me. I'll let you go and do that. I just checked, and Sussaxon is indeed the right word, the Sussaxon accent. I just read an article on the Sussex flag, so apologies to all you Sussaxons out there. From a Yorkshireman. Mulder into Crocombe, who not much foot movement, but again he's got a good eye and defends the delivery back down the pitch towards Leicestershire's South African all-rounder, South African international all-rounder. 3 for 52 for Vian Mulder. Might have hoped not to have had to bowl today, but actually I started to make mention that the interview spoke to him last night, and he was saying that he's learned that the way to bowl in England is basically accuracy. In he goes and bowls, and that goes past the outside edge of a flailing Crocombe bat into the gloves of Hanscom, i.e., he says, studying the likes of, well, all the bowlers who do well in English conditions. Mohammed Abbas, size, formerly of this parish, now of Hampshire. Chris Rushworth, formerly of Durham, now at Warwickshire. The number of wickets they take, Jimmy Anderson, in English conditions, just by hitting the top of off, or looking to hit the top of off, and letting the pitch and the conditions do the work. In goes Mulder and bowls. That's a decent shout for leg before, I'd have thought. No, says umpire Hassan Adnan, and 2 leg byes are going to be taken. He stepped right across there. Might even, he stepped so far across, have hit him outside the line of off stump. I'll have a look at the replay as and when we get there, as is when the stream catches up. Certainly height wasn't an issue, that's for sure. But he did step right across, so 2 leg byes, 404 for 8. Can't have been far away. In the meantime, Mulder down the slope bowls. Crocombe is driving and missing again. Well, that was a decent shout for a leg before. I'm not sure what it was missing, but anyway, it was turned down by Hassan Adnan. So no luck for Vian Mulder. Hasn't had many decisions. He got one yesterday that pleased him no end. Steve Smith, he said, is the best player in the world. He said, in any form, and he said he's put him to the sword. In recent memory, playing for South Africa, Mulder that is, against Australia in one-day internationals. So he was very chuffed to have picked up the wicket of Smith, leg before wicket yesterday.
Well, it's going to be Tom Scriven who's going to carry on. He's bowling to Tolls on the field spreads. So there are 7 men on the boundary, just the 1 slip. Tom's up on 172. A little surprised here by the Sussex tactic, unless they suddenly really swish the willow. In comes Scriven bowls to Alsop, who drives firmly on the offside. He gets a single down to long off. Alsop goes to 173. Sussex to 405 for 8. I mean, unless the tactic is just to get as many runs as they can.
Looks that way.
But
as long as it takes.
Yeah. But I just kind of, my own reading of this is that this cloud cover is not going to last all day, according to the weather forecast, and these have looked favourable bowling conditions. You've got a bowling unit have been sat with their feet up for 2 and a bit days. Comes Scriven. Over the wicket bowls, and Crocombe defends into the offside. Well, they take a single. It was a defensive shot. Throw comes in, hits the stumps. I think Allsop would have been gone if it hit the stumps. It was a scrambled single. It was played into the covers, and Will Davis, who Richard was saying is a fine fielder, got the throw away very quickly. But Allsop scrambled home. And the field now spreads again. Crocombe to 3, 406 for 8.
So you didn't know about Sussexans?
No.
There you go.
No, I've learned something today. Always learn something, Richard.
Anyone who comes from Sussex is a Sussexan.
Right. It's a bit of a mouthful, isn't it? Comes Scriven, bowls, and also covers up, plays down the track. The ball just bobbles in front of him. Tom Scriven comes running all the way down and fields, and there is no run. Plenty of cricket going on around the country today. Start down at Canterbury, Hampshire 159 for 5, in reply to Kent's 95. So Hampshire leading by 64. Lancashire 146 for 4 in reply to Somerset's 361. Notts 231 for 6 at Wantage Road against Northampton, made 158. Joe Clark led out on 67 there. Scriven in again, bowls to Allsop, who plays onto the onside, down to long on. They'll take a single, but there won't be anything more than that. Allsop goes to 174, Sussex to 407 for 8. At the Oval, Jamie Smith 83 not out, Surrey 259 for 6, leading Middlesex by 49. Edgbaston, Warwickshire, Essex 175 for 7, leading Warwickshire by just 59. In the second division, which we're interested in, Derbyshire 187 for 6 in the first innings against Gloucestershire, a game that's been badly affected by the weather. Scriven in bowls, and Crocombe is going to get runs here and possibly 4. Punches that away through a mid-wicket. It's just slowing up. Ahmed in off pursuit. Well fielded, sir. Drags the ball back a yard or so inside the boundary. He gets in a very good throw, but not before Henry Crocombe comes back for a 3rd run. He goes to 6. Total to 410 for 8. At Durham, Yorkshire 167 for 5, now leading Durham by 194. Johnny Bairstow out for 36 in that one. And in Cardiff, Glamorgan look as if they're romping to victory. Worcestershire out for 227 in their second innings. Matthew Waite making 45. Glamorgan 19 without loss, needing another 60 to win. So looks like that's a 3-day victory for Glamorgan down in Cardiff. Glamorgan then will head to Hove next week. Scriven is in to bowl to Allsop. Allsop works that to Backwell Point. They take a single.
That will certainly shake up the second division a bit. Glamorgan will climb up to possibly 2nd, unless one of these two counties can win this game. If this game ends in a draw, it'll be very tight at the...
Very tight. It's
underneath Durham at the... Well, Durham might yet win.
Yeah.
If they get beaten by Yorkshire, well, that could be very interesting. Certainly puts Glamorgan right into the mix.
411 for 8 are Sussex, 175 Allsop, 6 to Crocombe. Lunch is today at 1:10 I don't know, perhaps it's just me, perhaps I'm a bit old-fashioned, but if it's me, I'll be thinking, let's get Leicestershire in for an uncomfortable 20 minutes here. But clearly there's other tactics that Cheshire Pujara is pursuing.
Well, we have the extra overs today, I suppose, sort of 83, take off 2 for the change of innings, as and when it comes. Mulder into Allsop, who just drops the ball out into the offside. Mulder is in pursuit. There's no chance of a second as he picks up at extra cover. Everybody else rushing in, converging on the ball. About 5 different Leicestershire players. Mulder got there first, and Allsop quickly settled for his 1, but prepared to take 1 off the first ball of the over again.
Yeah, unless they're thinking in terms of time, or 1:10.
Paul Hoey on the stream. Pujara is a good, maybe it might be a good batsman, but he is no captain. Comment. In goes Mulder, bowls, a big hoik from Crocombe, but he's got it away through square leg, not where he was looking to hit the ball, but he should pick up 3 and get Allsop back on strike. He was trying to hit that one straight, got a thick inside edge, but he managed to squeeze it between 2 fielders out towards the distant square leg boundary. He rehearses the shot, cross with himself, but he did pick up 3 and he moves on to 9, 415 for 8. In many respects, 3, the best possible result, giving Allsop the strike again.
Agreed.
Everybody out to the boundary to give Allsop 1. Mulder is in. Allsop is reaching out for a wideish one, driving out into the offside. Hill comes in from the long off boundary, skids on his side to the ball, picks it up, gets his throw away. Allsop takes 1, 415 for 8.
There's a bit of urgency now. I mean, the only other thing I can think of is that maybe they're looking here at time and thinking, right, we will declare at 20 to 1 and give Leicestershire 20 minutes before lunch. But I'm not entirely convinced about that.
Mulder into Crocombe, swing and a miss. Swings past his outside edge into the gloves of Hanscom. Much comment, can Sussex take 20 wickets? He said, Orion says that the win at Durham was on a wicket that hooped till the end. Sussex beat Durham on a wicket that hooped till the end. This is not such a wicket, and without Robinson and McAndrew, in goes Mulder, bowls and another swing and a miss, and he raises his eyes to the heavens, Vian Mulder. Crocombe's getting closer to edging. Ooh, Rehan Ahmed's going to have a ball. This could be fun. Ahmed against Crocombe.
Yes.
If Crocombe has a whack.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, Vian Mulder has 1 delivery left to come. The field spreads with the object of giving Crocombe a single. Mulder is in, bowls to him, thick inside part of the bat, but he's got it wide of long on. Should be 2 at least. Hill picks up on the wide long on / almost mid-wicket boundary. Crocombe picks up a couple, again, not quite where he was looking to hit it. End of the over. 11 to Henry Crocombe, 418 now for 8. So 269 would be the follow-on target.
Yeah, I would imagine that Lewis Hill's probably thinking, I'm not really that unhappy to be out here at the minute, because I'm sure certainly the Leicestershire openers might be thinking, well, we don't mind staying out here. Now, it's going to be rare now, but good spot, Richard. 418.6 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester, Adrian Harms and Richard Ray, in a morning which, as Sussex began on 319 for 4, so they've added 99 runs. Tom Allsop began the day at 118, he's now on 177, so he's scored what, 60 today? Yeah, 59.
Good time as well.
Yeah, way past his best first-class score, which was 150 against Leicestershire last year at home.
So many
yeah.
cricketers have their first class, seem to have their first class best against the Foxes.
So it is going to be Ahmed who's going to bowl. The digital clock on the scoreboard is showing 12:40, lunch is at 1:10. It's going to be Ahmed who tosses the ball from hand to hand. It is coming in over the wicket to bowl to Tom Allsop, who drives pleasantly on the onside, picks up a single to a deepish mid-wicket, who is Will Davis. He fields Allsop to 178, Sussex to 419 for 8, which brings Henry Crocombe on strike, and immediately there's a change in the field.
It has to be in out, doesn't it? So you want a couple saving single, and then the rest you want your long on the boundary. See if you can clear him, surely. I think I'd have long off out as well.
Ray has been in touch. He says, according to a well-known search engine, there's no colloquial term for people from Sussex. Indeed, the only one in common use is Lancastrian. And comes Ahmed, bowls to Crocombe, played onto the onside. There is no run.
I think I probably use the same search engine, Ray. I got several.
He comes Ahmed, bowls to Crocombe. He's down the wicket driving.
Oh, wow.
Well, that nearly took the umpire with it. A couple of steps down the wicket for Henry Crocombe. He thumped the ball back down the track, and umpire Middlebrook needed to take evasive action. That could have been nasty. He had to get himself out the way very, very quickly. Anyway, Crocombe goes to 15. You thought it might be interesting, Crocombe against Ahmed. 423 for 8. He absolutely belted that down the ground at Henry Crocombe. his leg spin, bowls to Crocombe, who eases that one to backward point, and there is no run. He pushed that one through a little quicker, did Riamambe. Just the one slip. In fact, that slip's now disappearing to a shortish third man. Ahmed in again, bowls, Crocombe down the wicket, driving firmly. That's a really good stop a bit on by Lewis Hill, because he belted that, did Henry Crocombe. And now the field is going back. 4:23 for 8, Crocombe on 15. They're allowing Henry Crocombe the single here, with one more ball of the over remaining. Henry Crocombe surveys the leg side boundary. Ahmed is in bowls, and Crocombe pushes out into the offside and picks up a single. 4:24 for 8 at the end of the over. Sussex continue on their way. Number of overs remaining in the day is 81. 96 tomorrow, if we get that far. So the Sussex tactic seems to be here, let's get as many runs as we can and see where it takes us. And we shall see, only time will tell whether that's the correct tactic or not. I'm not convinced, because I think these conditions are going to improve, and there's definitely been some movement around for the seam bowlers this morning. I think I'd have liked to have had a crack before lunch.
I think you're right, because I don't think Leicestershire can get into a position where they can put Sussex under. I don't think they'd back quickly enough to put Sussex under pressure. In goes Mulder, bowls. Crocombe tries to whip one away, having hopped across his stumps, and again he looks close in line, but probably hit it possibly again high, possibly just outside the line. Umpire Adnan again shakes his head. Appeal was more from Mulder than from behind the stumps on that occasion.
Yeah.
You know,
got a long
they're
way
not going to
across.
lose the game, Sussex.
No, they're not.
Is what is the point I'd make. In goes Mulder, bowls. Crocombe hits high, short of mid-on, just. Hill tried to take it on the half volley. It bounced through his hands. He goes back, falls, picks it up, gets his throwaway. Crocombe picks up 2, landed. Well, he came running in and tried to get his hands underneath it. It was a half volley that burst through the hands. Didn't quite carry far enough.
No, that was one of those. It was a tricky one, wasn't it?
Horrible one. Shakes his left hand, Lewis Hill. Mulder, looking for his 4th wicket of the innings, is in. Bowls to Crocombe, edges and is caught at first slip. Well, Rishi Patel took the catch. It was a bit of a waft, it has to be said, from Henry Crocombe. And just looking at Tom Alsop, whether he's following Crocombe off the field. No, he's just wandering in that direction to have a word with the new man coming in. 5th wicket of the morning falls. It's that of Henry Crocombe, caught by Rishi Patel. Bowled by Vian Mulder. Mulder's 4th wicket of the innings. Sussex now 4-2-6 for 9.
Well, there's no declaration. No. Because Jack Cast is
going the
running
distance.
out with some. So this is going the distance. 4:26. So partnership of 32.
I kind of see the logic, but I'm with you really, Adrian. I thought, well, it looks like they're going to get a little pop, unless, of course, Curry proves to be a very good number 11.
Yeah, I just kind of think with the day lost,
yeah,
you're going to need every over, every ball to have any chance of bowling.
20 wickets is
yeah, you've got no Robinson, no McAndrew, so that's not to say the others can't take the wickets, and it just seems a slightly odd tactic. But I'm sure there is method in the madness, as they say.
Well, Mulder could be about to pick up a 2nd consecutive 5. Managed to pick up 5 in the last game at Derby, which were his best bowling figures for Leicestershire. So I think it was 5 for 50 something, so he's not going to beat that, I think.
Yeah.
Just check. No, actually it was 5 for 67, so he could. He's got 4 for 61 at the moment. 3 slips behind Curry as Mulder goes in, bowls to him, and he's solidly enough behind that. Curry?
Yeah. Brother of Scott Curry.
Didn't go backing away or anything like that.
Now, he does swing the ball around a bit, Brecker. He might quite fancy these conditions when Sussex do get a chance to bowl. But it's still grey. Not as grey as yesterday. There's no breeze, or very little breeze.
Mulder is in and bowls. Curry is forward defending, walking into the defensive push. Out to Hill it goes. I mean, if they go through to lunch, declare at lunch, then you don't lose the 2 overs, of course.
No, that's true.
So that could be part of the thinking. I don't know. 80 overs after this, so it would be 78 if the wicket falls in this over left to Sussex today, and then the 96 tomorrow. Field spreads to give Curry 1 should he want to take it. Mulder is in, bowls down the leg side, so, and he raises his eyes to the sky in disappointment. Vian Mulder got that one wrong. End of the over, 4-2-6 for 9 remains the score. What will Tom Alsop do? Little update for BBC Radio Leicester, hopefully between overs. Well, Leicestershire bowlers have struck back this morning at Grace Road, taking 5 wickets in reducing Sussex from their overnight 319 for 4 to 426 for 9. Didn't quite manage to pick up the 9th wicket in the 110 overs, so just the 2 bowling bonus points. But the Foxes will feel that they have done enough to get sort of back into the game. They still do need the final Sussex wicket. Vian Mulder has 4 to his name. Tom Scriven picked up a couple this morning, so too did Chris Wright. Sussex's lunch approaches 4-2-7 for 9.
Here comes Rian Ahmed, bowls to Curry, who plays that onto the onside to square leg. There is no run. 427 for 9. Curry yet to score, also up on 179. They've run in on the single, apart from a deep mid-wicket as Curry just prods forward, plays it into the offside. Fitted by Davis, there is no run. Leicestershire are really racing through their overs here. Ahmed in again, bowls, Curry chips to mid-wicket. He's running back to his mark. I don't know if he's going for the world record in terms of how quickly you can bowl an over. I just wonder here whether Leicestershire are just trying to get through as many overs as they can. Ahmed in bowls, beaten outside the off stump is Curry.
That turn a bit.
I think it did. Look, he's ready to bowl again. I mean, the over rate is level.
Yes.
Ahmed in again, bowls, Curry
Googly.
plays it into the offside. So he rattled through that over, did Rian Ahmed. I just wonder here whether Leicestershire are thinking, well, let's just bowl as many overs as we can. It means less overs we've got to bat. I don't know.
I'm a little bit baffled myself, really. Actually.
I'm totally baffled. Because Scott Curry hasn't come in and sort of swung the willow, has he? And thought, well, you know, let's whack a quick 20 here. He just played the over out. So. And
as you say, the over 8 is level. It's not Leicestershire not anticipating perhaps bowling again in this game. Umpires are having a word with each other. Not quite sure what that is all about, really. But there you go. Maybe we'll find out at lunch, which we reiterate is 20 minutes away, not 10 minutes away. Mulder is in. Alsop is pushing the delivery out into the offside, taking 1 off the first ball again. Bringing Bradley James Curry from Dorset back on strike. His nickname is Ruby, as in Ruby Murray, Curry, of course. that sort of makes sense, but it's tolerably thoughtful.
Yeah.
At least it's not the usual. Mulder is in. Curry is beaten outside off stump. Favourite format, the county championship, because the ball swings. And he's most inspired by Michael Phelps.
Oh, that's interesting.
Swimmer?
What if he's a keen swimmer then? Perhaps just sees him as a very good Olympian.
Mulder is in. Oh, goodness me, that was a good delivery. It's doing a bit this. It's done certainly more today in terms of movement through the air than it did yesterday, which has to encourage the Sussex.
Well, I agree, and
seamers.
I think that's every reason. I just cannot understand why Sussex aren't bowling. It's really helpful.
Well, the danger is that if, as the forecast is correct, the sun comes out this afternoon, then it's going to be good batting conditions.
Yeah, I don't get it at all.
Mulder is in, bowls. Curry is pushing the straight delivery back down the pitch on the onside.
If the ball is disappearing to all parts here, I could sort of kind of understand it, but to me, Leicestershire are probably thinking, well, this is just using up time and overs in the match. It's an observation. It's not a criticism, as I always say, but it's certainly worth asking the question, I think.
Mulder is in, bowls, very straight, pushed back down the pitch towards him by Curry, taken in his follow through, and then half a step forward by Curry, and Mulder eyes him warningly. Don't you think about a single? And Curry quickly gets back into his ground. Field retreats. 3 slips stay there, but everybody else, all the single saving fielders are now saving 2 rather than 1. Mulder bowls. Curry is hit on the back pad as he looks to, I don't know what really, just keep it out essentially, and it bounces out into the offside. So yeah, these are odd overs, just one or two and over just seems a bit, as Paul points out on the stream, going nowhere with batting like this. Stern stuff. Leicestershire's openers must be loving this.
Well, I agree. I'm sure they are. I'm sure they were thinking mentally, well, we're going to have to face a tricky sort of half a dozen overs here. As it is, I think they're not going to have to bat before lunch.
Well, it's beginning to look that way, because if they get past 1, they definitely won't.
Rian Ahmed is in, bowls to Tom Alsop. Alsop defends down the track. Ahmed is running back to his mark, and I think the tactic is here for Leicestershire. Let's just get through some overs. Let's take some time out of the game. 77 left after this one. Ahmed in again, bowls. Alsop drives. Ahmed fields on his own bowling. Again, there is no run. He is literally running back to his mark here. Oh, he's not on this occasion. But he's already ready to bowl. Comes in, bowls.
Oh.
Alsop beaten outside the off stump. Taken by Hansky, who very deftly flicked off the bails. Another dot ball. So Alsop waits. He's on 180. Ahmed in bowls. Alsop cuts and misses again. Good delivery. I don't know if it's turning or whether.
Didn't miss the stumps by much there.
Yeah.
Jeepers, that was close.
Ahmed is back to his mark already. In and bowls. Alsop drives onto the onside. They've taken 1. I don't think they'll take 2 because Davis is the fielder. He's a very fine fielder. To Alsop to 181. Sussex 429 for 9. A slip is now in place for Brad Curry. In comes bowls, and Curry displays in the offside. So an over goes by, just 1 run. I'm at a loss to explain the tactics here. Because Sussex are now 429 for 9. It looks as if there's going to be no declaration. But I think Leicestershire are probably feeling pleased they won't have to bat before lunch, Richard. Most of them.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that the declaration will come at lunch, which saves 2 overs, which gives Sussex 2 overs back, so to speak, in terms of the number of overs that they'll get to bowl. But Vian Mulder, still searching for that fifer, is in, bowls. Alsop drives it down into the ground. Mulder hops into the air, fields in his follow-through, or at least stops the ball in his follow-through as it bounces up high. And again, there is no run. Lindsay Ford says, perhaps it's Sussex telling Leicestershire, you put us in, you get us out.
Maybe.
But that seems a bit...
No, I agree.
Mulder is in, outside off stump, reaching for it is Alsop, getting there, but it's only going to be 1 again, as this time it's, I think it's Scriven coming running into field from the extra cover, deepish extra cover region.
Well, only time will tell, but you know, for Sussex to win this game, they'd have to take 10 wickets and enforce a follow-on. But if they run out of time, they might look back on this and think, you know, who knows, Leicestershire may bat throughout the day and the wicket gets easier and clouds lift, but it does seem strange.
Mulder is in. Curry is beaten on the back foot. It's a leg before wicket, and that is it. So we might get a couple of overs in before lunch. Rishi Patel, Leicestershire opener, is running off with a wicket falling at 12:57. 10 might just get one in. Might just get one in.
But we'll lose two
for the indeed.
So that doesn't favour Sussex either.
No, it doesn't.
Nothing of the last half hour has favoured Sussex at all.
But let's talk Tom Alsop off. 5 for Vivian Mulder, by the way. And well played, Tom Alsop, who finishes 182 not out. Vivian Mulder does pick up his best bowling for Leicestershire. 5 for 67, is now 5 for 63, and he is leading the side from the field. 10 wickets in his last 2 bowling innings for Vivian Mulder. So Tom Alsop, very much the star for Sussex of that particular innings. We'll go through the scorecard. Ali Orr, leg before wicket to Vivian Mulder for 20. Tom Clark, bowled by Mulder for 23. Tom Alsop, not out 182, he faced 315 balls and he hit 21 fours. Cheteshwar Pujara caught Peter Hanscom, the wicketkeeper, bowled Tom Scriven for 77. Stephen Smith, leg before wicket to Mulder for 3. James Coles, first wicket to fall today. He was caught by Lewis Hill at mid-on, running in off the bowling of Tom Scriven for a very well-made 70. Didn't quite find the fluency he had yesterday. Ollie Carter came and went quickly, going for quick runs, neatly caught by Ackerman at second slip off the bowling of Chris Wright for 5. Finn Hudson-Prentice, ditto, leg before wicket to Tom Scriven for a single. Aristides Carvelas, love that, bowled Chris Wright for 3. Lost his off stump. Henry Crocombe hung around and struck some decent blows. He made 18 before being caught at first slip by Rishi Patel off the bowling of Mulder for 18. And Bradley Curry, last man to go, without scoring, leaving, as I say, Alsop undefeated. Chris Wright finished with 2 for 88 from 29 overs. Josh Hull, none for 67 from 17. Vivian Mulder, 5 for 63 from 24.3 overs. None for 55 for Will Davis from 15, didn't bowl today. Tom Scriven can be proud of his efforts, 3 for 75 from 22. Colin Ackerman, just 3 overs yesterday, none for 28. 1 maiden, so 2 overs for 28 before being attacked severely by Pujara. Rehan Ahmed, 7 overs, none for 22. And yes, we had that awful over from Sol Budinger, none for 10. We take 5 minutes, shall we, and come back to you for the 1 over that we think we're going to get before lunch. Well, we're back, folks, for this single over. We think 74 overs remain. We have lost the 2, or Sussex have lost the 2 for the change of innings. So it will be 73 at lunch. Who's going to bowl? Who's going to bowl the single over? Adrian, who will it inevitably be in the absence of?
Well, I think it will be Brad Curry.
Okay. Is that he stalking purposefully towards his mark?
I only said that because he was talking to Cheshire Pujara, so it is going to be. It hasn't bowled this season in the Championship. Look at his stats from last year. Brad Curry in at the Championship. He took a 6 for at Lords. Yeah, 6 for 93 took at Lords. He played in 4 matches last season. And he took 15 wickets. Bowls left arm, does a bit with the ball, does Brad Curry. Yeah, 4 matches, 5 innings. He took 15 wickets at 26.4, best of 6 for 93 at Lords on his debut.
Well, here's a chance for him to make his name.
He is, he's coming in with 4 slips to bowl to Patel. He's in and bowls, and Patel is 40 ball, a good length, and he's straight on his way as he pushes that through mid off. Alior is in hot pursuit down towards the boundary. They thought about a second, but it wasn't there. Alior gets a nice muddy mark on his backside as he slides across the turf. Patel is on his way. So Budinger might have been thinking, I don't really, yes. He looked quite keen to come back for a second, actually, Budinger, because he perhaps didn't want to face just before lunch.
Well, his job is to be there at lunch, Budinger, because he has sort of license to go for his shots at the top of the order, but just these 5 balls to face now would be not the time to throw the bat.
Left-hander, you'll see there are 4 slips waiting eagerly for an edge. As in comes Curry, bowls and clipped away. There was a cry of catch. It was short of Henry Crocombe at mid-wicket, but the Sussex...
in the air for a couple of feet, but I mean miles short.
So 4 slips, point, mid-off, mid-on. Mid-wicket, Henry Crocombe was very close in there. He's only 3 cut strips away from Sol Budinger, and a fine leg. Brad Curry, left arm over the wicket, runs away from us. He's in and bowls, and Budinger covers up, plays down the offside of the track. There is no run. Ollie Carter has this habit behind the stumps of clapping his hands together furiously. You can hear it from up here.
Must hurt, you'd have thought.
Yes.
Really does whack them together,
he
doesn't
does.
he?
We sort of nicknamed him the seal at Bristol because he was almost like a seal the way he was clapping them together.
Well, it's kind of vertical clapping as well, not horizontal. If that makes any sort of sense.
Lots of chatter going on out there. Comes Curry. Oh, Budinger is forward to one good length. Punches that to middle, fielded by Pujara. And there is no run, so the slip Corden. At this distance to see, but it looks to me like Allsop at first, Smith at second, James Coles at 4th, probably Tom Clark at 3rd, I would imagine. James Coles the only player with the sun hat on, which is unnecessary so far today. Curry, 2 more balls to go before the break. He's in and bowls, and Budinger just covers up, plays down the offside of the track. There is no run. Well, bowl Brad is the cry from the slip Corden.
Well, he's made Budinger play, which is the main thing.
He has. And an opportunity for these young Sussex seamers in the absence of Robinson and McAndrew. They're 2 chief wicket takers this season. They've taken 30 wickets between them. An opportunity in overcast conditions. Running away from us is Curry. He's in and bowls and edged to backward point. A sliding stop there by, who's that out there? Finn Hudson Prentice. So we come out for 1 over, one of the vagaries of cricket, and now we're going to go wandering off for lunch. I presume, or are we going to get more? No, we are.
No, that's it.
We are definitely coming off for lunch. So there we are, one without loss. Our Leicestershire at lunch, Mattel on one, Budginger yet to score. And I think Leicestershire will be slightly happier with Sussex than their morning's work, to be honest.
I think you're probably right. 73 overs left today, 96 tomorrow for Sussex to, well, from their point of view, desperately hoping to take 20 wickets. Leicestershire, well, the follow-on target is 271, no, 281, isn't it?
It is 281.
281.
Yes.
If they get past that, very hard to see the game ending in anything other than a draw. Is that more applause for Tom Alsop as he leads the Sussex players from the field after one over? I think it might have been, but a few smiles, slightly ironic there from the Sussex players. Right, enjoy your lunch. We will be back with you in around about 35 minutes time. I'm very much looking forward to my Saturday lunch in the Charles Palmer, the excellent Charles Palmer restaurant, and I'm sure Adrian is too.
I am indeed.
We'll be back with you before too long. Right, sir. I shall see you down there.
Yes,
Have you got to do that?
Yeah, I'm going to do an update. I'll probably do a 2 weeks update.
seems to you give us boss kicked a bit bouncy.
for any of that. Yeah, yeah. Unless you can get into that bit of the ground, there's no way you can get on the sun. The oval will be similar to it. So, realistically, just saying, I'm not going to walk that. I went to watch that day. Oh, yeah. We were actually on the... I was there on the set. Yeah, you were that far away. For the 2 hours we got. Ollie Stone wandered out like this. Oh my God. How much did he face? Did they all try? Did they try again? Yeah. Of course they have. Watching Jimmy go and get broad stout he's not doing bouncing it and then all the way
No worries. Is that so you can miss it a bit easier? Is it? Right.
We own it. Or is it just silent? He was in the previous T60. I really do want to talk to him about it. I'm sure he's up on he's often around for a bridge. Oh, do they? What, the one's just down the road?
Kettle's just boiled.
Afternoon, everybody. We're back. Afternoon session on this third day of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Sussex. Interesting morning's play. Saw Sussex progress from 319 for 4 to 430 all out. Leicestershire in reply just faced a single over before lunch. They are one without loss. Rishi Patel and Sol Budinger, the not out Leicestershire openers. First to the crease, first that is of the players. The Sussex side following them out, having had a little huddle on the outfield, and the two umpires still very well wrapped up. James Middlebrook, Hassan Adnan. It isn't quite as cold as it was yesterday or indeed this morning, but we were promised a certain amount of sun by now. Absolutely no sign of it. Still a thick blanket of grey cloud over the Uptonsteel county ground, which may suit the Sussex bowlers. The ball did a bit for the Leicestershire seamers this morning, and Sussex will be hoping it does just as much, if not more, for them. Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester is the voice you can hear. Adrian Harms of BBC Radio Sussex, my co-commentator during this game, of course. He's next door at the moment doing an update for said South Coast radio station. So Brad Curry, I beg your pardon, opened the bowling from, he's not going to open the bowling, it's going to be Ari Carvelis down the slope, and Rishi Patel backs away and takes his helmet off. Not quite sure why. And now reaching up to his eye, takes his gloves off as well. So perhaps an insect, something like that, got into his, what looks like his right eye. He's walking away to short leg now, and he's asking umpire James Middlebrook to come in and have a look. He seems to have a bit of an issue, actually. All of a sudden, he was ready to go. James Middlebrook comes across and peers solicitously into Rishi Patel's right eye. Sol Budinger's there at the moment as well. All of which is giving me time to enable me to tell you that 73 overs remain to be bowled today. I did lose 2 for the change of innings. A slight miscalculation, I would suggest, on the part of Sussex. Patel holds up a hand in apology to Aristides Carvelis. I don't think they roll their R's, the Greeks, so it should be just Carvelis, who is in and bowls, and Patel is forward looking to drive, steers it out to extra cover. Huge round of applause from the slips, of course. 4 of them in place, alongside wicketkeeper Ollie Carter. Tom Alsop at first, Steve Smith at second. Carvelis is in, Patel is driving again, and another tumbling athletic stop away to his left by Ali Orr, who's trying to cover extra cover and mid-off. James Coles is at 4th slip, and Tom Clark is at 3rd. James Coles sporting an optimistic sun hat. It is getting a bit lighter. In goes Carvelis and bowls a full toss. It is clipped towards mid-on, and Pujara scrambles across to his right. He did get a right hand to it as he dived and slowed it sufficiently for Henry Crocombe, running back from mid-wicket, to pick it up before it crosses the ropes in front of the hospitality marquee up there, and Patel picks up 3, actually, in the end. So he moves on to 4 from 4 balls faced, and brings Budinger, who faced 5 balls in the only over that was possible before lunch, on to strike. Adrian's back alongside, having done his update as well.
A bit different on a Saturday, isn't it? So,
It is indeed. Carvelis down the hill, bowls, good line and length. Forward went Budinger, pushing the delivery back out to Pujara at mid-off. No great pace as yet from Ari Carvelis.
no.
But I don't know how often he's bowled here, if at all.
I doubt he's ever played here. I wouldn't be certain of that, but
it might just take a little while to get used to the slight inclinations in the ground. Comes running in and bowls down the leg side, and Budden just steps inside and makes sure his bat is well out of the line of the ball.
Vince has been in touch. Hello, Vince. He says, absolutely glorious sitting in the garden listening to the cricket in the Hailsham sunshine over in East Sussex. Really strange decision to keep batting, though. Really baffled with how tight Division 2 could be. Well, we all agree with you, Vince. There's quite a lot of discussion around the table at lunch about that. People were generally quite surprised.
Carvelas is in, edged over second slip for 4. Went for the huge booming drive, and he got away with it. He got a thick edge, and it shot above second slip. Couldn't quite get there. Clark, hand up high above his head, and a fortunate boundary to start with for Sol Budinger. But this is how he will play. If he comes off, he could get Leicestershire off to a flyer. But, you know, every other innings or worse, he won't come off. So it remains to be seen how things go. But he's made a fortunate start. 8 without loss after 2 Leicestershire.
You're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio, Sussex and Leicester. Adrian Harms, Richard Ray. The skies are lightening here.
Beginning to break, isn't it?
And we're forecast a pleasant afternoon from about 3 o'clock onwards. In comes Brad Curry, bowls to Patel, who's forward, plays to mid-off. There is no run. If you'd like to get in touch with us, it'd be good to hear from you throughout the afternoon. Keep Richard and I company over the next 72 overs. SussexCricket@bbc.co.uk if you'd like to email us, or you can tweet at Fox's Crick, CRICK 2023. It's getting lighter by the second here, actually. As in comes Brad Curry, left arm over the wicket. His first appearance of the season. He's in and bowls, and forward comes Patel to a ball of good length. Plays it to mid-off, and there is no run.
I cogitated upon a theory during the luncheon for Adrian, and it's a very negative one from the Sussex point of view, and I may be wildly out, but I just got the impression that with what looked as though a little bit of turn for the leg spinner Rehan Ahmed at the end there, and the ball the pitch just might be an interesting one towards the end of tomorrow, that Sussex might have been a little bit nervous about sort of Leicestershire getting off to a flyer, getting 150 ahead, and finding themselves under a little bit of pressure on the... that's the only thing that I could think of why they might have batted on to try and get sort of 450 instead of 400 or something like that. So maybe wildly mistaken, but and it is a negative thought.
Curry in again, bowls to Patel, plays onto the onside. The reason for the delay was that Ollie Carter is now standing up to the stumps, so we're in the 3rd over. And Carter is standing up. The other thing that I'm having an irritating day, but Sussex have really lost points this season for a slow over rate. And again there, you know, I think you make these, I mean, maybe in fairness to Carter, he's thinking, well, I've made this decision halfway through the over. It means the player's got to run off, get the helmet, run back on, and Sussex I'll be keeping a close eye on the over rate, because they won't want to lose more points. In comes Curry, bowls again, so is forward. Good line of length from Curry, he's making the maximum play. He doesn't bowl with express pace, but he does a bit with the ball, he wobbles it around. And he's bowling a tidy enough line. Come on, Bradley, is the cry. So Sussex opening the bowling with 2 bowlers who haven't bowled so far this season in the Championship. So a big opportunity for the pair. 4 slips. Curry is on his way. Over the wicket bowls, and Patel eases that down to fine leg, picks up a comfortable single. He goes to 5, and Leicestershire to 9 without loss, which brings the left-handed Sol Budinger on to strike. The rest of the Sussex bowling attack will be comprised of Henry Crocombe, who I'm a little surprised he hasn't opened the bowling, Henry Crocombe, because I would say he's the quickest in the Sussex attack. Certainly quicker than either Curry or Carvelos.
Something to be said for him to be coming on then when the ball is sort of 8 or 10 overs old, and
Possibly.
it's at its best then when the lacquer's off, isn't it? Might do a bit more.
Comes Curry again, bowls, Budinger punches into the offside. He's going to pick up at least 1. Into the covers, fielded there by Hudson Prentice. That's the end of the 3rd over of the Leicestershire innings. So far, no alarms, 10 without loss Both Patel and Budinger have 5, and Brad Curry has bowled 2 overs and no wicket for 4. Earlier on today, if you're just joining us, Sussex making 430, Tom Alsop 182, his highest first-class score. VM Mulder, the pick of the Leicestershire bowlers, 5 for 63, and Chris Wright 2 for 88. Doesn't sound great, but he bowled 29 overs and beat the bat on numerous occasions.
Well, Budinger's on strike, so it should be entertaining as Carvelas is in. Bowls to him and he goes for the drive again, and again he's edged it in the air over backward point on this occasion. Might pick up 3. Yep, Rishi Patel sees that the man at backward point has a long way to run back. Finally does pick it up. Is it Hudson Prentice running back? There it is, and gets his throw away from the longest boundary. And Budinger picks up 3 more fortuitous runs. Well, his single wasn't fortuitous, but all other 7 runs have been a little bit lucky. But as I say, he is encouraged to go for his shots. It's a sort of deliberate thing. Whereas Patel will play much more correctly, so to speak, more like an opener. And he's got 2 centuries to his name already this season, and a 50 as well. He waits with bat raised as Carvelas is in, bowls outside off stump. Grunt of effort from him, but it's a little bit too wide, and Patel can lift his bat over the line of the ball. We have a fairly conventional schedule of updates on BBC Radio Leicester this afternoon, so you will shortly hear me break into an update every half hour until 4:30, and then that's it. So not too bad in that respect. Carvelas is in. Ooh, that's a bit closer, but another leave from Patel, and Carvelas started to put his hands up to his mouth there. Implication being that, ooh, that was a close one. And it was, but a good judgment by Patel. 13 without loss. Meet looks fairly full. Fair few in the popular seats alongside the meet. As Carvelas is in, and again it's outside off stump, and again Patel leaves. That was a little bit wider than the previous delivery, so safe enough. Is that James Kirkley down there having a word with Brad Curry?
Yes, it is. Yeah, James, the Sussex
bowling coach.
Yeah.
For Sussex and England, James Kirkley, of course.
Yeah.
In it goes Carvelas, drops a little bit shorter, and it's a straighter delivery. Up on his toes is Patel, blocking it out into the offside. Slightly wide of point, but he gets across quickly, and no chance of a quick single. Come on, boys, is the shout. It sounded like it was coming from third slip. Tom Clark clapping his hands there. Ollie Carter, as Martin and yourself have said, doing his best Seal impression. Carvelas is in, and he's driven for 4. It was over pitched and had to reach for it a bit, pushing it through to the band. Might just drag it back. No, it's crossed the ropes. Here comes the update. Hey up, says Jack. It's been a much better day for the Foxes than it was yesterday, having lost the entire first day to rain. Of course, they ended up bowling Sussex out for 430, took 6 wickets this morning, and Sussex added 119 to their overnight score. They've set about trying to reduce that. The batsmen are at the crease at the moment. They haven't lost a wicket in reply. Rishi Patel has just struck a lovely 4. He's gone to 9. Sol Budinger has 8. Leicestershire, in their first innings reply, are 17 without loss.
Comes Brad Curry running away from us. Bowls forward comes Budinger, plays into the offside. There is no run. Interesting game developing at Durham, where Matthew Potts again in the wickets, and with all these injuries around the England fast bowlers, Potts must be in the reckoning. He did very well last summer, but Yorkshire are 218 for 9. It means their lead over Durham is 245. 4 wickets for Matthew Potts. Yorkshire collapsing actually at one stage, 186 for 5. 218 for 9. Johnny Bairstow making 36. Here comes Curry. bowls. Ballinger is forward and punches it through the offside. He'll pick up a single. Hudson Prentice pursues the ball to the bound, but Ballinger goes through for a comfortable single. He goes to 9. And Leicestershire to 18 without loss. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Durham have started the season really well. Already one result almost down at Cardiff. But it is a result now. Glamorgan have beaten Worcestershire by 10 wickets. And Cardiff reaching their target of 82 without loss. With Byron making 81, David Lloyd 30. So that will have quite an impact on the table. Glamorgan coming to Hove next week. Curry again bowls. Patel defends into the offside. Keeper Carter up to the stumps. The other Division 2 game, the M1, where Derbyshire are 238 for 8 against Gloucestershire. Unless there's some innovative declarations, etc., that one looks to be heading for a draw. But with this division being so tight, I just can't see at this stage of the season too many games being set up. It's just too tight in Division 2. Curry away from us in a bowls, and Patel is beaten outside the off stump. Carter doesn't take the ball cleanly. He takes off his glove. Wrapped maybe on the end of the finger there, did Ollie Carter. Never easy standing up for the stumps, but this is the true test, isn't it? If you're gonna stand up there, you've got to take the ball nice and cleanly. It's drifting the ball away a little. Brad Curry, do you think?
There's a little bit of shape to that one, which is a hopeful sign after just 4.5 overs.
Some more emails have come on, which I'll read in a moment. As in comes Curry bowls, and Patel looks to click that one down to finally, rather high on the bat. But nonetheless, he picks up a single down to fine leg. Total goes to 19. It's a leg by actually. 19 without loss. Randy Baldwin's been in touch and says, do you guys know the commentary is way behind the pictures?
Just refresh it.
Yeah, we don't know.
Try refreshing it.
There have been 1 or 2 issues on the stream. Unfortunately, we don't have any control over the stream. The guys here I know are doing their very best. But thank you for letting us know.
But if you just press the refresh button, it nearly always sorts it out, the synchronisation business.
Dean says the same. As in comes Curry. Look at bowls, and Ballinger works that one a little unconvincingly down to fine leg. Nonetheless, he does so, and he moves into double figures. He goes to 10, and Leicestershire here are 20 without loss in reply to the Sussex total of 430, which Tom Alsop made 182. VM Mulder taking 5 for 63. And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC from BBC Radio Sussex and Leicester. Adrian Harms and Richard Ray. We've got a lot of cricket to be played here today. Another 69 overs to be bowled. But at the moment, so far so good for Leicestershire.
Whatever they end up getting, they will score runs probably at a faster rate than Surrey. They have a fairly sort of positive, but it can all go horribly wrong. It could be 150 in 35, as Budinger demonstrates there with a slashing drive through the offside, and it's going to run out to the extra cover boundary. Carvelis looks back, sees that Hudson Prentice had just about dragged it back, and umpires waiting for confirmation that he had so done. And again, Budinger picks up 3. He moves on to 13 off 14 balls, but again going for the wide one. He got plenty of it, and this time it wasn't aerial, but it was extravagant.
It was.
And he will keep doing that. Carvelas' shortish run is in, and bowls to Patel, just leans forward, plays with an angle back, gets it wide of the diving Clark at 4th slip, running back from point. The fielder picks up around about 10 yards inside the ropes. It's Henry Crocombe chasing back in his nice navy Sussex cap. Looks nice and new. Not many battered caps out there, as in sun drenched. Well, there hasn't been much sun to drench them in, is there, to make them fade. Jeepers. Not this season. Just the 3 slips now for Budinger. Short extra covers going in as Crocombe bowls to him, and it's in the air just past him. Exactly why he was placed there, and I thought it was going to go straight to him. The sun-hatted
James
Coles there, isn't it? And he dived across to his left. Looked like it was, well, it kind of would have been perfect because it was lobbed up rather. Didn't hit it hard, Budinger. Coles dived to his left, couldn't quite get there, so it very nearly came off. As it is, Budinger picks up another lucky couple of runs. He is living dangerously.
You said that it might be entertaining.
It's
Which is
absolutely
good.
will be. In goes Carvelis, bowls. Budinger looks for the slashing square drive, doesn't get anything on it, and he gets a very hard stare from Carvelis.
It does.
I bet Smith can't believe this, standing there at second slip at the moment. This isn't county cricket. It's Sol Budinger. Well, he's got to 15. But goodness me, I'm not quite sure how. Carvelis is in again. Budinger is forward. It swings back in a little bit, hence the oohs and the ahs. They thought it might be a leg before shout. In fact, he got his bat there just in time and pushed the delivery out to Pujara at mid-off. Pujara, a very calm presence.
There's a bit of kidology there. It was quite funny. Budinger pushed the ball to mid-off and made us to take a single just to wind Harry Carvelis up, I think. Carvelis was desperately impressed, to be honest.
Given some of the shots he's played, I think he's sufficiently wound up. In he goes and bowls. Budinger works it out off the back foot into the offside, along the ground for once, and Coles bounces to his right to field. End of an interesting over from every point of view. 26 without loss, Leicestershire after 6. Patel has 10 off 18, and Budinger, he of the flashing sword, but not always accurate, is 15 off 18.
Tom Alsop's having a natter to Cheteshwar Pujara there. Tom Alsop's at first slip. Pujara at mid-on for the right-handed Rishi Patel. Tom Alsop will be captaining Sussex when Pujara goes off to the World Test Championship final in early June. That's the game against Worcestershire, where Tom Alsop will skipper the side. As in comes Brad Curry bowls. Patel drives backward a point. That's going to go away for at least 3 runs. Hudson Prentice is very speedy in the field. And he just gets to the ball inside the rope, but not before Patel comes back for a 3rd run. He goes to 13. Leicestershire to 29 without loss.
I hope Hudson Prentice didn't have a big lunch, because he's had 3 long sprints
He has.
already. He's got his hands on his hips at the moment.
He's I think he's just about the fittest guy in the Sussex side. He's very quick across the ground. Hudson Prentice, and he made a single today. We'll be expecting to bowl fairly shortly, I would think. As in comes Curry again. Bowls, and Budinger eases that down to. No real alarm so far for these two, apart from the Budinger shot that was of his own making really, when he lofted the ball into the offside and just eluded the clutches of James Coles. 30 without loss. We're only in the 7th over. So they are rattling along. 4 and over. Carter standing up to the stumps. Come on, Bradley, or Bradders, whatever they're calling him. Runs away from us. Bowls and clipped away by Patel, and that's 4 runs. Over-pitched, leg stump half volley. Thank you very much. Rishi Patel clips that away for 4. He goes to 17. And Leicestershire to 34 without loss. That was meat and drink, really, to a player of Patel's quality. Probably the cries of the Sussex fielders, and that loud clapping you can hear. Banging you can hear is the sound of Ollie Carter's gloves banging together. Curry in again. So drives, that's going to be 4 more. It's like overcorrection. Off stump half volley, belted away through mid-off for 4 runs, or more like extra cover. 2 crunching 4s. Patel goes to 21. Well, Richard did say he didn't think Leicestershire would hang around here, and they're not. 38 without loss.
Patel has been in super form this season. He really has. He's one of the top scorers in the division. 383 runs coming into this innings, so past 400 runs for the season now. He's averaging 63.8.
Very good.
With 2 centuries to his name in and a half century in 7 innings.
Change in the field, which I'll give to you in a minute, as in comes Curry and bowls. And Patel is for. There's a better delivery placed to mid-on. There is no run. So already Sussex are down to 3 slips. Now 3 men saving on the offside. Hudson Prentice at point. James Coles at cover. Alior at mid-off. And Bujara, skipper at mid-on. Henry Crocombe at mid-wicket. Harry Carvalhos all the way down at fine leg. The slip cordon is Alsop, Smith and Clark. Curry bowls again, and Lateli's forward defensively. Plays the ball out into the offside. The end of Brad Curry's over. He's bowled 4 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 17. And Leicestershire have made a good start to their innings here. 38 without loss. Rishi Patel on 21, Sol Budinger on 16. That in reply to the Sussex total of 430. VM Mulder 5 for 63. Tom Alsop 182. Leicestershire have certainly come out here with intent as they start this reply on what looks a good deck to bat on. Although I did think that Leicestershire bowled very well and seemed to get a bit out of it this morning.
Carvalhos down the slight slope. Bowl to Budinger, who's reaching for it a little bit, but nowhere near the pitch of it. He got forward and managed to sort of work it out towards mid-off. Pujara moved to his left to field. He must have some extra padding in those gloves, Ollie Carter.
Yeah.
Shaking the foundation of the houses with the around us with that clapping. In goes Carvalhos. Bowls, goes past the outside edge. First one that really moves a little bit for Aristides Carvalhos. Well bowled. He wasn't trying to hit it hard or anything. Budinger, it was a genuine attempt at a forward defensive, and he was genuinely beaten. Slips go down. Carvalhos is in, driving in the air, and a good diving stop. Saves 4 runs. Cheteshwar Pujara at mid-off. Getting forward, driving, nowhere near the pitch of the ball. Hits it in the air for 15, 20 feet, well up towards the other end of the pitch. And fortunately for Budinger, Pujara's well back. Yeah, he does what he has to do, doesn't he? He does what he has to do. He got across there, and he had a fair old distance to make up, and he made it up. Carvalhos is in. Budinger is inside, edging onto his back pad, bouncing out towards third slip. Thought that was going to go onto the stump. So did Ollie Carter. It was wide-ish. He went for it with a sort of square drive, trying to dab it perhaps down through the gully, the vacant gully. Very nearly went onto his stumps, went onto his back pad instead. I don't know who's laughing out there, whether it's the Sussex players or the or somebody in the crowd down below us. As Carvalhos is in, Budinger's forward, thick outside edge. Patel's interested in a single briefly as Dan Ibrahim, who's on the pitch, closes on the ball at point.
My updates for some unknown region, Richard, are just after 20 past, so I'll disappear after this over.
Which has just one delivery left in it. Carvalhos is in and bowls, goes for the end, he's caught. Well, this time he has not got away with it. He went for a firm push outside off stump, again getting nowhere near the pitch of the ball. Took the outside edge, and a smart, neat catch. Between sort of third and fourth slip he was standing in the end, wasn't he? And two-handed to his right, the catch is taken.
Yeah, good catch. He's a very good slip fielder, is Tom Clark. That innings was going to go one or two ways. He was either going to get out or he was going to score a lot of runs very quickly.
Yeah, that tends to be the way. And of late, it's been, I'm afraid, the former, and it has been again. Neat catch by Clark.
Yeah, it was.
Two-handed to his right.
So rather dense would have been a good opening for Leicestershire. And first wicket of the season for Harry Carvalhos, and I'm going to have to go momentarily, Richard.
Well, you have some good news for the good folk of listening on the south coast or to BBC Radio Sussex and just getting the updates. missing out on the ball-to-ball drama. Again, Budinger had a little look, 16 off 25. He'll be very disappointed. To the crease in his place comes Lewis Hill, hoping to bring a little bit of order to proceedings. Leicestershire's captain. He too has been in pretty good nick this year. One big century, 162 not out, and 3 half centuries. 370 runs at an average of 61.66. Will not throw the bat. Hope to be positive, but can't be much fun batting at number 3 for Leicestershire with Budinger opening. You have to be ready every ball. Now, interestingly, James Coles has gone in at pretty much silly mid-off, frankly, as Brad Curry is in to Rishi Patel, bowls on to leg stump and calmly leaning forward. Patel turns it out towards mid-wicket. Moving across the field is Crocombe. There's no run. Just looking behind me to see if the sky is beginning to break a bit. Some of the cloud is a bit lighter, but it certainly is not the sun and cloud we've been promised. It's still cloud. Curry is in, bowls carefully, walking forward into his defensive push is Patel. Back past Curry goes the ball out towards Pujara at mid-on. Still standing up, Ollie Carter. 3 slips behind him as Curry is in. Again, leg stump, so he can work that one, Patel, and does past Crocombe, who goes sprinting back from straightish mid-wicket towards halfway back between square leg and the boundary. Just the single though, because it's a short boundary on that side and didn't take Crocombe long to get there. Crocombe goes in much closer now for the new man, Lewis Hill. Short-sleeved shirt favoured by the Leicestershire skipper. Slips rub their hands together in hopeful anticipation. Standing very close as in goes Curry, bowls, foolish. Hill leaning forward, works it out to Pujara at mid-on. Lots of encouraging shouts of Brad. I can see Hudson Prentice just beginning to warm up. This Curry's 5th over, although one of them, of course, was the over before lunch. In he goes and bowls. Hill is forward on off stump this time. He's got a peculiar shout of no, or peculiar, a very individual and distinctive shout of no, Lewis Hill. He sort of bellows it, but it's quite a sort of high-pitched bellow, and you'll get used to it if he's out there any length of time. Waits, tapping his bat, raises it now as Curry is in and bowls, goes past the outside edge, not taken cleanly by Carter, bounces up into the air off his glove and down into the ground, but it wasn't a chance. But good over from Brad Curry, 5 overs, none for 18 for him. Probably quite relieved in a way to see the back of Budinger, because we are back to kind of normal county cricket now, normal championship cricket. Leicestershire. First target to save the follow-on. 281 their target in that respect. So 4 slips now for Carvelas, bowling to Rishi Patel on 22. Carvelas is in. Thick inside edge from Patel that's going to run down to Brad Curry at long leg. jogs his single, moves on to 23-40 for 1. Brings Hill down to face Harry Carvelas for the first time. One for 21 from 4.1 overs. That the sound of Carter. It's not a sort of clapping, I don't think. Serves two purposes, but it seems to be almost about sort of getting his hands warm. As in goes Carvelas and bowls, left, not taken cleanly by Carter, left by Hill. And I don't mean to sort of get his hands warm because it's cold out there. He's got inners as well as his thick gloves on, so his hands will be fine, but just to sort of get the blood pumping perhaps in the hands. Still proudly sporting the mullet, Ollie Carter. Carvelas is in and bowls. Hill is solidly forward on off stump, pushing the ball back up the pitch to the South Africa-born Greek passport holder, Harry Carvelas. Alsop, Smith, Clark and Coles. The slips. Backward point, shortish mid-wicket as Carvelas is in, leaves a little bit short outside off stump and rather loops through to Carter behind the stumps. Hudson Prentice, it was he clapping his hands, you might have heard there, but he's ceased warming up, so whether it was just a hopeful warm-up rather than something he's been told remains to be seen, but I would imagine he might be next up as Carvelas is in, bowls. Hill is forward and he's going to get off the mark as he just pushes the delivery between Henry Crocombe at that backward point position and Ali Orr running across from extra cover, and Hill is up and running, 41 for 1. Carvelas looks at the ball after it's thrown to him by Cheteshwar Pujara, then he points and says to James Coles, can you go in close at that almost silly mid-off, but it is silly mid-off really. They're convinced that Patel might drive in the air, so he's gone from third slip to silly mid-off, about halfway back. In goes Carvelas, bowls, and forward goes Patel. Not a big stride, he's quite a tall man, just drops it down, not quite at his feet, a few feet further. Coles steps forward to pick up, and it's the end of Carvelas's fifth over. 1 for 22, his figures. Leicestershire 41 for 1. And as Adrian comes back, everything has sort of settled down with Buddinger's departure, and it looks fairly normal out there now, doesn't it? Have a normal period of first-class cricket.
Yes, it does. Harry Carvelas will be very pleased to have picked up his first wicket of the season. A smart catch, as Richard was describing, taken by Tom Clark. Going to be Brad Curry is going to carry on running in from this. The Fillion in comes in and bowls to Hill, who is forward, plays it defensively away in the offside. There is no run fielded by Ali Orr. 4 slips in place, backward point. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, very vocal in the field. The Sussex field has come on Brad. You can probably hear the encouragement for Brad Curry, who was away from us. This sort of stooping approach to the wicket. He's in and bowls, and forward comes Hill, punches to mid-off again. It's Orr who fields, and there is no run. 24 years of age, Brad Curry. As the encouragement continues. Made his debut at Lord's last year when he picked up 6 wickets against Middlesex. That game probably famous for the, well, not famous for, but it was during that extremely hot weather that we had last summer when Middlesex won the toss and everyone thought they'd bat. And they decided to field. That was very odd. In comes Curry, bowls, clipped away, lovely shot, 4 runs. Over pitching Brad Curry, and beautifully clipped away by Lewis Hill through square leg for 4 runs. He goes to 5 and Leicestershire to 45 for 1. Just to reiterate our contact details if you'd like to get in touch during the afternoon. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. You can tweet us at Foxes Crick, CRICK 2023. Ray, thanks for getting in touch. I know there is a bit of a delay between the pictures and the commentary. In comes Curry Bowls, taken by Carter outside the off stump, who's standing up to the stumps. And there is no run.
I will mention it to the guys running the stream. Some people have tried refreshing it.
In comes Curry running away from us. He's in on bowls and taken outside the off stump by Ollie Carter. Oh, it is the end of the over. 49 for 1. Patel on 23. Hill is on 9. We have had 11 overs of this Leicestershire reply, and the sun is doing its very, very best to break through this low cloud.
It is warmer.
Yeah,
it is warmer.
It is warmer. It is warmer. The weather forecast I saw last night was suggesting round about 3 o'clock. They've got half an hour, but I was listening to a colleague of mine down in the Surrey area, and I think sun was forecast there as well today, but it's certainly taking its time to break through the cloud.
Carvelis continues from the Bennett end, bowls to Patel with that silly-ish mid-off. Patel is just leaning forward, carefully pushing it to said silly-ish mid-off, who's James Coles. Finn Hudson-Prentice doing some interesting warming-up exercises at mid-wicket at the moment, stretching his back a little bit. It was a bit of a downward dog he did there. But, he's up on his feet now because Carvelis is coming in and bowling to Patel, who's clipping in the air extravagantly and straight over Pujara to the long on boundary for 4. Just occasionally he does this, but goodness me, he's good off his legs, and when he does it, I don't think I've seen him miss it. He went to his 100, his maiden first class 100 at Headingley in the first match of the season. He did that to go to it, and it went high into the Western Terrace for 6, so a memorable way to go to your first class century, and that was a memorable shot then. Carvelis is in to him, bowls outside off stump, and Patel leaning forward, lets it go through underneath his bat. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. Coming. They have lost their first wicket, I'm afraid, that of the opener, Sol Budinger, a man who goes for his shots under any circumstances. Got away with a few, it has to be said, before finally edging the bowling of Ari Carvelis to third slip, where James Clark took a smart two-handed catch to his right. Budinger gone for 16.38 for 1 at that stage. Rishi Patel, though, and Lewis Hill, two men very much in form. They're at the wicket at the moment. Patel has 27 off just 32 balls. Hill, Leicestershire's captain, has 9 off 13. The Foxes past 50. They're 53 for 1. Carvelis is in. Patel's hitting in the air, and he didn't get all of that, but he did just about get enough of it to get it over Ali Orr at extra cover. Orr runs back towards the electronic scoreboard, and Patel, well, that was a little bit dangerous from his point of view. Might have been a bit, he's indicating with his right hand that there was some swing there, movement, but he went through with the shot anyway, and he nearly paid he nearly paid the ultimate price. He nearly lost his wicket. Picked up 2, moves on to 29. Carvelis is in, bowls to him, drops it short, gets up on his toes outside off stump, steers it into the offside, but Henry Crocombe moves to his right at backward point to field. End of the over. Carvelis gets a pat on the back from Cheteshwar Pujara, and I think he made a signal to Crocombe, may be wrong, but that might be it for Carvelis for now. 6 overs, 1 for 28. His spell, 55 for 1 the score.
Yeah, he did a bit of a chance there, didn't he? But he's certainly playing in an attacking mode. 29 is 34 deliveries. And it is going to be Finn Hudson-Prentice, who Richard spotted was going through his various sort of warm-up exercises. Sort of Pilates and the rest of it. I went to the, there's a gym at the hotel I'm staying at, Richard. Never ceases to amaze me. Some of the guys, I just go in there, do a few stretches and hopped on the bike for 10 minutes. Some of the guys in there pumping the iron, you know, grunting and groaning, oh crumbs, lifting extraordinary amounts of weights. Looks far too much effort for me. In comes Hudson Prentice, bowls clipped away down to fine leg by Lewis Hill, who picks up his 10th run. Very comfortable single. He goes to double figures and Leicestershire to 56 for 1. Some of the machines look frightening to me.
Yes.
Great weights on them. And anyway.
It is good for you up to a point, isn't it? They say as you start to get on to resistance work and lifting, but they do lift some frightening ones, don't they?
Yeah, Hudson Prentice has hurt himself here, you know. Well, he's limping quite badly.
He has got a bit of an injury record, hasn't he?
He's running away from us. Let's see what happens here. He's in and bowls. Well, he didn't bowl at full tilt there, and he's hobbling.
He's limping a bit as he goes through.
He is.
Whether it's just a bit of cramp or something that will work off.
I don't know whether he turned his ankle or something, but he definitely didn't run in there at full steam. So hope he's going to be okay.
He's limping now. He's favouring his left leg a bit, I think.
See how hard he runs in here. This is a bit more like it. He's in and bowls and clipped away. No, he's not. He's hurt. He's hurt his ankle. It's clipped away onto the onside. The throw comes in from Pujara. It misses the stumps. Hudson Prentice, and he's not happy. I think he hurt his ankle when he landed on that. Yeah, I think so. And he's not happy. He's not bowling at anything like.
He might. Sometimes you can do that when you bowl. He might just have jarred it and just might need to work it out again. But fingers crossed he's all right. But because it would be a bad. You don't want to lose one of your backup seamers very first over.
Comes Hudson Prentice, bowls. That was a better delivery. Still hobbling slightly, not quite as much on this occasion. But Sussex can ill afford to lose another seamer here. No Robinson and no Nathan McAndrew. That's by Sussex. Well, certainly only Robinson, England. Deciding Robinson can't play, and Nathan McAndrew can't play because of the fact that Sussex already have 2 overseas playing. So it wouldn't want to be another seamer down. There's not many options. No Tom Haynes playing, and Tom Clark has got an injured ankle. Hudson Prentice is in, bowls, and Patel just eases this one back, kind of square on the offside. Smart bit of fielding by James Coles. Backward point. I fancy James Coles to get 100 today. He batted so well yesterday, but he
didn't quite get going this morning,
didn't.
Did
No,
he?
you're absolutely right. He didn't get going. And then he sort of holed out to mid-on, just as the chase was on for the batting bonus points. Nonetheless, it was a very promising innings from the 19-year-old. He's fielding at backward point, as Richard was saying, in his sun hat, which is pretty optimistic, to be fair. Hudson Prentice in again, bowls and leans forward to Patel to backward point. I think about a single, isn't there? Good bit of fielding in there. Oh, I think that was Tom Clark. Indeed he was. End of Hudson Prentice is over. Tidy enough, considering he seemed to have hurt his ankle. Ollie Carter's just coming and saying, "You're right, Finn." I'm not sure he is, to be honest. He's coming down towards...
Just watching him in case he comes off.
Well, he's definitely limping.
He's just jogging down to long leg, isn't he, here? So he's...
See if John... in fact, James Kirtley, he's just coming out to have a word to Hudson Prentice. I can't see John Morelli, the physio, making his way down. Hudson Prentice...
Double change. It is going to be the brisk, tall, young seamer Henry Crocombe, who impressed here last year, I seem to recall. He's all arms and legs, Crocombe, in my memory.
Yes.
Bit of a... Everything goes everywhere, but the ball is delivered at a lively lick, and he usually gets a bit of movement as well. So this could be fun. He's going to come down the slope. Messrs Pujara and Coles swap positions. Oh no, it's not Coles at mid-on. We've got 2 sun hats out there now, these Sussex boys. As Crocombe comes in and bowls outside off stump to Hill, who stretches forward and leaves it.
He's noticeably quicker, isn't he, Crocombe? Just that delivery made me think he's a yard quicker.
It's Ari Carvelas who, like Coles, is sporting a sun hat. He's at mid-on, Coles at mid-wicket. Hudson Prentice smiling out there, so I think he just jarred his ankle with his first delivery as he came through the crease. In goes Crocombe, bowls outside off stump, left by Hill. So hopefully he's all right. Did seem to ease a bit towards the end of the over, and Kirtley leaves the conversation, heads back towards the pavilion. Crocombe smiling. Not Crocombe, I beg your pardon, Hudson Prentice smiling. Sporting what, if you're ungenerous, you'd call a man bun.
Yeah, he's got
Finn
long,
Hudson
he has
Prentice.
got long hair, that's Finn.
If you're generous, you'd say ponytail. In goes Crocombe, bowls, gets a straight one. Hill is forward, no. He bellows as he drops it down at his feet, leaning forward. Into double figures, Lewis Hill, 10 of 17. No need to ask what that noise was. The sound of Carter's gloves whacking together. It's more than clapping, isn't it? It's beating together. Friends of Grace Road are up and running. I can see their hot drakes. In goes Crocombe, bowls outside off stump. Hill leaves. Hot drinks and cakes sign. The doors open for business. We've sampled the Sussex apple cake and the lemon and mint cake so far. There are plenty of others. I saw a lovely looking Victoria sponge cake and all sorts of sort of flapjacks and millionaire's shortbread. But get there while you can, because they won't be open tomorrow.
Oh.
Crocombe is in and bowls thick inside edge, and Hill for a second isn't sure where that's gone. It's dribbling out towards short leg, and another sun hat is out there. No, it is just Coles. It is Coles, beg your pardon. No, it's Curry. Curry's got a sun hat too. What's going on? They're proliferating.
Yeah, the sun is on its way.
The Sussex, and they should know.
Yeah, they're out there. They can see better than we can, probably.
Crocombe is in. Hill goes for the drive and misses it. He was drawn into it, and fortunate not to edge a catch through to wicketkeeper Carter there. So good opening over, a maiden from Crocombe. Didn't make Hill play every ball, but he certainly induced the play and miss there. 58 for 1 remains the score. No, they don't open on day 4.
Right.
Normally it's just the first 3 days, because I suppose the danger is they're left with lots of cakes otherwise.
Well, it's just going to be Finn Hudson Prentice is going to carry on, so she was right. I think that maybe he just jarred his ankle in that first ball that he bowled. It looks to be moving a lot better now, and the physio didn't need to administer any sort of running repairs, which will be a relief to Sussex, as Hudson Prentice is on his way from the pavilion end. Bowls wide of the off stump, swinging away further, and Patel lets this one go. Inside the off stump taken by Carter, and there is no run. There are 3 slips. Backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg.
No sign of a limp now, happily.
No, it looks okay. So this is the 4th Sussex seamer. We've sent them all now. Carvelas, Curry, Crocombe and Hudson Prentice. The other option in terms of bowling is some spin from James Coles. Hudson Prentice in and bowls. Patel is forward. No, actually, he played onto the onside. There was a howl from Carter, who again banged his glove together with gusto.
Tell you what, Northants, 22 for 4.
Wow, I could finish today.
So that, yeah, they're still trailing by 75 runs against Nottinghamshire. Durham going very nicely, needing another 207 runs, a 39 without loss.
Prentice bowls. Patel, he's a good player to me, Rishi Patel. Plays very straight, tall man. Punches them all to mid-off. There is no run. He remains on 31, 58 for 1 are Leicestershire. And reply to Sussex 430. Prentice in bowls. Forward comes Patel. On the walk, plays to mid-on. Not quite sure for the howl, probably because the ball was pitching would have hit the stumps, but Patel was drawn forward and played the ball to mid-on, fielded by Pujara. Carter Smith and Allsop in conversation in the slip cordon. In fact, Tom Clark has now gone to more of a gully than third slip, so 2 slips and a gully I think is probably the correct field placing, as Hudson Prentice is on his way again. Bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery. That is a good delivery, and he beats Patel outside the off stump. Bit of extra nip and lift there from Finn Hudson Prentice. Richard was saying the objective for Leicestershire here, once they get to 281, they would have avoided any follow-on problems. And indeed, if Sussex are going to win this game, you would feel that's the only route. Hudson Prentice runs away from us. In bowls. Well, Patel was looking to play that away into the offside, but he then sort of dribbled, and for a moment I thought it was going to roll back towards the stumps. But a decent over by Hudson Prentice. 2 overs for 3. Leicestershire 58 for 1. Patel on 31. Hill is on 10. Live cricket here on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Leicester. Adrian Harms and Richard Ray. Jack Carson goes wandering around the outfield. Not sure who he's walking around with over there, but he's got shorts on. Whoever he's with has got a bobble hat and long trousers on and looks frozen. We're still awaiting the arrival of the sun.
Lewis Hill awaits the arrival of Henry Crocombe, who is in and bowls, and he clips him away off his toes out towards the mid-wicket boundary. It is going to go all the way, and does. Just over-pitched, got his direction a bit wrong there. Crocombe, and Hill took full advantage. Moves on to 14. 62 for 1 is the score. Could get interesting if Leicestershire were to get out for 320, 330. Would Sussex be inclined then to sort of go out for a quick run, set up a game? The danger there is, of course, that you lose. Yeah. In goes Crocombe and bowls. Hill again gets a foolish delivery. This time, though, it's on middle and off, and he rather jams it out. He was getting in a position to try and drive, but ended up rather jamming it out off the bottom of the bat too. Cheteshwar Pujara at mid-off.
Ben Silk has been in touch. Hello, Ben. He says, hello, Adrian and team. I'll read his email in a moment. Yeah, it's only me and Richard, but we are a team.
I'm team. Crocombe is in. Hill is driving. Just again, didn't get all of it. Got more of it, though, this time. Slightly wide of Pujara, who moves across to his left of field. Hill takes 1.
He says there's plenty of sun down here in Rottingdean. Rottingdean is to the east of Brighton, where I'm tending to my allotment just by the windmill. Haven't bought a sun hat with me, though. Oh, that was a mistake, Ben. Looking forward to hearing plenty more wickets fall, though that sounds like it could be a struggle. I rather think so. These two are batting very confidently.
Crocombe is in and bowls. Forward goes Patel. Cautiously, tentatively almost, just angled bat, runs out towards backward point.
A mate of mine has got an allotment, and if ever he goes away in the summer, he always says, oh, go and help yourself, particularly in August time, to any of the vegetables that are there. But it's quite a lot of work having an allotment, you know.
Yes, no, we've had them in the past.
Have you?
Do you not get other allotment holders accusing you of, who are you?
If you rock up, yeah.
Crocombe is in to Patel, bowls too wide on that occasion. Patel not tempted.
I mean, most allotment holders do seem to have a shed, don't they? Maybe with a kettle or something in. I don't know whether Ben does, or whether it's. I'm sure all allotment holders work very hard, but I wonder if it's also somewhere to go just to get a bit of peace and quiet for a couple of hours. Would that be fair? I don't know.
Possibly not fair, but
true.
These days, a valuable resource.
No, they are. I think they're,
given the cost of veg and fruit.
Yeah.
Crocombe is in and bowls, and Patel is driving. He's got that one through, but I don't think it's going to go to the boundary. Coles goes scampering back, picks up a yard inside the ropes, gets his throw away. Patel has to settle for 2. Malk, thank you, points out that he understands from speaking to the Friends of Grace Road that Cakes may underline may, be available tomorrow as well, just to make up for the complete loss of day one, provided the FFGR have volunteers. So it's possible to be tomorrow, but if you want to be sure, of your cake, get down there today. If we get a chance to get down there, I will ask and get the definitive word, perhaps.
Well, they've been excellent. The lemon drizzle yesterday was absolutely perfection. It really was. Hudson Prentice runs away from us, comes into bowl to to Lewis Hill. I'm sorry, lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Carter. No run. Yeah, so with my mates a lot, but it just seemed to me that everything is ready at the same time. So all of a sudden you get to August and you've got your runner beans are ready, and your peas are ready, and there's sort of too much really. And even when he's at home, he'll suddenly come around and say, "Well, I've got all this. You know, do you want?" And say, "Well, I've had enough runner beans, really." So there must be an art, I think, Ben, to getting your vegetables ready so they don't come in a glut all at once. Hudson Prentice in bowls, played to the onside. There is no run, but you're quite right, Richard. I mean, it's a great way of saving money, because the cost of potatoes and things and everything in the shops is creeping up and up, depressingly. We won't get political, but I don't think that's going to end any time soon either. From what they're reading in the press.
Good line and length this from Hudson
It
Prentice.
is. Oh, he has bowled a good line. 3 slips go down. He's on his way again. Bowls and let go by here. He's just bowling a good leg just outside of off stump. There was a word I was going to use and I can't think of the word now, so I won't. But he's plugging away. That's what I was going to say. He's just plugging away. But he does bowl at a decent lick, does Hudson Prentice. I would say that both he and Crocombe are quicker than Covelos and Curry. Of course, that's just with the naked eye. If we had a speed gun, of course, we would know. But he's running in from the pavilion end. He's in bowls and played through the slip cord past Tom Clark in the gully. It's racing down towards the boundary. James Coles is in hot pursuit down towards the marquee at the far end of the ground, which I think hosts a bit of corporate entertaining. Not today, by the looks of it. And Lewis Hill picks up a boundary. He goes to 19 and Leicestershire to 69 for 1. The skies are a little lighter, but still haven't actually seen the lesser spotted sun here in Leicester this week. Well, we saw a bit actually on the first day when we were called off about 4:30. We've got lovely blue skies, but yesterday was a really grey, cold day. It's not quite as cold today.
No, my toes aren't quite as cold.
Well, I've been here before.
Absolutely guaranteed.
Yeah, but I've been here before. Just break off as in comes Hudson Prentice running away from us. He's in and bowls, driven. He was looking to drive that through the offside and mistimed, play to mid-wicket, footed there by Carvelos. There's sometimes a bit of singing going on from the seats over on the... does that not happen
Yes,
anymore?
no, it does, but it's very generous of you to call it singing. From the
Chanting?
Stench Benho stand over there. Yeah, chanting is, yes, but even that implies a tunefulness that
Right.
Stench is,
Okay.
yeah.
I haven't heard any during
Raucous
this match.
cries rather lack.
Yeah. Hudson Prentice in again, bowled short and looking to cut that away was Lewis Hill, but he didn't time it at all. Plays it to the offside, fielded by Alior. There is no run. 69 for 1 are Leicestershire with Rishi Patel on 33, an elegant 33 with some lovely drives. Lewis Hill is on 19. We have had 17 overs of this Leicestershire reply, so they're rattling on at about 4 and over. 57 overs left to be bowled today. The only wicket to go down there to Sol Bollinger, who left a rather charmed life. He was eventually caught by Tom Clark at third slip off the bowling of Ari Carvelos for 16. That's when the score was 38. So these two have added 31 for the second wicket.
Crocombe, already ready to go. Down the slope he bowls, and outside off stump he bowls, and Rishi Patel lets it go through. Hello, Richard. Richard Jones. He says it's great weather here in Rochester, Rochester, Staffordshire. Rochester. I am enjoying the live stream now that commentary and pictures are together. From Richard, a Leicestershire exile in Staffordshire. Leicestershire had Richard Jones, the former Warwickshire bowler for a couple of years. In goes Crocombe and bowls outside off stump. I don't think it's that Richard Jones. I'm certain it's not. And Patel lets it go through again. Who's with that? It's Carvelas windmilling his arms, but I don't think he'll be back on before too long, so probably just easing a little bit of stiffness.
Oh, here comes the sun.
Ah.
Wow.
Ah.
They said 3 o'clock. It's 5:02.
Crocombe is in, driving in the air, just short of backward point again. A few hands on heads out there. This is good nagging line from Crocombe and indeed from Hudson Prentice, and they've settled into a frustrating, from a batsman's point of view, line that often encourages a mistake, often leads to a mistake. Patel on 33, he's in, he'll be determined not to give it away. Crocombe bowls to him, he's driving again, but a good diving stop across to his right by Ali Orr in the covers, make sure that no runs can be taken. Yep, not exactly cracking the flags, but it is much lighter, much more pleasant, and the shadows the players are casting are not from the floodlights, which haven't been on all day. Oh, this is much better. Crocombe is in, bowl straight. Patel drops it out into the leg side. Hill has to hesitate momentarily because Crocombe was running across him to try and field it at mid-wicket, but he knew there was plenty of time. Crocombe had a lot of ground to make up, so he just politely stepped aside, then continued on his way. Crocombe did in the end field, but a comfortable single is taken. I might even have to reach for my sunglasses.
Yes, this is unheard of, isn't it? Just keeping up to date with the game in the northeast between Durham and Yorkshire. Durham 47 for 1, needing 199 more to beat Yorkshire.
Crocombe in to Hill, who goes for a wide drive, almost gave it away, and well, he's got to be patient, Leicestershire's captain here. They're trying to be positive, but it's a frustrating line from the Sussex bowlers, and it's bringing mistakes, possible errors, and lucky to get away with that one, Hill. He remains on 19, 70 for 1.
Yeah, he didn't need to do that, did he? There's not a huge amount of help in this track for the seamers, although, you know, certainly under the cloud cover this morning, certainly Chris Wright looked, you know, pretty dangerous throughout, but now with this cloud breaking up, we can see some pale blue sky as well. In comes Hudson Prentice running away from us. He's in and bowls, and forward comes Patel, who plays a model forward defensive shot with bat and pad close together. Out into the covers where Alistair Orr fields. 3 slips are in place, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg all the way down in the distance. Leicestershire 70 for 1. Their first objective will be to 280, get to 281 and avoid any follow-on possibilities. So Hudson Prentice is in, bowls, and forward comes Patel. Hudson Prentice, who's bowled very tidily here, fields of his own bowling, and again there is no run. He's in his 4th over. He's bowled 1 maiden, figures of 0 for 7. Hopefully the good weather down in Sussex and the improving weather here in Leicester means that there's plenty of club cricket going on today. If you're watching a club match or involved with a club, or it's your first game of the season, because I think last week was pretty much a washout everywhere, then let us know. We'll give you a shout out as in comes Hudson Prentice, bowls and clipped away by Patel, straight just to mid-wicket, footed by Carvelos. And there is no run. He's quite an elegant player, isn't he, Rishi Patel? I like watching him.
Paul Nixon has been convinced from the start, when others raised their eyebrows when he said it, but that he says as an international player in Patel, if he wants it badly enough.
He just looks very elegant at the crease.
He does.
Hudson Prentice bowls to him. Oh, he's beaten as he caught behind one. I'm rather sorry that we've talked him out. Hudson Prentice picks up the wicket. He's bowled that good line, hasn't he? Nagging away outside of Patel's off stump, and he gets a little nick through, and Ollie Carter does the rest. And Sussex have picked up another wicket. And Leicestershire are 70 for 2, and we don't believe in the commentator's curse, but Rishi Patel is on his way back for 34.
and a proper wicket, if that makes sense. Not Budinger carving away. It was a proper bouncing out swinger. Patel playing defensively on off stump, and the ball did enough just to find the outside edge. So beautifully bowled by Finn Hudson-Prentice. And Rishi Patel goes, having once again gotten in. He'll be very, well, he is, he's dragging himself from the crease. Got in, and unfortunately wasn't able on this occasion to go on. His 34 came off 58 deliveries, 70 for 2. Leicestershire still a long way behind. 360 runs adrift. Colin Ackerman, who started the season in superb form, but last couple of matches hasn't looked in quite such good form. Still averaging close to 50, 46.5 for the season, 326 runs, 1 century, 2 50s, which were both scored in the opening game of the season. They were both sort of 70s, as I recall, at Headingley, big 50s. But he looked to be searching a bit in the last couple of games, so Leicestershire will be hoping he can quickly regain the touch he showed early on, but a little bit of an opening in the door, perhaps, for Sussex seamers.
Well, we were saying at the start of the over, he's got a good line here, and nagging away is Hudson-Prentice. Now 4 slips are in place. Hudson-Prentice races away from us, comes in bowls to Ackerman, who's fought a ball of good length, punches that to mid-off for us by Brad Curry, and there is no run. We were discussing at lunchtime, it's a long Sussex, a long Leicestershire batting lineup here, isn't it? I mean, pretty much all the way down there. There's much work to be done, but all Sussex can do is to plug away here. We were very surprised that Sussex decided to bat on behind their 110 overs, as we thought conditions were particularly favourable for bowling this morning. Hudson-Prentice in bowls. Oh, that's out! That's out. LBW, he's on his way. 2 wickets and an over. Ackerman has gone.
Well, as you come to me, update for BBC Radio, Leicester, they have lost 2 quick wickets, I'm afraid. First, Rishi Patel caught behind off the bowling of Finn Hudson-Prentice for 34, 70 for 2. Colin Ackerman has lasted only 2 balls before being pinned again by Hudson-Prentice, leg before wicket. So suddenly Leicestershire, having bowled Sussex out for 430 this morning, are in trouble. They are 70 for 3.
Well, that did look very out, didn't it? Right in front. So Hudson-Prentice with 2 wickets in an over. And there might be some frantic padding up going up.
Benefits of bowling straight as well. Hudson-Prentice, he's always impressed me as a cricketer when he's been able to stay fit. He did for Derbyshire. I always thought he was a good player. And I think Derbyshire was sorry. I mean, Sussex is his home county, isn't it? He's a Sussex boy. He's a... What did we say? Sussaxan, that's the word, apparently. But, well, he can be very proud of his efforts in that over. 2 wickets in the over, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 7 for Hudson-Prentice. Sussex suddenly sniffing a real chance here. 70 for 3.
Yeah.
To the crease comes an Australian Test batsman.
Yes, Peter Hanscom, who probably 10 minutes ago was sitting watching the cricket, probably quite enjoying it, and all of a sudden you've got to get the pads on. He's been a good acquisition for Leicestershire. I've been impressed by the way Leicestershire have recruited over the winter months, Richard. No,
it's worked, certainly. Hanscom, he's done very well for the Foxes. 369 runs, averaging 73, 1 century, 3 half centuries. But Leicestershire were rolled over for not very many in their first innings at Derby last week. For the first time, really, that the batting as a group had failed. They have a bit to do here. Crocombe is in to Lewis Hill, who leaves outside off stump. Message from the club to say thank you to the Leicester City and Leicester Tigers fans who've taken up an offer that Leicestershire made today, which was that they can come in free today or tomorrow. If they're season, I think they have to be season ticket holders, am I right? The club will confirm that or not. But if they are, and they show their City or Tigers season ticket, they can come into Grace Road for free. Crocombe is in, Hill is forward, a little uncertainly, angled back, but down into the ground, bounces towards Gully, and there is no run. But a good initiative by Leicestershire, trying to get some of the, because obviously they're both playing, well, Tigers are playing in the Premiership semi-final tomorrow up at Sale, and City are, I think they're at Liverpool. They're playing Liverpool on Monday night, right. Anyway.
Yes, it is. Yes, I think it is Monday, yeah.
Crocombe is in. Hill edges just wide of third slip. I think it bounced well short, and it's going to run down to the third man boundary for 4. But again, a genuine edge, and suddenly it feels a very different atmosphere out there, Adrian.
No, it does. It's strange, isn't it, when you talk about you add 2 wickets to the total, and but we did say that Finn Hudson-Prentice had bowled this sort of nagging line where he's having picked up the wicket, and you were right. You said Colin Ackman had started off the season well. He made that massive score against Sussex last year, 240, I think it was, down at Hove. But he's gone. Perhaps slightly ajar for Sussex. Of course, the big thing is, was that yours or was that mine? I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
You know, the big question mark was, with no Robinson, with no McAndrew, who was going to take the wickets. Hudson-Prentice has played a bit this season. He's already picked up, I was looking at the figures, 9 wickets, I think, in the Championship.
Apologies, Crocombe turns. Quite a straight run, comes in, bowls to Lewis Hill, slightly short of a length. Hill, not a tall man, up on his toes, defends it out into the offside.
But I think you've called it right, Richard, that it's you know, if you pitch the ball up on this track, I think you're going to bowl short, but I think if you pitch it up and give it a chance.
Well, that's kind of what Vian Mulder said yesterday. He said, I'm learning. He said, I'm learning it. You just got a good length on off stump, and
yeah,
English conditions will often do the rest. Crocombe is in. Hill is turning him into the leg side. Little dab off his legs towards mid-wicket, and he's going to jog 1. He moves on to 24, keeps the strike, and gives Hanscom a chance to have a look from the other end as well, which he might appreciate, Peter Hanscom. We need a Fango Fox here, who has called every one of Hanscom's innings so far. A Melburnian or Melbinian Fango, who's seen an awful lot of Peter Hanscom for the Vicks, for Victoria.
Well, Hudson-Prentice has got his tail up here. Just as we thought the sun was coming out, it's got a bit overcast again. I mean, the light is perfectly good. No floodlights needed, but these might be good conditions, you know. We wonder why Sussex didn't have a little trundle before lunch. Were they making up for lost time here? As in comes Hudson-Prentice and bowls, and Hanscom is 4 to ball, good length. Hudson-Prentice fields on his own bowling, no run. Sorry, it's Hill, is it? I apologise. Peter Hanscom is at the non-strikers end. He's doing a little bit of gardening now. 3 slips, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And a fine leg. Hudson-Prentice with impressive figures. He's in his 5th over, 2 maidens, 2 for 7 at the moment. Hudson-Prentice is on his way. Oh, so he covers up, does Lewis Hill. Lays down the offside of the track. Hudson-Prentice obligingly trots down, picks up the ball, and throws it to mid-off, where it's being shined away by Brad Curry just down in front of us.
Claims his nickname is Jack Sparrow, which you could just about see. There's something of the character from Pirates of the Caribbean about his appearance. A little beard and ponytail.
Away from us as in and bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery. A little bit of extra nip there from Hudson-Prentice, and he's rehearsing there, letting the ball go, but he didn't let it go, and it all rattles into the gloves of Carter. He's posing a few problems here.
Yeah, he's found something. These are vital overs, really, because 20 overs, ball's at its best from a bowling point of view. It's nice and hard and swinging, and if they can really drive this advantage home, Sussex, this follow-on is beginning to look quite a long way off the follow-on target.
Well, Pajara has now moved his backward point to his James Coles into 4th slip, so Pajara clearly empathises with you, Richard, as in comes Hudson Prentice bowls. Oh, that goes a little low, and he'll do pretty well to keep that out. Plays that to mid-on, fielded by Pajara. He does a little bit of, he's been on the radio a few times, Finn Hudson Prentice. He came on pre-season and does some bits into our afternoon show, talking about preparation for the season, and quite keen on the broadcasting career, maybe when cricket's finished, but that's a long way away. He's on his way again with the wicket bowls, and forward comes Hill, very steadfastly right into line. It's a skipper's innings here, doesn't it? Just to steer Leicestershire through a slightly rocky spell. They were going along very nicely on 70 for 1. 2 wickets in Finn Hudson Prentice's last over. Patel for 34 and Ackerman without scoring. Hudson Prentice in again. Well, was going to clip that away on the leg side was Lewis Hill, and it ended up going into the covers. So he's causing 1 or 2 problems here as the Sussex seamer, end of another very good over. He's bowled 5 overs, 2 maidens, taken 2 for 8. And Leicestershire, in reply to the Sussex total of 430, are 76 for 3.
Sussex, of course, have added to their bonus point haul with those couple of wickets. 5 now for the game. Stretching away in second. Unless, of course, actually, no, they aren't, because Glamorgan's win has moved them up to second for the time being.
Yeah.
Pending the result of this game. Henry Crocombe. Down the slope from the Bennett end, bowls to Hill. Again, he's a little bit sort of squared up. He's walking forward into a defensive push that I think he was looking to play a touch straighter. And the ball ended up screwing out into the offside. But once again, Hill has kept the strike, hasn't he? So Hanscom still yet to face a ball.
Yep.
So he's getting a good look out there, Peter Hanscom. Crocombe is in to Hill. Well, he's going to have to do some running now, because that's one of Crocombe's poorer deliveries. Leg stump half volley that is clipped away into the leg side. A good diving stop by, tumbling stop by Hudson Prentice. They might run for, you know. No, they possibly could have done. Settled for 3. Bit of relay work, good work, helping Hudson Prentice there by the fielder. Running back.
Brad Curry out there doing, but actually the last thing Hudson Prentice needed was a 50-yard chase around the boundary.
Yes.
Wasn't a great ball for Henry Crocombe. Just released a bit of pressure as well, didn't it?
Hill picks up 3, moves on to 28, but it does mean that Crocombe has the new man to bowl at, Peter Hanscom. The Australian will play his own way. Nothing much phases him, or doesn't appear to anyway. Slightly odd build-up as in goes Crocombe, bowls to him. He's stepping out, steering that one out into the offside, or fields. He's got an odd, as you'll see after you've watched him for a couple of balls, habit, Peter Hanscom. When he settles himself at the crease, he lifts his bat up, but he lifts it on the edge. And it all looks very odd, but it works for him, or it seems to work for him. And as I say, he retains his international ambitions this summer. As in goes Crocombe and bowls outside off stump. He leaves calmly. He does everything calmly.
Yeah.
And he's been a very good influence in the same way that Marcus Harris was, another Australian Test batsman. When he was here, Leicestershire's younger batters sort of played around him. And Hanscom has brought a sort of similar, famous last words, calmness to proceedings. Plenty of work to do. There goes that little sort of vertical lift of the bat on the edge as Crocombe is in, bowls to him. He's digging it out a fraction as it comes in, punching it, trying to punch it out between mid-wicket and mid-on. Doesn't quite time it. Mid-on, Carvelas moves across the field.
We've had an allotment update, Richard, from Ben, so we can talk about our various things that he's growing at the end of the over.
Make my mouth water. In goes Crocombe, bowls, fullish, outside, just outside off stump. Hanscom steps out and again steers it out into the offside. End of the Crocombe over, his 5th. None for 16, his figures. Leicestershire having been 70 for 1, 79 for 3.
So Ben says a good variety of crops and succession planning is key to avoiding gluts. You can store things for a long time. Runner beans go well sorted in jars. You can also do the same to your tomatoes. Courgettes can be tricky as they're very productive plants, but they freeze well. I'm weeding my garlic and potatoes, which also store for ages if kept dry. I'm glad to hear these couple of wickets going down, even though I'm fond of Leicester from my university days. In comes Hudson Prentice, bowls to Lewis Hill, who plays under to the offside, and there is no run. So thank you for that, Ben. It's all about planning. And university days in Leicester are there, because there's Leicester de Montfort University. Is
yeah,
that right,
there's Leicester Uni, the older one, as
Right.
Ben will no doubt confirm, and de Montfort, which was, he says, treading carefully, I think it was a polytechnic many years. There aren't any such things now, are there? They're all
Right.
unis now, but it is now Leicester de Montfort University.
Hudson Prentice in. But oh, it's a terrific delivery, and he's given out. And the skipper is on his way. Lewis Hill has gone for 28, and Finn Hudson Prentice has turned this game on its head. He's picked up 3 for 8. Leicestershire have lost 3 for 9 in this little spell. Lewis Hill examines where the ball hit him as if to suggest he thought it was a little high, but Hudson Prentice has picked up the wicket. Suddenly, Leicestershire are 79 for 4.
Well, as well as getting the a little bit of swing, he's getting them to seam back occasionally as well, which is ideal from a seam bowler's point of view, because batsmen never quite sure, and that one really did come back. And Hill, I thought almost it had done a little bit too much. Just look where. We'll have a look at the replay, see where it hit Hill.
Lewis Hill clearly thought it had. He was not happy at all.
Whether he isn't tall though, and if it was above the pad, he still might have gone on to hit the stumps. We'll wait and see if we see the replay. Whatever, he's out, and Leicestershire, having been looking comfortable at 70 for 1, are 79 for 4, and in all sorts of strife. Leanne Mulder comes to the wicket.
Ian Shin's been in touch. Hello, Ian. He says, hi guys, happy that Sussex have taken 3 wickets, but given Sussex's bowling problems when Ollie Robinson is not playing, do you think Sussex should drop Steve Smith for the Glamorgan game and play McAndrew? Our batting seems fine. I mean, it's something that's been raised continually through the match, Ian, and thank you so much for your email that, you know, Sussex problems haven't been in scoring runs in the last couple of seasons. It's all been about taking 20 wickets. Without Ollie Robinson, you know, they've really struggled.
Well, they're not having a problem taking wickets at the moment.
No, they're not. Hudson Prentice, this is a gem of
What
a
a
little
spell, yeah.
3 for 8. He's coming into bowl to Ian Mulder. Neither batsmen have scored. He's in and bowls. And Mulder is forward. What he's doing here, Hudson Prentice, I mean, they're pretty much having to play at everything here. He's bowling a really good line and length, is Finn Hudson Prentice. The first ball that he bowled, we thought he'd hurt his ankle. He looked in a bit of trouble, but ever since then, he's bowled really, really well. 4 slips in place.
Well, Mulder, who's found form with the ball, has been in no form at all with the bat.
So Prentice on his way. Bowls. Mulder is forward, plays it into the offside, fielded by Curry, and all of a sudden the Sussex fielders they've been full of chatter the whole time, to be honest, but every ball now they'll be thinking, well, we'll get a wicket here.
Well, this is the key partnership, or potentially is the key partnership, because there's 2 international batsmen at the crease. Neither have scored, so that's ideal from Sussex's point of view if you can get them early. Mulder's faced 2 balls, Hanscom 4.
Hudson Prentice in again, bowls clipped away by Mulder to mid-wicket, fielded there by Eric Avelos, and there is no run. And he's fair racing in now, is Hudson Prentice. It's not too often you get in on a roll like this, and he's really making the most of it. The sun still hasn't broken through. The clouds are sort of lifting all the time, but you know, with this cloud cover, these are perhaps warming up a little. He's got really good bowling conditions, and Hudson Prentice is exploiting it to the full. He's in again and bowls, and Mulder is confidently forward placed to it on. That's a very good over by Finn Hudson Prentice. And he gets a little congratulation from Brad Curry. Now the rest of his teammates all come trotting up and pat him on the back as he makes his way down to his fielding position at fine leg. 6 overs, 3 for 8 for Finn Hudson Prentice. Leicestershire was 70 for 1. They're now 79 for 4. One left to go and do an update to the listeners in Sussex.
Again, you have good news for them. Hudson Prentice, this is only he's 29 now, and this is only his 35th first-class game, which partly as a consequence of the amount of injuries he's had. So let us hope he has a really good run, injury-free run now. Crocombe is in to Hanscom, who is going to get off the mark as he drives that one out into the offside. Pujara dives and misses it. Thought he'd got there, but he did get there, but he kind of dived in stages rather, toppled, and he toppled over the ball, and it's run out to the extra cover boundary for 4. So Hanscom is off the mark with a boundary. One or two comments on the stream to the effect that Hill's leg before did look a fraction high. In goes Crocombe, bowls, and Hanscom's going to pick up another run at least as he clips this time the fuller delivery out towards mid-on. Carvelas has to scramble across to his right. He does so successfully, blocks the ball rather than takes it cleanly, but he does enough to, he does what he had to do, put it that way. Brad Curry completes the fielding, running across from mid-wicket. Hanscom on to 5, 84 for 4, brings Mulder down to face Henry Crocombe for the first time. Crocombe is in, bowls again, straight and full, waits for it. Mulder just plays it out from under his eye line out towards Pujara at mid-off, no run. Foxy Phil, who's listening, but he can't watch. Are we batting badly? He says, of Leicestershire. In goes Crocombe, and a beautiful on drive from Vian Mulder. Back past him, Carvelas just turns and jogs back to the long on boundary, knowing that there's nothing he can do other than retrieve the ball. So 9 off the over so far. Crocombe not managing to maintain the pressure being exerted by Hudson Prentice at the moment. Crocombe, 2 balls left in the over. Down the slope he comes, bowls, and turned by Mulder off his leg, 2 legs towards mid-wicket. Picked up there by Coles, claps his hands together. Not Coles, it's Brad Curry there, beg your pardon. Deceived by the sun hat. James Coles is at sort of backward point for the skewed drive in the air, perhaps. One of 3 sun hat wearing Sussex fielders. Heavier cloud comes over as Crocombe is in, thick inside edge as Mulder looks to drive, runs out towards deep backward square. Hudson Prentice runs up and around from long leg and feels Mulder picks up a couple. He moves on to 6, 90 for 4, 11 off the over. More to the point, from Leicestershire's point of view, no wickets. Having lost 3 wickets in the space of 9 runs being added, all taken by Finn Hudson Prentice. Squalid Seal, who may be Australian, he wants Hanscom to open instead of Warner. Very much aware he's not an opener traditionally, but no one, quote, could be worse than the walking wicket Warner. say, Peters retains his international ambitions. He's hoping his wicket-keeping might get him into the white ball side as a batter wicket-keeper. In goes Hudson Prentice, bowls to Peter Hanscom, who blocks the delivery off stump out into the offside. How long can Hudson Prentice keep going in this spell? Leicestershire will be asking themselves. He's into his 7th over. Well, he'll be full of energy and confidence at the moment, so he'll want to keep going. What a spell it's been. 6.1 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 8. But we can see that warming up is Brad Curry. Hudson Prentice is in line and length, forward solidly. Goes Hanscom. Curry the fielder, only man in front of square on the offside. Now, this spell from Hudson Prentice is making Pujara keep his 4 slips in.
Oh dear, I think the cameraman fell off his chair, then all the chair rather gave way.
Did sound slightly concerning, but he all seems to be in one piece. Hudson Prentice is in. Forward goes Hanscom, angled bat, and he's squeezed that one wide of 4th slip, and it's going to run to the 3rd man boundary for 4. Well, he's conceded 12 runs, Hudson Prentice, and 8 of them have been like that, which there's nothing much you can do as an outswing bowler. That if you haven't got a 3rd man, that's occasionally going to happen. So it just is, in a way, a further tribute to the quality of his bowling. 94
I agree.
4.
I suspect that Brad Curry is going to come on at the Bennett end. I don't think Henry Crocombe's quite got his line right.
No, he hasn't.
And I think that they'll keep Hudson Prentice going here for a little longer if they can.
In he goes, bowls, Hanscom forward, respectfully, solidly. Just saying to the listeners that it's gone a little bit darker again.
No, it has.
But a bit of blue over there.
Yes, there is a patch. There is a patch, Richard.
So it is sort of starting to break, but goodness see, when the dark cloud comes over it, the old toes start to tingle. Nervous chatter around the ground as Hudson Prentice is in. Good leave on length by Hanscom. Bounces not so very far away from off stump, but well over what would have been the line.
No, I agree, and it is, the light is worse now. It's very odd, isn't it? This weather, it was forecast to clear by 3 o'clock today, but the forecast sunshine hasn't. Sussex will be very pleased it's staying like this, though, Richard, because the ball is perhaps doing a little.
Hudson Prentice's shirt sort of out of his trousers. He runs in and bowls. That's the one that comes back a bit, but Hanscom is equal to it. Blocks it down the pitch on the onside. The danger ball that saw the demise of both Ackerman and Lewis Hill.
An email from Stuart, who comes from sunny Ferring in West Sussex, and he says, "Hi Adrian and Richard, thank you for the continued commentary. It's our pleasure. Thank you, Stuart, for getting in touch. Just to let you know, I'm visiting my family in Belper, B-E-L-P-E-R, in Derbyshire.
Yep.
And the sun has been out for a while up here, so hopefully it's on its way to you," says Stuart. So thank you for that.
So it's warm and sunny in the south and to the north of us, but just seems to be the Midlands at the moment that we're suffering. But it's coming our way one way or another.
Well, we thought Brad Curry would come into the attack, and indeed that is the case. He's going to bowl from the Bennett end, replacing Henry Crocombe, who just didn't quite get things right in that little spell that he bowled. I can also see Eric Avelos is warming up at mid-on, so maybe there's a double change. Tea today, I'm presuming, at 4 o'clock.
4 o'clock, yep, set in stone.
49 overs still to be bowled today, so we're going to have a very long post-tea session here at Grace Road. Curry coming in from the Bennett end with 3 slips. He's in and bowls, and forward comes Mulder, plays into the offside. There is no run. Fielded by Cheteshwar Pujara. Keeper Carter is standing up to the stumps.
Yeah, Paul says, lovely sunny day here in Worthing.
Oh, right, yeah.
And, quote, even a bit of warmth.
Really?
Unquote.
Come on, steady on. Let's not get too excited.
Paul, have you been in the sea at all? Because I'm going to have to go in that Channel Sea in a couple of weeks' time.
When you come down. Curry again bowls. balls and played on the bounce to Tom Clark, who's fielding in there at third slip. There is no run. What would be the coldest that you? I know you're a keen swimmer, Richard. What would you?
Last January before last, I did a cold water swim in Javier without a wetsuit, and I'm honest, did about 1,000 meters, kilometers, something like that. But
What time of year
good
was that?
30 January, and for a good 30 minutes afterwards, I was shaking.
Curry is in bowls. Lauder lets that one go. Taken by Carter, standing up for the stumps, and there is no run.
Supposed to do you the world of good, isn't it?
Well,
Cold
it
water
is.
Immersion.
It's all the rage, isn't it?
Sun's out.
Yeah, hooray! Via Mulder last year made 235 at Hove in that enormous total of 756 for 4 that Leicester made.
Oh, update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. So I shall rudely nip ahead of Adrian, if I may.
That's right.
Wonder if we'll get this Curry delivery. Curry is in, outside off stump, left. They continue to struggle, the Foxes, I'm afraid. They have lost their 4th wicket, that of the captain, Lewis Hill. Went very shortly after you were with me last, when Colin Ackerman went leg before wicket to just his 2nd ball from Finn Hudson-Prentice. Well, Hudson-Prentice also pinned Lewis Hill leg before wicket for 28. And Leicestershire, having been 70 for 1, suddenly we're looking at a scoreboard that read 79 for 4. Well, the 2 internationals are at the crease at the moment. Peter Hanscom of Australia, he is 9 not out. Vian Mulder of South Africa is 6 not out. They are going to have to put together a really good partnership if the Foxes are going to get out of trouble in this innings. Leicestershire's tea is now half an hour away on 94 for 4. It's just the one delivery, I think. Curry outside off stump that Mulder allowed, as he has done for the last 3 times, it to go through into the gloves of Ollie Carter. It's difficult for Carter. He's not necessarily taking the ball cleanly at the moment. Standing up to Curry.
And he comes and bowls. Let go. That was taken cleanly, but it was wide of the off stump, and he had a good view of that.
Yeah.
Slanting across the right hand, taken by Ollie Carter. The sun is out in all its glory, and I think Finn Hudson-Prentice is coming out of the attack, so we did speculate whether he's going to bowl in little bursts. He's going to be replaced by Ari Cavalos.
Paul says he hasn't been in the sea since he left school in 1984. So, fair enough. It sounds like it was on the curriculum almost, on the timetable at school.
I should imagine, because there's been no warmth at all, I should imagine it's still pretty cold, to be honest.
Oh,
but you do get hardy
joy.
swimmers. You do get hardy swimmers in there, you know, right through the winter months. I have to say, I enjoy swimming, as you know, Richard, but I am a real fair weather swimmer. For me, it's got to be, you know, I don't get any enjoyment at all from a freezing cold pool. So Eric Cavalos is going to bowl for the first time from the pavilion end, replacing Hudson-Prentice, who picked up those 3 wickets to turn the game on its head. The sun is with us. Cavalos is in on the bowls and clipped by Hanscom to mid-wicket, fielded there by Crocombe, and there is no run. Interesting that Carter's standing up to Curry, but not to Cavalos. I wouldn't have thought there's a great deal of difference between the pair in terms of the pace that they bowl.
The only thing I can think was it might have been Mulder stepping out of his crease, getting forward to negate a bit of swing.
Cavalos in the bowls and clipped away to mid-wicket. A big performance fielded by Crocombe, actually misfielded by Crocombe. I was asking earlier on, somebody to get a bit of singing at Grace Road, and I just thought I heard the strains of a song.
Strain being the operative word.
It's that sort of time of day. I don't know whether they might have had a couple over there, but anyway. This is getting towards that time.
They have songs for most of the players.
Do they? Cavalos, this sort of stuttering approach to the crease. Bowls to Hanscom, who plays this backward of square on the offside. Throw comes in, not a great throw from Henry Crocombe, well backed up by Ali Orr, prevents an overthrow. 95 for 4. Hanscom on to 10. It's very cool, calm and collected, does Peter Hanscom. Man for a crisis.
I know what you're trying to do.
Cavalos in bowls. Forward comes Mulder, plays onto the onside. There is no row. Yeah, I did it with Rishi Patel, and we were just discussing how well he was playing, and then all of a sudden the next ball he gets out, and it's. You know, they talk about commentators' curse. I did it to Ali All earlier on this season, in royal style, which was not good. But you can only speculate on players and how well they're playing. It's just the way the game goes, isn't it? Velos. Of a shorter run, sort of a stuttering run. He's in and bowls, and forward comes Mulder and plays to mid on. There is no run. Doesn't look as threatening.
Different coming up the slight slope, but he might just be getting used to it, or just settling in for a longish spell. Or
Yeah, yeah. Right time over the wicket bowls. Pitching getting out middle and off. He's making the batsman play, and that's all you can ask. Really nice and tidy from Eric Cabelos. Not overly threatening, I didn't feel in that over. Nonetheless, tidy enough. 7 overs at 1 for 29. Leicestershire 95 for 4 with Hanscom on 10, Mulder on 6. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC. Every ball of every game of every match. Leicestershire, Sussex, and indeed the other 16 counties on the BBC. If you're watching the live stream, a very good afternoon. There are 1 or 2 issues today, but I know the guys here are working very hard to get things sorted. If you are watching on the stream, you'll see that there's a glimmer of sunshine across Grace Road.
And we have another listener in Melbourne, Australia, Brendan Allen. Hello, Brendan. He says, thanks for the commentary. Not at all. I wonder how well Steve Smith and Peter how close they are, if at all. As Curry is into Hanscom, gets a little bit tucked up with that one. Everything is close together though, pushes it out into the offside. They obviously have played in the same side on a number of occasions. Whether Smith's a sledger, I don't know. I think it's part of the course, isn't it? Hanscom's fairly quiet. He seems to be out there in the middle. In goes Curry, bowls. Hanscom leaves outside off stump. Carter takes it comfortably enough. 3 slips. Still Allsop as ever at first. Smith at second. Tom Clark at third. James Coles is still at backward point. Yes, he is hidden by the part of the commentary cabin, commentary box. Lean back, see him through the side window. Curry is in. Hanscom leaves again. The sun has been with us for a little bit longer. There's a bit more blue above now, and indeed behind. So, goodness me, thankfully.
Well, Ray Yates has been in touch with me in Vanessa, and she says, sorry guys to compound your misery, but we have wall-to-wall blue skies and 19 degrees in Inverness. I see from the live stream you have the sun. We do now. We've still got coats on though, Ray. I have anyway.
Yep, gilets, thermals, heaters, the works. Curry is in and bowls down the leg side, helped on its way by Hanscom. It's not chasing down, but I think he got a little inside edge on that one, and it so proves from the umpire's signal, which is for a simple 4. He'll be disappointed about that, Curry, because he'd kept Hanscom quiet up to that point. And they need to maintain the sort of pressure that Hudson Prentice put Leicestershire's batters under. If they can pick up 1 more wicket before tea, they'll really be on top. 99 for 4, Hanscom on to 14. Curry is in. Again down the leg side, and again that's 4. Almost the same ball, but this time, if anything, it was shorter. So Hanscom could go back and actually glance it down to the fine leg boundary. So consecutive boundaries to the Australian. He moves on to 18, and the 100 is up for Leicestershire, hence the gentle ripple of applause.
Well, Sure, Bajara wandered across and had a word to Brad Curry. I think he's suggesting that maybe he comes around the wicket. Coming around the wicket, I would have thought the natural trajectory would be that would take it down the leg side as well. Well, he probably needs his fine leg a little finer, to be honest.
Well, he's at long leg, isn't he? He's
He is.
almost backward square.
He is,
Very wide down there.
I think if he gives him some protection, moves him 30 yards this way, that'll give him the protection.
Round the wicket then goes Curry and bowls. That is much straighter. Hanscom is forward, pushing the delivery out to mid-off. But it's a sort of, yeah, it's a first-class sort of long leg as opposed to the fine leg that's always placed in club cricket, isn't it? who sort of almost doubles up as a long stop in some respects. But
Yeah.
that isn't the case in first-class cricket. Long leg is always that, quite wide. End of the 28th over of Leicestershire's reply to Sussex's 430, 103 for 4. Been a good session for Sussex so far. 4 wickets they've taken in it. One more, and they'd be delighted at tea.
In comes Harry Cavalos. Maybe he can pick up a wicket. Comes in and bowls. Lovely looking shot though. Over pitched, clipped away by Ian Moulder, and that's going to race away towards the boundary for 4 runs. Over pitched, and you have to say that, you know, Hudson Prentice has by a fairly long chalk posed more problems than the other 3 seamers. He's sort of relatively comfortable. That was a half volley, to be honest, and it was just clipped away very comfortably by Ian Moulder. He's far too good a player to miss out on that sort of opportunity. So he hasn't been in great form, but that's just the sort of ball you need, isn't it, to give the confidence back. Cavalos off this relatively short run for a medium pacer. He's in and bowls and lets that go through to the keeper. There's a loud applause. Sussex, for some reason, thought maybe he got a little nick on that. He left it, whether they thought it flicked off the glove.
It did come back, but it did look as though he'd lifted his bat well out of the line of the ball.
He did, yeah.
Whether they heard a little something.
Yeah. The slip cordon and rule up. However, Moulder remains. He's on 10. Comes away from us, comes in and bowls. Through to Carter. There is no represented with his county cap on Thursday. We thought we were going to play, actually. The sun came out and the Leicestershire players gathered round literally in front of us here on the outfield, and the covers were coming off, and we thought we're going to get a couple of hours here. And they presented his county cap, and then the PA guy said, very sorry, outfield too wet, no play today. Not to detract from Ian Moulder.
Just mention the fact he's been out leaving this season and lost his off stump.
Covers in bowl short, and I was surprised by that. He was played on the onside. He was very surprised and almost a strange sort of a jerking kind of shot. Plays it onto the leg side, and there is no run.
He looked a bit uncomfortable there,
Did look
didn't he?
uncomfortable.
Which given Carvelis' relatively gentle
Yeah, I agree.
pace, was a bit surprising.
Do you remember Harry Cavalos bowling?
Maybe he's a little bit quicker than he looks.
Yeah, my first impression is that he's not bowling up sort of full tilt here. I mean, maybe he's sort of feeling his way back. He's been out for a while with this knee injury. Comes in again. That was a little more pace about that delivery. Let go by Moulder outside the off stump, taken by Ollie Carter. There are 3 slips in place. Backward point cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Long leg all the way down the distance. Brad Curry at the far end of the ground with the covers, which mercifully haven't been needed today. And the over rate isn't showing anything at all, which
means
their
level. Yeah, usually.
Venus. Oh, so that's a good delivery. That was a good delivery. Again, there's an appeal from the 2 slips, from first and second slip. But he beat Ian Moulder outside the off-stump end of the over. A good recovery. 107 for 4. Cavalos has bowled 8 overs, 1 maiden, second 1 for 33.
Yeah, much better over. Harry Carvelis, who has adjusted to bowling up as opposed to down the slope. Moulder's highest score this season is 11, so that's what I mean about him being out of form. Just 33 runs coming into this from 6 innings. Curry staying round the wicket to Peter Hanscom, bowls outside off stump. Hanscom leaves. Carter takes. And then lobs the ball to Tom Alsop, polishes vigorously. Blue reflective shades perched on the back of his cap. Might need them soon. Sun threatening to come out again. Curry is in and bowls on the legs of Peter Hanscom, who turns it around the corner, jogs his single because it is running more or less straight down towards Carvelis at that wide long leg position. Suggestion in Curry's reaction that he took it off the stumps, might have taken it off leg stump, but still did so with a certainty that would dishearten many a bowler, certainly at club level. Curry is in. Bowls outside off stump, stroked away to the boundary by Vian Mulder. It was a wide half volley. Mulder just reached out and very calmly and very easily stroked it out to the just wide of the point boundary for 4.
It's Pujara to go and have another word with Brad Curry.
Don't bowl there.
Yeah, I wouldn't like to see him put a sweeper out there. You got the 112.
Not yet.
Before.
Not yet.
That's a very defensive move to do that. There's a suggestion going on about field placing.
Just saying, where are you going to bowl?
No, they are going to change it. They're going to move. The third slip's coming.
He wants him to bowl straighter, which means a little bit more cover on the leg side.
Yeah.
Maybe Curry's been a bit nervous about bowling too straight because he's been picked off on the leg side a couple of times. Comes in and bowls to Mulder again. It's out off stump or just outside, and Mulder strokes it out towards mid-off, who fields. He's got a shortish mid-wicket. He's got a conventional square leg. He's got a mid-on, and he's got long leg now on the leg side. So it's a more balanced field with just the 2 slips. But Smith is standing quite wide, isn't he? Which is always a bit, well, he's just about at second rather than third. Curry is into Mulder, who's driving for 4. Again, it was too much width. And this time he hit it even straighter through the offside, 2 extra cover. So 2 beautiful cover drives in 3 balls for Vian Mulder. Moves on to 18, best score of the season now.
Well, if you're not in good nick, what you need is a couple of nice, juicy half volleys to smack away through the covers. It does you power of good, and that's exactly what he's done. He's not going to miss out on that sort of opportunity. 2 lovely shots, as you say.
Back over the wicket goes Curry. Bowls, bats better, straighter. Mulder covers up on off stump, but the damage done in that over really. 116 for 4, Hanscom 19 off 23, Mulder 18 off 27, partnership 37 now. Paul makes the point that it would be nice to be watching McAndrew bowling instead of watching Smith standing at slip.
Yeah, well, it's what Sussex decided to do, wasn't it? As soon as it was decided Steve Smith was coming, Sussex were always going to be light in bowling in this match. Ollie Robinson had hoped to play and wanted to play. But England, well, it's not down to Sussex, unfortunately. But he's got a bit of a problem here, hasn't he? Well, not a problem, because Leicestershire are in trouble. Here comes Harry Carvelis around the wicket bowls. Well, I mean, the problem is that he's trying to find Hudson Prentice is the wicket taker. He needs to find people who can bowl around Hudson Prentice here. Carvelis is in his 9th over, figures of 1 for 33. He picked up the wicket of Sol Budinger, who rather gave it away with a wild shot outside the off stump. Good smart slip catch by Tom Clark. But as Richard was saying, the Hudson Prentice wickets have all been through really very good bowling. Carvelis in again, bowls, and Hanscom defends on the offside, no run.
This over and perhaps 2 more before tea, maybe 3 more, but probably 2 more unless we get an over of spin.
Yep.
But it does mean that it's going to be a 40 over final session.
It's going to be a long day, isn't it? It's going to be a 7 o'clock plus, I reckon.
It is.
Come Carvelos is in bowls, covering up his hands, plays into the offside. There is no. I think you've really got to pitch the ball up. I think that's what we've learned about this wicket. I think bowling back of a length isn't going to get you wickets here. I think you've got to pitch the ball up. That's what Hudson Prentice did. To be fair, it's what Scriven did when he got his wickets. Chris Wright as well. I think if you pitch it up and give the ball a chance, there's a little bit there for the bowlers. Carvelos. In again. Bowls. That's better. Forward comes Hanscom, plays into the covers, fielded by Coles. There is no run. The option to speed things up for Sussex will be James Coles with his left arm spin. He's a little bit like Rian Ahmed in terms that he does get through his overs very quickly. And he also can bring an element of control as well. Lovely afternoon now. Bit of blue sky around. Carvelos in bowls, Hanscom forward. Delivery though, drawing the batsman forward. That's what you want to do here. Remains on 19. The men out. Budinger for 16. Patel for 34. Ackerman without troubling the scorers, and Lewis Hill for 28. Carvelos right on way for the wicket. Oh, that's a good delivery. Now that's exactly where you want to bowl on this pitch, isn't it? Just about on a length, just draw the batsman forward. And that was a good delivery from Mari Carvelos. A little bit more oomph about that delivery. 116 for 4, end of the over. Mulder on 18, Hanscom is on 19, and Richard is reaching for the sunglasses. Which is great news.
It absolutely is.
Having suffered in freezing cold. I might even have to take my coat off soon as well, so there we go. There's a threat.
Brad Curry, encouraged by his teammates, will continue from the Bennett end. Down the slope he comes, over the wicket to Vian Mulder, who leans forward on off stump, defends out into the offside, no run. Everything looks, ground is transformed when the sun comes out, really, especially when all the trees are in leaf as they are now. Highlights the different greens, silvers, even a red, or sort of reddy purpley in front of the nets over there. In goes Curry, bowls outside off stump. Mulder leaves and then goes for a little walk out towards short leg. Carter beats his gloves together, his gauntlets.
It is transformed, isn't it? Cricket grounds anywhere, really. A bit of sunshine. It was so dismal here on yesterday in particular. I'm pleased for the spectators as well, who were just shivering away.
Curry past umpire Adnan, bowls nice and straight, played back past him by Mulder, between the stumps and Hanscom, but mid-off can comfortably move across to his right to cut it off. Does. One of the things that will disappoint Leicestershire is that certainly Patel and Hill were both in, but again it's a tribute to the quality of Hudson Prentice's bowling that get good batsmen who are in out. In goes Curry and bowls. Mulder is forward, defending out into the offside. Pujara moves to his left at extra cover.
You would imagine that we're going to see Hudson Prentice pretty shortly after tea, you would think.
Actually not, Pujara. It's Hudson Prentice has moved across to extra cover, hasn't he? So, yes, I would think so.
And he's picked up the wickets and...
Pujara's over there at mid-on.
Yes, he is. Right.
Curry is in, bowling to Mulder, who's forward, playing with an angle bat, dabbing it down through gully, chasing back to the, almost to the boundary, but not quite, is James Coles, throws left arm. Good throw as well, strong throw. Mulder takes 2. Leapfrogs Hanscom in terms of the score. He moves on to 20. Hanscom 19, 118 for 4. Yeah, very important from Leicestershire's point of view that these two are still there at tee, and actually, frankly, a long way beyond. Curry is in, bowls, driving exquisitely is Mulder for the 3rd time through the offside. Each one has got straighter. The first one was to point, the second was to extra cover. That was wonderfully straight, but he looks a class act when he hits shots like that. He looks like an international all-rounder. Moves on to 24, 1-2-2 for 4.
Yeah, beautifully played, wasn't it? He clearly likes to get onto the front foot, and anything's approaching a half volley now. Is that warming up? I think it is James Coles who's warming up at backward point. So
one before tee.
Yeah, I reckon.
It's the law.
Yeah. But I don't know if we'll get it in, because the clock says it's 55, 56. So
should do. Should do.
They should do if Carvelos rattles through this over. In he comes. Harry Carvelos, 1 wicket to his name. He's in and bowls, and Hanscom is full toward good length. Carvelos making him play. Fields of his own bowling, there is no run. So those 3 slips in place. 3 men saving 1 and a ring on the offside. Then there's a mid on a mid wicket and a fine leg. Carvelos in lovely sunshine now. Over the wicket bowls and played from the crease by Hanscom to Hudson Prentice at mid-off. Again, there is no run. So those of you who are getting in touch saying, never fear, the sun is on its way to Leicester. Absolutely right. There's still quite a bit of cloud to the east of the ground. Certainly to the west, the cloud is quite high, and we've got patches of pale. It's not, you know, blue skies all the way, but we're grateful for small mercies. Carvelos in. Hanscom again just defends. To mid on, there is no run.
We'll change the conditions, though, won't it? For the bowlers,
Most
I mean.
definitely, yeah.
Might not swing so much. It's been excessive swing, just enough.
Yeah, there was
which is all you need, isn't it?
Yeah, there was a bit there this morning. Carvelos again. Bowls and let go by Hanscom outside of the off stump through to Carter. Again, there is no run.
Ice Cream Man doesn't sound quite so optimistic,
No.
does it now? It sounds a bit more realistic.
Yeah,
he's got a chance now.
Yeah, he's got a chance, a bit of a trade. I don't know if the ice cream men sold hot drinks yesterday, he might have done quite well. Carvelos is in and bowls, and that's wide of the off stump, and that's not really where you want to bowl. That's an easy lead for Hanscom. Lets it go through to Carter, and there is no run. He's got a pitching outside the off stump, and the ball's going away from the right-hander. Hanscom, knowing that tee is just around the corner, is too experienced to have a little dapple with one of those. Carvelos, final ball of the over. Ooh, that kept low. Hanscom managed to dig that out back from the square on the leg side. So the clock is showing 15:58. James Coles is wandering towards, he's taking off his jumper, and his son Hattie saying to the umpire, well, I'm ready. And we are certainly going to get one more over in before tea.
I thought that Rehan Ahmed got a little bit of turn in that tiny little spell he bowled this morning, so it'll be very interesting to see what Coles can do. Whether he'll get any from that end, I'm not sure, the Bennett end. Ahmed bowled from this pavilion end, but we'll see. Left arm spin from Coles, who batted beautifully yesterday, pretty decently this morning, but without quite finding the fluency or the power with which he hit the ball yesterday. Anyway, he's got a short leg and a slip and a backward square and a deepish gully. Goes in and bowls, brings Hanscom forward, and having blocked it out into the offside, he just has to put his right hand down to steady himself. Almost fell over himself a little bit there, Hanscom. Nice looking loop from Coles, who is in and bowling again. Straight and forward goes Hanscom. I think Leicestershire have probably missed Callum Parkinson, who managed to injure himself just before the start of the season. In Coles, forward Hanscom. Out into the offside the ball goes. Pujara and Coles look at each other. And it's the captain in the end who goes running in, though Coles sort of made as though to run in just to show Willing, it being the captain. 123 for 4. Silly point is in. In goes Coles, bowls. Hanscom goes down the wicket, tries to whip it into the leg side, doesn't get anything on it, comes off inside, well, gets a little bit of inside edge on it and pad, and it trickles out into the leg side. So maybe slightly unsettled by the arrival of that, well, he's crazy mid-off, basically, silly mid-off, as Coles is in, tosses it up, and it's driven past that silly mid-off out, but only as far as Pujara, who's almost directly behind him at extra cover. One ball to go in, a pretty decent over from Coles. He's in, brings Hanscom forward, played down into the ground, picked up at silly mid-off, and that is tea. And if the morning session just about belonged to Leicestershire, who picked up 6 wickets in it in return for 119 runs, well, that afternoon session definitely, I think, belongs to Sussex. They picked up 4 wickets as Leicestershire subsided from 70 for 1 to 79 for 4. But the last 3/4 of an hour or so has seen Leicestershire's 2 internationals, Peter Hanscom and Vian Mulder, dig in, play some lovely shots as well. Mulder in particular in going to 24 not out, Hanscom 20 not out. They've put on 44 so far for the 5th wicket. 123 for 4, Sussex very much on top, but no, they have plenty of work to do. It's tea. You'll probably hear me update BBC Radio Leicester, but in the meantime, pop the kettle on and we'll be back with you in almost 20 minutes' time. Yeah, but it's got a little bit better in the last 3/4 of an hour, thanks to Peter Hanscom and Vian Mulder, Leicestershire's international middle order, so to speak. Hanscom of Australia is 20 not out of 41 balls. Mulder 24 not out of 33 and has played some glorious off drives, in fact. They've put together a partnership of 44 as the players leave the field for tea, but they needed it. Leicestershire needed it badly too, because from 70 for 1 they went to 79 for 4. Rishi Patel going for 34, Colin Ackerman without scoring, and Lewis Hill, the captain, for 28, all to Finn Hudson-Prentice. But he can't bowl forever. He had to take a break, and the backup Sussex bowling not quite so far as strong in backing him up to try and keep the pressure up on the Leicestershire batters. So at tea, Leicestershire still plenty of work to do, but in a slightly better position. They're 123 for 4.
Corrected. You to 1 count. The motor. This one just said like me.
Sussex picked up another wicket. Out of Via Mouldering comes Carbella's bowls and has got this quality shot. Punching the ball away through the covers. I don't think he's going to go for 4 because James Coles is in hot pursuit out towards the cover boundary. Drags the ball back. They might run 4 though. No, they won't. It's a long boundary and Coles' good arm right over the top of the stumps to Ollie Carter. Handsome goes to 26, 133 for 5. So just in terms of little milestones, Leicestershire would need 281 to avoid the follow-on. We've still got another 37 overs to be bowled tonight, so there's a lot of cricket to be played. Then 96 overs tomorrow. Carvelos playing his first match of the season. Picked up a couple of wickets, he's in and bowls, and it's a good line again. The ball is played into the slip cordon. Tom Clark can't field the ball cleanly, it wasn't a chance. And Hanson goes through for another single, he goes to 26. Leicestershire to 133 for 5, so 34 for 5, I'm sorry, at the end of the over. Carvelos 12 overs, 3 maidens, he's taken 2 for 38.
Well, I'm happy to say that the stream is back with us.
Teresa has been in touch to say that the streaming hasn't been great today. It was very good yesterday, Teresa, and I do apologise. We don't have any control over the stream that goes out. I know the club are aware, and the guys here, I can see them working away on their cameras, trying to do their best to get the stream sorted. But thank you for your email, and thank you for your patience as well.
Curry is in, Ahmed is forward, defending. Carter is standing up, understandably enough. It does seem to be back up and running now, so fingers crossed. But unfortunately, if you're watching on YouTube and you missed a wicket because of that, NV Play has the highlights. It shows 4s and 6s as well, so you can always nip across to NV Play and you'll see the wickets there. In goes Curry at bowls, forward, calmly goes, leans Ahmed, back up the pitch it goes. Made a fine maiden first-class century in the last match of last season, Rahan Ahmed. That was at the Incora County Ground, home of
Derby.
There you go. Little post-tee tester. Who's sponsoring which ground at the moment? Never quite. It does change. In goes Curry, bowls, and almost confuses Ahmed there. He wanted to drive, but it wasn't quite there, and sort of pushed it out into the offside with his back leg flicking up into the air. A dangerous game, lifting your back leg, because Carter is, as I say, standing up to the stumps.
Teresa's been back in touch. She says the stream has just come back on. So thank you, Teresa, for letting us know. Hopefully you'll be okay for the rest of the day.
Curry is in, bowls, Ahmed is forward. He's just pushed that into the gap, and Hudson Prentice rather runs across it and then has to follow the ball for a few yards back towards the boundary. Does so. Ahmed takes his single, moves on to 6.
Well, you talk about the singing that sometimes happens here at Grange Road. I'm sorry.
I do not talk about. I talk about the chanting.
The chanting.
It cannot in any way
Well,
be described as singing.
There's one here from Stench and Benno
That's
stand.
that's them.
Right, they've sent me a tweet.
Okay. In goes Curry and bowls and goes past the outside edge. Hanscom's gone. Oh, that's huge. That is huge. Curry comes to the party in some style. Pushed one across Hanscom, who went for it and most uncharacteristically edged through to the wicketkeeper. And suddenly Leicestershire really are in deep, deep trouble. 135 for 6. All the internationals are gone and the lower order is exposed. Wow.
It was a good catch by Ollie Carter, actually. He had to go a long way to his right-hand side. And Brad Curry, who struggled a bit today with his line and length, picks up a really important wicket, 2 wickets after tea. You know, got 1 for 57 in his 12th over, so he has been going up 5 and over. He's picked up the wicket. And I don't think Sussex could have dreamt of this, really.
That's huge.
So the wicket goes down. Yeah, so Stench in the Benno stand says, thank you for your assessment of our musical talents. Unfortunately, your team is simply tone deaf. You're referring to Sussex, presumably. I'm listening to you in blazing sunshine in Stoke on the way back from a week in Welsh Wales, says Ray. Thank you very much, Ray. It's lovely to hear from you. Hope you're well. I don't know if you're enjoying the commentary, but it's lovely to hear from you, and thanks for getting in touch. Greatly appreciated. So, Tom Scriven is the new man. To be honest, I didn't see this coming. When Leicestershire were going along very nicely at 70 for 1, they didn't look in an awful lot of trouble, to be honest.
It's not a great shot by Peter Hanscom. He's usually so patient, and he got himself in. And another Leicestershire batsman gets himself in and gets out. Hanscom 26, Mulder 24, Hill 28, Patel 34, Budinger 16. So Tom Scriven, young all-rounder, comes to the crease. Rehan Ahmed, 2 very young and inexperienced players. Talented, huge job to do. Curry is in, Scriven is solidly enough forward on off stump, blocking the delivery out into the offside. But yeah, congratulations to Brad Curry from Cheteshwar Pujara, and the Sussex skipper must be delighted. 135 for 6. Leicestershire replying to Sussex's 430.
Well, you wonder earlier on today when Sussex got to that 110 overs, there was a big debate as to why Sussex didn't declare. I suppose what they did do was to, by getting those 430 runs, it sort of makes the follow-on target just go a little further, which was perhaps the reason why. As in comes Carvelos, bowls to Ahmed, who's forward, plays down the track, there is no run. So we'll have to see how this works out after years. My paragraph after, I said, aside from Hudson Prentice, the Sussex attackers look fairly pedestrian, and they'll need to bowl better as a group if Sussex has to make further inroads after tea. Well, they've done just that, with both Carvelos and Brad Curry picking up a wicket. In comes Carvelos, bowls, let go by Ahmed outside the off stump. Do you think that Rehan Ahmed will play in the same way now, Richard, or do you think he'll think,
I've only ever seen him play in the same way, if you see what I mean. Every innings he's played, there haven't been that many, but in every innings he's played, he's looked to be very, very positive. You know, it's not always paid off by a long way, but he will look to continue to score.
Maybe that's the way to play in a crisis. 135 for 6. Carvelos is in, bowls, and Ahmed plays. Oh, that's a good stop. Really good stop by Ali Orr, and Sussex are right up for this in the field now, aren't they? That was punched away into the covers and all sort of goalkeeper style, dived away and prevented a boundary. Ahmed would have thought there were runs there.
This is only the 9th first-class match of his career, you know, one of which has been a test match.
That's
so
extraordinary, isn't it?
Rehan, and innings-wise, you know, obviously less than that.
Carvelos in, bowls. balls. Oh, he's in the air, but he's going to get away with this. Played through the covers to Sriyan Ahmed. He's going to pick up a couple of runs as well. Well, that could have gone anywhere. There's a couple of fielders, a cover point and a cover. It went between them. Picks up a couple of runs. He goes to 8, 137 for 6.
Made a very good 90 at Yorkshire in the successful run chase there.
Oh, what a game that
So,
must have been.
He looked set for what would have been his second 100.
Yeah. And again, Scott Bayless bowls to Ahmed, who's very correctly forward, plays to mid-off, and there is no run. Still 35 overs to be bowled tonight.
We're going to get them because the weather.
Oh, we are, yeah. The weather's
beautiful.
it's beautiful now. Sun's out. Come on, Harry, says the close fielders. Velos is in. Oh, Ahmed covers up and plays a very solid forward defensive shot. Nothing wrong with it. Plays to mid-off. End of the over. 137 for 6. Scriven yet to score. Rehan Ahmed is on 8. 2 wickets have fallen since tea. VM Mulder was LBW to Ari Carvelos for 24. And then Peter Hanscom driving outside the off stump, thick edge, well caught by Ollie Carter, diving away to his right in front of second slip of the bowling of Brad Curry. And it will be Curry to carry on 12 overs, 1 made, 1 for 57 are his figures.
Tom Scriven, even less experienced than Ahmed, waits with bat raised and sees Curry coming down the slope, bowls to him and goes past his outside edge. I don't think he withdrew the bat. And that his back is to us, if you're wondering why. If you're looking at the stream, we're looking out from our commentary box window, so then we have to glance at the stream if something happens that we weren't quite sure about. At the moment, we're commentating from fine legs, so to speak, as Curry, as Adrian said, in lovely sunshine now, runs in and bowls down the leg side, swings on, and although Scriven tries to flick it on its way, Carter tumbles across to his left to make the stop. I'm pretty sure the friends of FFGRs won't be operating tomorrow because there wasn't much left in terms of cake when there was a big queue.
I'm not surprised, it was lovely. Beautiful bit of Richard's taken off his gilet with.
That's a good sign, isn't it?
Yeah,
But I did put on my thermals this morning because it was so cold yesterday, so I am well clad as Curry goes in and bowls in the air from Scriven, and it's lobbing towards Hudson Prentice, who's in close-ish at mid-wicket, but not sufficiently close for Hudson Prentice to get to the potential catch. Whether the sun is making the ball stop a little bit, whether, I don't know, it's hard to tell.
Cheers.
But we're only in the 40th over of the innings, 137 for 6. Curry runs through the shadow of the floodlights and bowls outside off stump. Scriven steps across, lets it go through, and it is signalled wide by umpire Adnan.
He picked up a wicket in the last over, didn't he, Brad Curry? It was a full shot from Peter Hanscom. He hasn't just quite got his line right, Brad Curry's. It's his first game of the season.
It's a very minor point in the context of having taken 6 wickets, but the over 8 is now +2, so your point about Sussex's over 8 might become a tiny issue. Curry is in and bowls. Scriven is forward, playing it defensively back past the bowler, but only as far as Pujara.
Well, I hope Sussex have taken note. Certainly Paul Farbrace was none too impressed, and rightly so, when they lost 4 points against Yorkshire. And he was saying, you really do. You can make up time just running around. I thought Leicester were very good actually, racing between the overs. That's what you need to do. Not changing the field halfway through overs, and as Paul Farbrace having a committee meeting. You need to get on with it.
Curry bowls. Scriven is hit in front, but he's walked forward quite a long way actually. Yeah. So pretty hard for Hassan Adnan to give that one. We'll have a look at the replay, but he was
Yeah,
he was on the move, wasn't he, Scriven there?
Yeah.
Let's have a look, see. That was going down as well. It swung a little bit, but he's getting swing nicely, Brad Curry. So the Sussex support seamers, so to speak, which is not damning them with faint praise. Brad Curry and Harry Carvelis really are coming to the party now. In he goes, bowls to Scriven, who again pushes a little bit in the air for a few feet. Bounces a couple of times, fielded by Hudson Prentice, who broke the innings open. He's at short mid-wicket, and it's the end of the over. 138 for 6, from 70 for 1 to 138 for 6.
Elsewhere in the second division today, a win for Glamorgan. They've beaten Worcestershire by 10 wickets in Cardiff. Durham are going nicely. They're 115 for 2, needing another 131 to beat Yorkshire to retain their place at the top of the table. Up the M1 at Derby. Derbyshire 251 for 9, Gloucestershire 73 for 2 in reply. In the first innings, Warwickshire have beaten Essex by 4 wickets, having a good season, Warwickshire. Edgbaston, Carvelos comes into bowl to Ahmed and strikes him on the pad. I think that's a little too high.
Yeah.
No, but it was a good delivery by Carvelos, who's pitching exactly bowling the right line here.
Hit him on the thigh pad, didn't it?
Middlesex 41 without loss in their second innings, still trailing Surrey by 130 at the Oval. Down the M1 at Northampton. Northampton, a dreadful day, bowled out for just 72 by Nottinghamshire. Nottinghamshire winning by an innings and 25. They probably didn't think that when they made 255 they were going to win by an innings, but they have. In comes Carvelos. In and bowls, and Ahmed steers that one over the slip cord. It's going to run away for 4 runs. James Coles chases down towards the Bennett end of the ground, just out of the clutches of the slip cord. Ahmed living slightly dangerously, but he goes to 12. The total to 142 for 6. Lancashire 299 for 7, still trailing Somerset by 62. And Hampshire piling on the runs down at Canterbury against Kent. Kent made 95. Hampshire 339 for 7. Dawson making 84. James Fuller's 46 not out. Carvelos with 3 slips. In and bowls. Ahmed drives beautifully through the covers. That's probably going to be at least 2, possibly 3. I don't think it's going to go all the way for 4. Hudson Prentice is in hot pursuit down towards the extra cover boundary. Ahmed comes back for 3 more. He didn't quite get all of that. He's just looking at his bat. But you were saying, Richard, he's going to play in a positive way, and I think that's probably the right way to play, to be honest, because 145 for 6, the follow-on target is still 130 or so away. But in attacking innings, you never know where it might take you. Liam Dawson, I was trying to think of his Christian name. So Kent in trouble at Canterbury. Carvelos waits at the end of his run. 4 slips in place now. Carvelos runs away from us. We're high up in the pavilion. He's in and bowls. Oh, let go. That was a good lead by Scriven. I think he thought twice about whether letting it go. It didn't get up all that much, to be honest. And the howl you heard were from the slip cord, and Harry Carvelos had his hands on his head momentarily, thinking that was going to hit the stumps. But he didn't. Scriven survives. He's yet to score. He's faced 8 deliveries. Apart from those 4 slips, there's a point and an extra cover, a mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Carvelos bowls, and that's a wide delivery. That's not where he wants to bowl. Outside the off stump, taken by Cardler in front of first slip. Carvelos in his 14th over. He's taken 2 for 47. Hudson Prentice very much the pick of the Sussex bowling. But we haven't seen him since tea, which is a little surprising. But yes, his 7 overs, 3 for 12, Hudson Prentice. Carvelos in again, bowls, and forward comes Scriven and plays to mid-wicket. There is no run. It is the end of the over. Leicestershire 145 for 6. Rehan Ahmed is on 15. Tom Scriven is yet to score. And another 135 needed for Leicestershire to avoid the follow-on. And you'd imagine if they do that, then the game will be safe.
Yeah, it'd be really interesting to see what Sussex do if they were to get 281 or whatever. With Sussex try and whack a quick 150 and get Leicestershire back in.
They might do. There's plenty of time left in the match.
The way they're bowling, which is very nicely, might not come into question. Brad Curry is in from the Bennett end, bowls to Ahmed, who cracks him away through the offside. Before reached for it a little bit, but the width was there, and he has a wonderful eye, this boy. Cracked it away to the Uptonsteel stand over there. Lovely shot.
Beautifully played, wasn't it? Really good shot.
On to 19, another Leicestershire batsman is getting himself in. They need someone to go on. 4 batsmen have passed 20. Nobody has passed 34. Curry is in, bowls. Ahmed is beaten on the outside edge. Not taken, or not caught by Ollie Carter behind the stump, so as well, perhaps, that he didn't edge it.
He's disappointed. I mean, his wicket keeping has improved. Ollie Carter certainly standing back, but you can see he's disappointed. This is the true test of a keeper. He's standing up to the stumps. Little nick on that would have gone down. Prentice is just warming up at mid-wicket, actually.
Yeah, he's doing his downward dogs, isn't he? He's going to be coming on shortly.
He is.
Curry. Very angled run is in. Ahmed is hitting him back over his head, and it's going to bounce up to the almost straight behind the bowler. In fact, almost straight behind the stumps. I think it was just onside, as in on the onside of the wicket. So another boundary for Ahmed. Another flamboyant, straight, lofted drive. But yeah, it's lovely when it's coming off. That's for sure. But he's a brave young man. He's brought up the 150. The circumstances to be playing this way, 23 off 23.
I used to say he's wrong because you know, Leicestershire in a bit of a pickle here.
Curry in, bowls down the leg side. Nice work by Carter down the leg side. Took it and then whipped off the bails, or knocked off the bails with the ball in his gloves. But fortunately for Ahmed, his back foot for once hadn't been flicked up into the air. Sometimes does.
That was really good from Carter. That'll give him a lot of confidence.
Hudson Prentice just practices a couple of loosening deliveries. Curry, 2 balls to go in his 14th over. Runs in and bowls outside off stump, steered firmly by Ahmed. Minimal foot movement, just uses his eye, angled bat, and it travels very quickly to James Coles at that backward point position, but Coles stops it. I need a peak cap soon. The sun will start coming in the side window before too long.
Okay, I've got my sunglasses ready. It's a nice problem to have.
It's been a rare problem this season. In goes Curry, bowls, Ahmed back foot defensive shot. Whenever he plays a defensive shot, he then rehearses an attacking shot. He's like, that's what I should have done. I should have really tried to punch it away through the offside. Doesn't like playing defensively. 153 for 6 at the end of the 42nd over. Rehan Ahmed 23. Scriven has participated in a partnership that's worth 18 without scoring a single run. None of 10.
But it's an interesting situation, isn't it? You know, if he's an attacking cricketer, he might think, well, if I'm out here sort of fiddling around, picking up the 1s and 2s, you know, I might eventually get out. So actually, you're just better off carrying the attack to Sussex. And now we have got the change, and Hudson Prentice with these wonderful figures. 7 overs, 3 for 12. Is coming back into the attack from the pavilion end. Immediately 4 slips are in place, as well as a cover and a mid-off, a fine leg of mid-wicket, and a mid-on. He's going to be bowling to Tom Scriven, who's yet to score. In lovely Midland sunshine, he's in and bowls, and Scriven is forward, confidently enough, plays to mid-off, fielded by Pujara, who fields the ball, then immediately sets to work on shining the ball vigorously on his trousers, and then shining on his jumper as well. There's Chetishwar Pujara. be mindful of this over rate. Is that still showing us +2? Yes, it is. Some Prentice wheels around. He's on his way. Bowls and it's rather tucked up, but plays to mid on. There is no run. Hudson Prentice is not running freely again. He just looks like he hobbled slightly. Then he hurt his ankle. We thought of the first ball that he bowled in the match, and he was really struggling. But since then, he was okay. Just sort of like he pulled up slightly there, unless he's just wary of where his feet are landing. He's on his way. Bowls and Scriven drive. That's a nice shot. He's going to get probably 3 runs here. I'm not sure it's going to reach the boundary. The outfield is quickening up. Alior races ahead of his more senior partner, Cheteshwar Pujara, which he should do. He's giving him a considerable amount of years, 12. Gets a throw into Ollie Carter, but not before Scriven comes back for a 3rd run. Nice looking shot, slightly over pitch, and he just eased the ball through the covers in a very unfussy manner. He bowled very well, Tom Scriven. He's had a good game. 22 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 75 he took. Picked up the wickets today of Finn Hudson Prentice and James Coles.
You told me that Brad Curry is the brother of Scott Curry of Hampshire.
Yeah.
Tom Scriven reckons Scott Curry will be the next the breakout star of this year.
Really? Interesting. Here comes Hudson Prentice, bowls, and Ahmed is back. And Hudson Prentice fields of his own bowling, and there is no run.
Having played with him through the Hampshire system.
I don't know whether he's playing in this current match for Hampshire. Let's have a little look. It's a really difficult side to break into. I mean, you look at their bowling attack for Hampshire this season.
I'd rather not.
Yeah, Mohammed Abbas, Kyle Abbott,
yeah.
Keith Barker, James Fuller. You've got to be going some to break into that side. Hudson Prentice in bowls. Ahmed is forward, plays it to backward point, fielded by Coles, and there is no run. The feeling here that Ahmed just recognising the danger of Hudson Prentice. He's having a little look at him. Interesting, there's just the 3 slips in place. Ahmed on 23 of 28 deliveries. Come on, Finn, says somebody. It sounded like a spectator, actually, rather than one of the players. The cameraman away to our right-hand side has taken off his big anorak for the first time in the match, as in comes Hudson Prentice bowls, and Ahmed is solidly forward to a ball of good length, plays it straight back down the offside of the track. Tidy enough from Hudson Prentice, just a 3 runs off the over. 8 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 16 for Finn Hudson Prentice. Leicestershire 1, 56 for 6. Rehan Ahmed, he's on 23. Tom Scriven, he's on 3. If you just joined us on this lovely sunny Saturday afternoon, a very good afternoon from myself, Adrian Harms, and Richard Ray. Thank you to Richard for making us very welcome here. He's been down every tea time to the Friends of Grace Road and picked up cakes of various variety, all of which have been lovely, so thank you for that.
Sultana cake today.
Yeah, very nice.
We tried.
It's very organised up here, Richard. He's got his little fridge and his milk and coffee, so we're well catered for here.
It's courtesy of the club. Got to emphasise that. Curry is in to Scriven, who steps forward and then decides to leave. Quite late, but it was probably the right choice. Outside off stump and through into the gloves of Carter, who is now standing back. It goes.
Yes, that's interesting. I wonder whether he's just standing up to the stumps for Ahmed. I'm not sure.
Seven, 8 here. They always add 2, don't they? Farewell to Southampton. Your neighbours down the south coast have been relegated.
Yeah.
In goes Curry and bowls. Oh, lovely delivery that has Scriven groping. And Curry stands with his hand on his head, wondering how that didn't take the edge. Didn't though.
No, absolutely, that really wasn't far away at all. Yes, the radio station will be covering the football tomorrow from North London, where Brighton play their next game, and then they travel up to Newcastle on Thursday, so it's all go for the sports team this week.
That's a fair old trip, isn't it? In goes Curry, bowls, turned off his legs by Scriven, but only as far as square leg, where it's picked up by Ari Carvelis. Brad, is the exhortation. Sounded like that one came from Tom Clark at third slip to me, who's standing a little bit in front of Smith, a good bit in front of Smith actually, as in goes Curry, bowls. Scriven is forward, working it wristily, behind square on the leg side. Runs on down towards Finn Hudson-Prentice, who runs up to meet the ball. Scriven takes one.
He's just stretching himself out there, Brad Curry. It's his first bowl of the season. Of course, he'd have been plenty of bowling in the nets and probably some second 11 cricket, but there's nothing quite like being out in the middle, and he just seems to be stretching out his hamstrings there. He's bowled since tea from that bedded end of the ground. He's picked up a wicket.
Big one as well, Peter Hanscom.
Yeah, Carter back up to the stumps.
In he comes and bowls, and forward goes Ahmed. Again, no great stride. Uses his eye, just plays it firmly up towards mid-off. Tom Scriven, acquired from Hampshire by Leicestershire in the last season. Does have 3 first-class half-centuries to his name in not so very many matches. This is his 8th first-class game. Not so far this season though, so he'll be anxious for a score. In goes Curry, bowls to Ahmed, who just leans forward and blocks the delivery. Out again to mid-off. But it's always a nice sound off Ahmed's bat. Even in defence,
I agree.
It hits the middle.
Yeah.
It could be a very good bat, just a nice bat, but it's just got a nice low timbre, a nice thump as it hits it. It's rarely that you hear a sort of high note from the batter. Lovely sound. Always a sign of a good timer of a shot, whether in defence or attack. 157 for 6, 30 overs remain to be bowled today, and we're just after 5 o'clock.
Well, he's a wonderfully exciting cricketer, isn't he? And that's what we want to see, and we've got a pleasure to watch him here this week. Hudson-Prentice, 4 slips go down. He comes in and bowls to Scriven, who lets that go outside the off stump. He bowls with good pace, does Hudson-Prentice. And he's continually asking questions.
That's the key, isn't it?
Yeah. Just back to his mark.
He can leave a fair few, but he's shown also he can bring them back in. He's picked up a couple of leg befores that way.
He's turning just naturally down below us. Comes in and bowls again. That short pulled away, that's not the place to bowl. Pulled on the leg side by Tom Scriven. He's going to get a couple of runs out to the deep mid-wicket boundary. All the way fielding out there is Henry Crocombe, who prevents it going for 4. That's not the way to get wickets here. Finn will know that. That was probably a poor delivery, and he recognises it. Got to pitch the ball up here. I think if you pitch the ball up, there's something here for the bowlers. It's been throughout the game. He's taken 12 wickets so far, Finn Hudson-Prentice this season. Best of 4 for 27. Which came against... Check his notes. Yorkshire, I think I'll check in a minute. In comes Hudson-Prentice, bowls, does better. Pitching around about middle and off and drawing Scriven forward, but plays it comfortably enough into the offside. And there is no run. I'm sorry, it was against Durham, the game that Sussex won. 12 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 27 in that game. Come on, Finn, says somebody from somewhere. That's Apprentice. Oh, he ran straight through the crease. What happened there? He seemed to, he's indicating that he keeps losing his footing. It's his right ankle. I don't know if there's a bit of a hole that's sort of built up at that end. Harry Carvelos comes in and does a bit of repair work with his foot sort of stamping down the ground. Hudson-Prentice tries again. Bowled. That's a pacey delivery. Let go by Scriven through to keeper Carter, and there is no run. Still Chris Wright to come, who won't give this up. We know he's a very good lower order player who's dug Leicestershire out of a few holes in his time. He's top of the batting averages. Average of 102, 205 runs, so there we are. Yeah. Every time I look at Leicestershire, you think, oh, Leicestershire are in trouble. Chris Wright to the rescue.
Has been this season on a few occasions.
That's Prentice in again. Bowled. Scriven is forward. Get into the offside. Good contest between these two. No quarter given. That's exactly the way it should be. It's really good, tight championship cricket. Ollie Carter, that's the noise you can hear. Banging of the gloves.
Flocks of gulls rise from the when he does that, doesn't it? The whole ground shakes. How he generates so much.
No, it is so loud, isn't it?
Yeah.
Still 29 overs after this one. Here comes Hudson Prentice again. He's on his way and bowls and clipped away onto the onside. It was in the air slightly, but it's a nice looking shot by Scriven. They're going to come back for the second. Oh, Henry Crocombe.
There was two, actually, but...
yeah. Well, Henry Crocombe fielded the ball, but he misfielded it, and then they were yelling to get the throw in. Hudson Prentice didn't look very happy with his colleague. I don't think it was really a run-out opportunity, but... So Scriven, he goes to 7, 160 for 6.
Scriven was more than halfway back and stood for a moment, sort of saying, well, there's an easy two, and then he jogged back into his ground, so... But anyway, not to worry. They're both still there, 160 for 6. Henry Crocombe, who you felt didn't quite get it right before, T.
I didn't think he did, no. I think he's the quickest of the Sussex bowlers. But I thought his line was not great. Needs to pitch it up.
Well, Pujara is supporting his bowlers. He is maintaining this four-man slip cordon. Sensing the opportunity. Yeah, it makes complete sense. It's getting a bit raucous down there, isn't it?
There's a few boys down here just perhaps a bit of a row.
Perhaps the football or rugby crowd. In goes Crocombe and bowls outside off stump. Scriven a little hop and a skip across, but lets it go through to the now becapped Carter, not behelmeted because he's standing back.
Only one Northamptonshire player reached double figures in that mauling by Nottinghamshire. It was Zybe, he made 26. So it's a bit of a thrashing for Northants today. I'll keep an eye on the game at Durham.
Crocombe is in and bowls. That's the ball.
Yeah,
and it goes, bounces and leaves Scriven. And then he turns, and although the slip started to go up, he didn't appeal. And then he turned and politely inquired of Hassan Adnan. I don't think I've ever seen an appeal answered in the affirmative in those circumstances.
Good game at Durham. Durham 133 for 3. They need another 113 to win.
Looking good for the Northeasterners. Might be tomorrow morning by the time it gets finished. In goes Crocombe. Bowled him! Oh, what a delivery. Top of off stump. We've talked about that all the time. Just bounced and maybe left him clip the top of off. And that's the delivery Crocombe has been looking for. And Scriven goes. Bowled Crocombe for 7. Leicestershire 160 for 7.
Well, you have to give Cheteshwar Pujara some credit there. He's changed the bowling, and immediately Henry Crocombe delivers. Picking up that wicket, we felt he hadn't bowled a particularly good line before T, but there was nothing wrong with that. Hitting the top of off stump.
Super delivery.
Yeah,
super delivery. And you have to say Sussex have bowled really, really well today. And now the follow on. Well, it's still over 100 away, 120 runs still needed by Leicestershire. It's beginning to look not so much as a possibility as a probability.
Yeah, I mean, still, Rehan Ahmed is still there. What about the rest of the batting order?
We've talked about Chris Wright, haven't we?
Yes, we have.
Who's coming out to the crease now. He's been outstanding with the bat this season. Whether he can keep going remains to be seen. but he has very rarely failed. He's occupied the crease for a long time.
Will Davis? Or will he?
He can get in line, but he might even come in after Josh Holt, who's got a decent eye. So Hull and Davis, I think, are genuine tail enders. Hull might not be at once eventually. So he's got a good eye and a long reach, and he gets in line too, but it's down to these two now if Leicestershire are going to post a respectable, let alone a follow-on avoiding total. That was a super delivery from Crocombe.
Well, I think he needed that really, didn't he? It was he hadn't bowled particularly well before tea, but that's a good response. So he's now coming into bowl to Chris Wright. 4 slips go down. In lovely evening sunshine, comes in and bowls to Wright. He clips in the air through mid-wicket. Well, he's straight into his stride, is Chris Wright. The ball rolling out towards the deep mid-wicket boundary. They'll come back for 3. I get the feeling he's not going to hang around here, Chris Wright. Straight away, 163 for 7. And Wright is on his way. What's the way that he plays?
Yeah, it kind of isn't usually so, but he does sometimes go aerial on the leg side, so, but not usually off the very first ball that he faced. So
Is that going to prompt a
the
change?
entertainment, if that's the right word, goes on.
It has prompted a slight change in the field. There are now just the 3 slips. There's a man deepish mid-wicket. He's not saving one, and he's not back on the fence either. As Crocombe is in bowls to Rehan Ahmed, who's up on his toes, plays it onto the onside. There is no run. Lovely early evening now. As Richard was saying, we're certainly going to get these 28 overs in.
26 if there's a change of innings.
Yeah, so that's sure. Yeah. Henry Crocombe is now asking the umpire about the ball, which he thinks is obviously gone out of shape. And the umpire
Don't
says,
worry too much about it, Henry, given what you're getting it to do.
I was going to say,
I wouldn't be showing it to the umpire.
yeah.
Shows it to Pujara as well. Yeah. You just keep bowling. Don't worry about it, young man.
3 slips go down. He's in bowls, and Ahmed plays officially, but a good bit of athletic fielding by Coles at backward point. There is no run, so a successful return for Henry Crocombe. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 30, picking up the wicket in that over. 163 for 7, so Leicestershire needing another 118 if they're going to avoid the follow-on, and deep conversation going on between Chris Wright and Rehan Ahmed out in the middle. I wonder what that conversation is. Because, you know, do you go on the attack here? Do you think, well, if Ahmed does go on the attack and suddenly those numbers start coming down, it puts pressure on Pujara. But maybe they're a little far out to do that, Rich. It's a tricky one, isn't it? How does Leicestershire play this?
Just play our own game. They'll certainly take the ones if they're on offer. Hudson Prentice in from the pavilion end, bowls to Chris Wright, who is sort of half forward. That is very characteristic of Wright. Everything is close together. Sometimes he looks a little sort of bit inelegant, but because he's a tall man, and the bat always looks very small in his hands to me, but he gets everything in line. And he scored over 3,500 first-class runs, but this season he's been nigh on. Don't say it, Richard.
No, don't. Well, perhaps you should.
Yes, Leicestershire fans everywhere. Hudson Prentice is in,
Shot.
and he's driven in for 4. It was over-pitched on off-stump, and Wright didn't have to step out too far. He was to the pitch of it and just played with the confidence of a man who's averaging over 100 this season, and puts it to the long-off boundary for 4. Gets a whistle from Stention Benno over there. An approving whistle. I wonder if the Vuvuzela is no more.
I remember that.
You used to toot the Vuvuzela on Leicestershire hitting a 4 or 6 or taking a wicket. Hudson Prentice is in again. Oh my goodness me, I thought he'd played on. It was a full one, and he was looking to drive again, got a thick inside edge onto his foot, and it dribbled an inch or two backwards, stopped almost at his feet. Could he easily have gone onto the stumps? Didn't. but I haven't heard of Vuvuzela for ages. No doubt we'll get a tweet to the effect that it's either gone into cold storage. I think it came back from, may even have come back from South Africa from that World Cup.
Oh, right,
so
okay.
it may have tooted its last. It may have expired. It's an ex-Vuvuzela. It has ceased to be.
A Vuvuzela no more.
In goes Hudson Prentice, whipped away into the leg side, flamboyantly by Wright, who is playing like a right-handed Brian Lara out there. His former, did they play together at Warwickshire? They might just have done, because Wright's been around for a long old time. He's 37 now. Must ask him about that. But that was a Lara-esque whip into the leg side for 4 more. Moves on to 11.
110 needed.
Hudson Prentice in, bowls. Oh, goes past Wright's outside edge.
Slightly low, that one, didn't it? Pajama makes a change in the field there. He's moving all out, just sweeping on the cover, maybe allowing Wright the single, is he? Yeah, 1 more ball to go in the over, but Wright's perfect. What if Bajara knows that Wright's going to...
They'd take it, for sure.
Sure
You know, Ahmed certainly, no. Perhaps it's just the way he's playing. Hudson Prentice in, bowls, Wright covers up, drops it out into the offside, then no, he says.
Yep.
As he sees Bajara running towards the ball at from mid-off, end of the over. 171 for 7, all 11 runs of the partnership to Chris Wright.
Indeed. I'm going to have to pop next door because I've got an update to do. I think it'll be my final one of the day. So I shall leave you with Richard for the next couple of overs.
Could come back in it. Leicester should be all out. But things will have happened, I'm sure, because this is the way this innings, this day has gone. How many wickets have we had? 13 wickets have fallen today now. And there are still 27 overs left to be bowled. Crocombe is in, bowls to Ahmed, who is on, driving beautifully for 4. Lovely shot. The old back leg lifted, the back foot, right foot, lifted up into the air, but it was full and straight, and Ahmed, who is actually a technically pretty correct player, punched it back past the bowler and right to the boundary for 4. He moves on to 27, 175 for 7. Crocombe charges down the slope and bowls. Ahmed again is looking too on drive, didn't quite get all of that. Goes the other side of mid-on this occasion. Moves across to his right. I think it's Hudson Prentice over there. Yes, it is. Picks it up, gives it a polish, takes his cap off. Throws it to Crocombe, who is in and bowling to Chris Wright, who is on the back foot, forcing away through the offside. It's a chase for Orr and Pajara. Pajara is going to get there about a yard inside the ropes at deep extra cover. Good throw from the Sussex skipper, right next to over the stumps, not next to them. Crocombe takes it one-handed. Wright picks up a couple, moves on to 13 off just 8 balls. Nice punch off the back foot. 178 for 7. Crocombe is in. Wright is beaten, not taken cleanly by Carter behind the stumps, because Carter says of the movement. Swing, he says. So as well, it wasn't edged. Dropped down at his feet, fortunately for Carter. Tom Alsop picked up the ball. It did move quite late. Crocombe, that sort of delivery, there was the one that bowled Scriven. Crocombe is in and bowling short. Wright goes for the pull, hits it off the bottom part of the bat, and it rolls quite gently out towards mid-wicket, where Carvelas is the fielder. And now he's being sent back to sort of 3/4 of the way back. As Crocombe is in, Wright goes back and defends. High left elbow, back down the pitch it goes towards Crocombe. End of the over, the 48th of Leicestershire's first innings. 178 for 7 is the score. Chris Wright has 13, Rehan Ahmed has 28, so they add to the list of Leicestershire batters who've got well into double figures without being able to go on. Still the highest score in the innings, the 34 made by Rishi Patel. Whose dismissal, to a certain extent, sort of sparked the whole collapse, or subsidence anyway, of the Leicestershire innings. In goes Hudson Prentice, bowls to Rehan Ahmed, just leans forward, dabs it out into the offside. Dan Ibrahim runs across from extra cover to field. Ahmed takes his single, moves on to 29. Mid-wicket comes, deep mid-wicket comes to mid-wicket. Just the 3 slips for Hudson Prentice, bowling to Chris Wright, who is solidly waiting for that one, leaning forward, quite deep in his crease. Blocks it off stump out into the offside. Ibrahim fields. For once, Clark's clapping is louder than Carter's beating gauntlets. Hudson Prentice bowls straighter, turned by Wright out towards mid-on, where Carvallis finds himself. Again, that's Clark clapping it. He's almost at, he's really at 4th slip, he's not at 3rd. Alsop and Smith at 1st and 2nd as Hudson Prentice is in, hit over, just over Pujara by Chris Wright. The captain leapt up into the air, it was lobbed up, it's not even going to cross the ropes at long off. It didn't exactly plug into the outfield, but it was probably only a few inches above his reaching fingers as he leapt up into the air. Close one, Wright picks up a couple. Well, Leicestershire continue to play their shots and live dangerously as a consequence. 181 now for 7. Right on to 15. Hudson Prentice is in, bowls to him, thick edge, bounces well short of Clark, who half stops it, and I think it thumped then, went through his hands and hit him on the thigh because he's out limping around a little bit. It did. He'll have a nice bruise there on the upper part of his thigh. He's rubbing it desperately now, trying to... There's not much you can do. It will sting, I'm afraid, for a good few minutes, and more than sting. As I say, he'll have a nice bruise there in the morning. 181 for 7. Hudson Prentice turns. Runs in, bowls, tucked by Wright around the corner. Could be don't take 2, no, because long leg is coming in pretty quickly. So it is just the single. Wright keeps the strike. End of the over. Wright onto 16 off 16 balls. Came within an inch or 2 of being dismissed in that over. Pujara, probably not the most athletic, a more athletic mid-off might just have been able to get his fingers onto that one.
Yeah, it was just down below the commentary box next door. I was updating the listeners in Sussex too, and I thought for a minute it was going straight to Pujara, but he was backpedaling. I think you're right. Henry Crocombe running in from the Bennett end. 4 slips go down. He's in and bowls and clipped away, and well, that's going to run away for 4 runs. Well, they're not messing around here, are they? Chris Wright, he's made up his mind that attack is the best form of defence. And who's to say he's wrong? 186 for 7. The choir.
Chrissy Wright.
Chrissy Wright. Yeah, he's well, Chrissy Wright has scored 20 off 17 balls. He's putting back to ball. And
who's now averaging 122.5 for the season.
well, he's giving Pujara something to think about.
Is that right? Yeah.
I mean, it's still a way to go to avoid the follow-on, but maybe this is the way to go. In comes Crocombe, bowls and Wright steers that one into the slip corner, fielded there on the bounce by James Coles at 4th slip. Keep an eye elsewhere on that game at Durham, which is building up to quite a climax. Durham 150 for 4, needing another 96 to win, so I think that'll go into tomorrow. Looks like it's got a close finish written all over it. The M1 Gloucestershire 113 for 4 in the 2nd division in reply to Derbyshire's 251 for 9. Crocombe, bright sunshine, Inham bowls, up on his toes is right, he steers that down to fine leg, they're thinking about 2. The 12th man Ibrahim is very quickly in, so somebody's off the field, I'm not entirely sure who that is. Let's see if I can see. Certainly Dan Ibrahim is on.
The 3 Sunhat boys are all on.
Yes.
Should be, are they actually? Because Ibrahim's got one on as well, so it may be one of those. If there's just 3, it's one of those.
It might be Brad Curry who's off the field. Crocombe in bowls. Arman is beaten, a play and a miss outside the off stump taken by Carter. And there is no run. These two coming together when the score's 160 for 7 when Tom Scriven was up. They've only batted 27, but Chris Wright has made 21 of them. And Riyad Ahmed, who started off like a train, he's always playing the supporting role here, but he won't mind that all the time that Wright's scoring runs at the other end. Crocombe in again. Bowls. Ahmed drives nicely through the covers. He's going to pick up a single fielded out there on the cover point boundary by James Coles. One more to the total. Ahmed goes into the 30s. Exactly 30. 188 for 7. The magic number as far as Leicestershire are concerned is 281. If they get there, they've avoided the follow-on, and from there on, you'd think they'd probably make the game safe. Crocombe, that's still a way off. Comes in and bowls, and Wright thumps that back down the track, very athletically fielded by Crocombe on the bounce. He throws the ball away. It is the end of the over. Sussex now running between the overs, so they've obviously recognised the issue around the over rate. Brad Curry, who came off the field. Daniel Ibrahim comes off. Curry's back on. He seemed to be sort of feeling, stretching out, was Brad Curry, after his last spell, so maybe he's come off for a little bit of treatment or whatever.
Yeah, as you say,
he's still stretching out now.
First appearance in 15 overs. Might have to come back and bowl.
Might well have to.
Before the close, still 24 overs.
Yeah, and certainly if, and it's a big if, Leicestershire follow on, they're going to have a lot more bowling to do tomorrow.
Hudson Prentice turns, sees Ahmed is ready, runs in and bowls. Ahmed strokes his defensive shot on the walk out to Pujara. Curry windmilling his arms.
What if he's got
to wait a bit, hasn't he? I don't know how long he's been off, to be honest.
Yes, I'm never entirely certain of the rules, but it looks like he's going to... I can see Ari Cavellas is warming up as well. So he juggled his bowlers around.
Hudson Prentice is in and bowls. A little bit of swing to it, but not much, and Ahmed just pushes it out towards wide-ish mid-off. 50 overs now, so the ball is well past its best, to be honest. And the pitch has now been under sun for a while, so might just be a combination of factors which is taking a little bit of the assistance that the Sussex bowlers have found. Pujara is now going to show the ball again to, this time, umpire Middlebrook, who summons umpire Adnan, and they will together discuss whether the ball is suitable to continue to be used. see whether it goes through the gauge. It's sitting atop the gauge, which suggests we might get a change of ball. Yep, we are going to get a change of ball, so it has gone out of shape. So this batch of Duke balls this season have been pretty good in terms of not losing their shape, but this one, after 50.2 overs, has. Out comes the silver box with the new old balls, so to speak, of various ages in it. It's one of those sort of like metal boxes, like a little fat briefcase that is used at Leicestershire. Metal rimmed boxes. Umpires pick up one ball, discard it, try another. Hudson Prentice watches carefully, as does Carvelis. The Sussex 12th man, who's got a hoodie on, Sussex hoodie on. Umpires, they're going through most of them, and they decided that one will do. It's given to Carvelis and tossed to Hudson Prentice. Hudson Prentice holds it at arm's length. He's examining a specimen. Then he holds it up. You can see the sun glinting on it, so it must be in reasonable nick, or at least one side is in reasonable nick. He's ready to go. Ahmed is ready to receive him. In he goes and bowls. Ahmed is down the wicket on driving very firmly. It bounces out of the hands of Carvelis, but he did form the long barrier, so he got everything behind it. It went so quickly to him that no runs resulted. And seeing the way that Ahmed advanced down the wicket, Ollie Carter says, "Bring me the helmet." On comes the hooded 12th man again. Hooded as in IED. Because the hood itself isn't up, but it is a hoodie. Carter takes the helmet and stands up to the crease. Hudson Prentice is in. Bowls down the leg side, clipped up into the air. There's a half-hearted appeal. I think it came mostly off Carter's foot, perhaps. Thigh pad. Not quite sure. Went sort of hit quite low, it looked to me, and then sort of ran up his body into the air, looped up into the air. Alsop caught it, I suspect, just in case, that's all. There was no cry of catch it, and there always is if it's anywhere near the bat. Hudson Prentice is in, bowled, worked by Ahmed out towards square leg, sees that it's between the two fielders, so he takes the first one quickly, but Henry Crocombe got there pretty quickly as well, so just the one in the end. 189 for 7. Ahmed, second Leicestershire batter into the 30s. Plenty have got into double figures, into the 20s. None have so far gone beyond 34. Rishi Patel, the top scorer. Hudson Prentice is in, bowls to right, who's hit quite high, and Hudson Prentice's appeal is delayed. It was rather in response to the appeal from behind the stumps, and it's choked off pretty quickly. Hit quite high and is a tall man. End of the over, 189 for 7. Hudson Prentice figures aren't quite as outstanding as they were. They're still pretty darn good. 12 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 31 now. Hasn't picked up a wicket in his second spell, and there's something of the old soldier about him. He rather limps away again before breaking into a stride of some normality. 51 overs have been bowled. Will Crocombe continue? Yes, he will. 9 overs, 1 for 43. Ball of the day for me from Crocombe that bowled Scriven. He's in and bowls to Ahmed, who again is on driving down into the ground, but doesn't get it past Crocombe, who, despite his height, gets down quickly. A big right hand and stops the ball in his follow through. Runs in, bowls. Good bouncer that Ahmed, having leant back, then tries to ramp from a leaning back position. His back was completely arched. He was almost falling over backwards as he tries to lift that, uppercut it over wicketkeeper Ollie Carter. His thought, even as he was evading the ball, was, I wonder if I can lift that down to the boundary. Didn't get anything on it. Had to put out a hand to stop himself falling on his backside. Waits with bat raised. Crocombe is in to him. He's driving slightly wide of the reaching oar at extra cover. Pujara has to run to his left from mid-off, and a single is taken. Ahmed on to 32, 190 for 7. Still need another 91 to avoid the follow-on Leicestershire. Crocombe into right, who is driving in the air, but very powerfully, straight through mid-off, stand and deliver for 4. An uncomplicated shot. He didn't get on the front foot, it was up there, and he almost was leaning back as he thumped that straight through mid-off. As I say, it was in the air for a longer way, probably almost as it passed Pujara, who's standing quite wide at mid-off. Went inside him to the boundary for 4, right onto 25. Crocombe is in, bowls to him, he's hitting again, he's got a top edge, it's going to fly down to wide third man and over the ropes in front of the meet for 4. Everybody looked into the sky, that's where the ball was, but it was also heading towards the meet. So consecutive boundaries for Chris Wright, moves on to 29, 198 for 7. 29 off 23 balls for Chris Wright. Chance of Leicestershire. Echo out across the ground. Crocombe will be angry. He's in, bowls a bouncer. He was angry. Good grunt of effort as he banged that one in, but right. An opening bowler himself for many years, knew what was coming and was almost ducking as Crocombe approached the crease, takes his cap and his sweater and rather stomps off to his fielding position. But Pujara calmly just has a little chat to him as he goes back. Partnership is worth 38 for the 8th wicket, of which Wright has 29. Ahmed very much playing second fiddle, which is something I suspect you won't hear very often during this young man's career. Carvelis is coming back on now, but perhaps that's a sign of Ahmed's cricketing maturity, in a way, in that he can adjust his approach according to how his partner is playing. Carvelis, 2 for 47 from 14, comes up the slope to bowl to Ahmed. Gets a short ball that stays a bit low on his legs, but he goes back and just turns it down towards backwards square. Long leg comes into field. Still steaming Henry Crocombe, and 1 is taken, 199 for 7. Carvelis is in, bowls right, whips him over mid-wicket, and although Orr leapt into the air, couldn't quite get there, over the ropes it goes, and that is another 4 for Chris Wright, the Leicestershire Lara. He moves on to 33 off 25 balls. It's as though he's sort of suddenly discovered this lofted whip into the onside. It's got him out once this season, but he's really enjoying playing it, and he's middling it for the most part. 203 for 7. Carvelas in again to Wright, who defends a straight line and length delivery out into the offside. Sussex sort of scratching their heads a little bit. They think it can't last. But it is becoming more than irritating, I suspect, as far as they're concerned. 43 the partnership now for the 8th wicket, of which Wright has scored 33. Carvelas is in and bowls. Wright goes back and defends calmly off the stumps out into the offside again. Again, it's also something to do with the age of the ball and the sun having been out on the pitch. And bowlers perhaps getting a little bit tired, simply because they haven't, these guys, Carvelas and in particular, also Curry, haven't had much bowling this season. In he goes, drops it short, pulled by Wright around the corner. I think it will be cut off at long leg. It is, and it's a bit of good work, partnership work by the 2 fielders down there, and as a consequence Wright gets 1 instead of 2 or even 4. He moves on to 34, 204 for 7. Ahmed 33. Come on, Harry, lad. Aristides sounds so much more aristocratic, doesn't it? In goes Aristides Carvelas and bowls. Good line and length, and Ahmed waits in his crease, just blocks it out into the offside. End of the over. 204 for 7. Ahmed 33 off 48. Wright 34 off 28. Thump, thump, thump go the gloves of Ollie Carter. Gonna have to reach for my peaked cap as the sun streams in the side windows of the commentary box. Crocombe will continue. Longish spell this now. But he's only bowled 10 overs in the innings as a whole. Comes charging in, bowls to Wright, who goes back and defends off stump. Out into the offside it goes, or moves to his left. And fields, and there is no run. 204 for 7. Orr's name is in my mind at the moment. 4X, Radio 4X have been serialising Catch 22 as Crocombe is in and bowls, and Wright goes back
Stand
and
deliver.
smears it out into the offside rather from the stumps. But he's going for everything, well, not everything, but that was a most un-Wright-like shot, but got plenty of it, and Pujara scrambled across to his left to cover behind Orr, and 2 more taken right onto 36. And of course Orr is one of the, perhaps not main characters in Catch 22, but he's kind of one of the heroes. In goes Crocombe, and it's full, looking for the Yorker, clipped by Wright, out towards deep mid-wicket. 1 is taken, sweeper comes off the ropes.
Partnership of 47 now between these two. This is becoming a, well, they
more than an irritant.
well, they've got on the attack, and I you know, there's still a way to go to get that follow-on, but I think they're playing this the right way. It's, you know, they're putting the pressure back on Sussex.
Crocombe into Ahmed, who's cracking it away through the offside. There is the man down there, very wide third man, sort of backward point, who can run around the boundary to field. So it will be just 1 to Rahan Ahmed. Can it be the first 50 partnership of the innings? It's 48 now. Ahmed 34, Wright 37. is in and bowls just outside off stump. Chris Wright seeing it pretty well now. So I don't mean to laugh each time I plays it. It is quite sort of strange if you've watched a lot of him over the years to see him playing this way. He waited for that one and just dabbed it down behind point and jogged one. It's like he's suddenly been freed up and all this confidence is flowing from the runs he's got this season. He's always been a useful sort of tail end, more than useful sort of tail end, stubborn tail end batsman, but this is something else. In goes Crocombe, bowls to Ahmed, who just stands still and defends it down the pitch on the onside. 209 for 7, partnership 49, of which Wright has scored 38, end of the over.
Yeah, well, he was top of the batting averages, as you said. Phil's been in touch. He says, "Hello, Adrian and Richard. I'm enjoying the stream as ever. It's nice to see my birthplace county on top. I came up from London with my young lady via Milton Keynes to watch day one. You can imagine the frustrations of numerous inspections and then the final abandonment. When the sun was shining, the sky was blue, and 3 or 4 Leicester players were doing fast training sprints on an outfield deemed too wet for play, with the pitch square and run-ups fully covered. We did enjoy a lunchtime pint at a nearby pub called the Black Horse. I felt surprised that no play at all was possible. We felt for Sussex supporters we met who'd driven up from Wales and Reading. Welcoming your thoughts. Best wishes, Phil." In comes Harry Carvelos, running into bowl to Wright, who placed a backward point fitted by Coles, no run. I think Richard and I's feeling, well, I speak for myself here, that when the covers came off at about 4:30 and the sun was out, we felt then that probably they would play. We might have got a couple of hours, because if they weren't going to play then, it might have been called off 2 or 3 hours earlier. I think that was our feeling. So I can imagine it was incredibly frustrating, Phil. Carvelos in the bowl, Wright defends on the onside, no run. So at that stage, and as I left the ground, the sun was still out. I mean, I did walk around the outfield, around the outside of the boundary. I mean, the ground was quite wet, but...
Yeah, if it wasn't going to dry in those conditions, it was never going to dry. And that was, so we felt it could have been called much, much earlier.
Yeah, I agree, and that would have saved everybody the hanging around, really. Carvelos is in bowls and lofted by Wright. That's gone high, wide, and hands. That's gone for 6. That's out the ground, I think, or into the nets anyway. Well, he's just clubbed that away with a full swing of the bat. The ball sails over mid-wicket. It's gone into the netted area. That's a big hit. That's 6 runs.
Huge hit.
And Wright goes to 44 off 35.
It is a short boundary, but Ali Orr is having to run to the nets, which are closed, actually. The metal gates are closed and locked. They protect them as well, so it's going to have to be another new old ball.
Yeah, you can't get it. Ali Orr's gone running out. He's come running back.
Well, he went to the gates, but suddenly it was realised they were locked. And eventually somebody will come and unlock them and go in and get it. But in the meantime...
Wait, that was what a pickup.
As I say, he's suddenly discovered this leg side pickup, Chris Wright, and he's been playing it much of the season. The umpires are asking the ground staff to perhaps pop in and get it, and I'm sure they're heading in that direction already.
Carvelos in again, bowls, and Wright's beaten. There's a good response from Harry Carvelos. The ball goes past the outside edge, taken by Carter. 2:15 for 7. So, what do we need now, Richard? 66 to avoid the follow-on?
Yeah, it's good maths there. Well done, sir.
This partnership.
Yep, biggest of the innings, 55 now.
Well, we were talking about do Leicestershire go on the attack here. That's exactly what Chris Wright has done. And Riyad Ahmed is very happy to play second fiddle at the moment. Wright is in, bowls. Wright thumps this one away. More runs here, at least a couple. Pujara is in hot pursuit. I think they might come back for a third. Pujara overhauls the ball just on the boundary edge, but not before Wright comes back for 3 more. He goes to 47. What a knock this is. 47 in 37. It's Leicestershire's own version of Bazball, the man who's top of the batting averages. Wow.
But this is, this is number 9, Chris Wright.
But I do feel for you, Phil, and it's a shame we didn't get to say hello, because I know you are a regular contributor, so I'm sorry you had such a frustrating day on Thursday. Carvelos coming into bowl to Ahmed. He's in and bowls, and Ahmed is dropped! He's dropped in the gully. It was a sharp chance. I think, is that Steve Smith in there?
It is. It is. 2-handed above his head, sort of wide second stroke third slip, wasn't he? And he went hard-handed at it, and it fairly flew. But
I'm not sure if that was Smith or Tom Clark.
He's taller, isn't he, than Smith? So it might be Clark, actually.
I think it was Tom Clark who has got pretty much the best pair of hands in the club. Let's wait for him to turn round and see. Steve Smith was off the field.
Well, we can't blame him for everything then.
No, we can't. No.
Sussex fans, it wasn't Steve Smith.
Yeah. So he's dropped by Clark.
Off the bowling of Carvelas.
When he was on 35.
Did they just take the single?
Or
no, did they take two? So he was on 34, I guess.
Did he take two?
I think he did, because he's down at that end again, isn't he?
So he's dropped on 34. And the score was 218 for 7.
It was.
That's a big moment. He's got
might be.
Yeah, he's got a really good pair of hands as Tom Clark. And if anyone's going to put, you
got two good hands to it, didn't he?
He'll be so disappointed. However, the chance went down. 61 needed, Richard. And the way Wright's going, you wouldn't put it past him.
He's on strike on 47 as in goes Hudson Prentice, who's having a go from that end, I've just realised now, from the Bennett end. He's replaced Henry Crocombe, and Wright defends that one out into the offside. Hudson Prentice, probably the most accurate of the Sussex seamers, most reliably accurate of this particular attack. Should we put it that way?
Yes, indeed. I think he's constantly proven the most accurate of the bowlers as well.
In he goes, bowls to Wright, who swipes a little bit thick inside edge, runs behind square on the leg side. Man on the leg side boundary comes running into field, who is Carvelas, and one is taken right onto 48. Definite uptick of interest from Leicestershire supporters watching at a distance as well as in the ground, understandably. 2-2-1 for 7. Ahmed back on strike. Can he take advantage of that life? Hudson Prentice is in, bowls two, and beautifully timed shot through the offside. That's going to run to the extra cover boundary for 4. Beautifully timed. Again, it sounded so sonorous off his bat. And he moves into the 40s. He and Wright, the only batsmen to be in the 40s in the innings so far. But the partnership moves on to 65, 2-2-5, 4-7. The old ball, I think, has come back. They've retrieved it from the net, so here it comes. And Hassan Adnan, the umpire, will check all is well. I think it probably, did it actually clear the net, or did it bounce into them?
I think it might have cleared
concrete, there's
concrete
in front of them. But if it cleared it, there won't be anything wrong, because the nets are beautiful grass nets, of course. And indeed, it's been thrown to Hudson Prentice, who doesn't bother polishing, just turns and runs in and bowls. Ahmed is down the wicket and then defending with his right foot into the air, because Ollie Carter is back with his cap on, not his helmet on.
I guess when this sort of situation often, because when these two got together, they probably think, well, let's just have a go. Let's just see where it takes us. And the closer you get sometimes, then the more nervous it can become, because you've played all these shots and all of a sudden you're almost there. Well, they're not almost there, but, you know, they're 50-odd runs needed now. 56.
Hudson Prentice is in.
Shot.
Driven beautifully back through him, almost underneath Hudson Prentice, by Ahmed for 4. He moves on to 44. He has, as Adrian said, played very much a secondary role in this partnership, which is now worth 69, of which Wright has 48. But 2 boundaries for Ahmed has lifted his share considerably, and he's showing Wright. His shots have been very correct, Ahmed's, really. Flamboyant, but correct, whereas Wright's have been simply flamboyant. I won't, with respect to Chris, necessarily use the word correct. Hudson Prentice is in, and with all the time in the world waiting in the crease, Ahmed blocks it back past him. Brunty reckons Chris Wright is the new Darren Stevens.
Yes.
Foxy Phil Wright is turning into prime 2015 Charlie Shrek, saving us face with the bat. Yes, Shrek had an annus mirabilis in 2015. He was an absolute walking wicket throughout the entirety of his career, with the exception of 2015 when he suddenly, as a number 11, discovered this sort of stickability, and he actually scored his first and only first-class 50 against Surrey at the Oval, the innings in which, the match in which Kevin Peterson scored 300 plus. So rather faded in comparison.
Yes. What's happening here, though, is that Pujara's having to think, isn't he? And Sussex have got, there's only another 52 needed now for Leicestershire to avoid the follow-on. Sussex need 3 wickets, and what this done, if nothing else, is Sussex are thinking, right, what do we do? And Leicestershire have got the momentum.
There's a lot of people calling for Coles to be given a bowl.
Well, I wonder that. In comes Harry Carvelos over the wicket, bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery. Bit of extra bite. There is something in this pitch. We've said it all the way through. If you get the ball in the right area, there's a bit of extra bounce. I think anything that's up to Chris Wright, he's having a go at, isn't he?
He'd have a go at Coles, for sure. So it might be worth the gamble at this stage.
Yeah. We could go one of 2 ways, but at the minute, in fact, James Coles is warming up right on cue. Richard. Carvelos is in, bowls, and he's caught behind. He's on his way. Ollie Carter takes the catch. Carvelos gets the breakthrough, his 3rd wicket, and Chris Wright's wonderful counter-attack comes to an end. He's gone for 48 of 41 deliveries. It's been a tremendous innings, and together with Rehan Ahmed, he's given Leicestershire a chance of avoiding the follow-on, but Carvelos pitches it up. And Wright took one too many liberties. He's got a thick outside edge, but he's done his job. What a wonderful effort by Chris Wright. Carter snaffles the catch, and Leicestershire are 229 for 8.
42 balls, 6 fours and 1 6.
And what a round of applause he gets. There's the whistles and the... Harry Carvelos on his first game of the season picks up 3 wickets, and just at a time when Sussex were just, not to say get desperate, but just wondering where on earth a wicket was coming from.
Well, Will Davis has a job to do here because he has a batsman at the other end, so he's got to really get his head down here.
He has.
I've seen him give it away once or twice, Will. I remember at Cardiff in particular when Dieter Klein was in the 90s, approaching what would have been his, I think, only first-class 100, and Davis came in last man, hold out.
Wow.
So he has a job to do, which is to get in line and try and give Ahmed as much of the strike as he can. 69, that partnership between Chris Wright and Rehan Ahmed, of which Wright obviously scored 48.
Well, what an extraordinary performance. Well, it's what we love about county cricket. You can have all the limited over games, and sometimes those are very exciting, sometimes they're not. But there's something about 4-day cricket, isn't there? The way that the games ebb and flow. Carvelos 3 for 64. He's coming into the new man, who's Will Davis. 4 slips go down. In comes Carvelos, and gets the bat and gloves hard of the way, does Davis. And we have to remember that Rehan Ahmed was dropped by Tom Clark on 34. He's now on 44. Clark with pretty much the safest pair of hands in the club for Sussex. He's a very, very fine slip fielder. And sometimes they just go down. Come on, Harry, says someone around the ground or out on the field. Comes in and bowls to Davis. Oh, with a play and a miss. Richard thumps the desk in frustration. It was a...
You've got a batsman the other end.
Yeah, doesn't need to play that
ball.
shot. Yeah, doesn't need to play it, really. His job is to stay there.
So good. Say Sussex to Carvelos, and it has been.
Comes Carvelos. He's in on bowls and clipped away by Davis to mid-wicket, fielded there by Brad Curry. And there is no run. If they were thinking of bringing on James Coles, I'd imagine that may just have been put on the back burner for a little while.
I'd certainly be prepared to give Davis a single here. Whether Ahmed would take it, I think possibly not.
In comes Carvelos. He's in a box. Oh, a play and a miss again. That's twice in 3 balls. He's played and missed at balls, pitching just outside of the off stump. End of the over, 229 for 8. Leicestershire need to get to 281 if they're to avoid the follow-on, which Sussex will surely enforce were it to come to that. And much now depending on Rehan Ahmed, the 18-year-old. He's batted beautifully. He's had a life when he was on 34, but he struck some lovely blows, particularly his cover driving has been something to watch. But you feel that much depends on the young man now for Leicestershire.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for him now because Sussex will readily give him a single. Indeed, the entire leg side has gone deep, most on the offside, well, mid-off anyway. Hudson Prentice is in. Ahmed is just stretching forward and blocking that one out into the offside where Orr fields. Throws it back to Hudson Prentice. A few clouds around, but beautiful evening now, and hopefully much the same tomorrow. It's supposed to be warmer tomorrow as well. Hudson Prentice could still end up with a 5-fer. Runs in and bowls down the wicket goes Ahmed, plays it back past him, and he's going to take the 1. Long gone is out there, comes in to meet the ball. Yeah, probably too soon really, but he's got to show faith to a certain extent.
He has.
in his number 10.
He has. I mean, 51 is a lot of runs to get, isn't it? If you're trying to farm the strike for that long, and but I'm sure Hudson Prentice will relish having 4 balls at the number 10.
Yeah, Davis's first innings of the season, first class innings of the season. Waits with bat raised. Hudson Prentice is in, bowls to him. He leans forward, thick outside part of the bat. Nothing too wrong with that. Guides it down to backward point where it is picked up by James Coles, who bowls the ball, hopefully back to Ali Orr in the covers. Don't think he'll be brought on immediately, that's for sure.
No, I think you're right. I think now that wicket's been taken and the ball isn't disappearing to all parts as it was when Chris Wright was batting.
Hudson Prentice is in, edge just wide of second slip. It was short of second slip as well. Smith dived to his right to get there. It runs down to the 3rd man boundary for 4, not where Will Davis was looking to play it. It was a genuine edge, but it would have been short of Smith, who couldn't get there, diving to his right.
We've still got 16 overs to be bowled tonight. We'll lose 2 if, and that's a big if, there is a follow-on.
He's got a highest first-class score of 42, Will Davis, which I must have seen. Indeed, in goes Hudson Prentice, left outside off stump, not taken cleanly by Carter. That was only a couple of years ago against Kent here in 2021. Thinking back, trying to remember it. Can't really. 388 first-class runs in 48 innings at an average of 12. Will Davis. Hudson Prentice bowls down the leg side, and that's going to go for 4 byes, which is a bit unlucky for Carter. Really dived away to his left. I think he just touched it with his glove. He slowed it down, but he did miraculously well even to touch it. It was speared wildly down the leg side, and unlucky for Carter. Not much a keeper can do about that.
8 precious runs, though.
Indeed. 238 for 8, so 43 now needed to avoid the follow on. Still don't think it's going to be difficult for Leicestershire. And if they don't, what will Sussex do? Bat until lunch tomorrow and declare?
You'd have thought so, wouldn't you? I mean, they won't want to lose the game.
No, that's the danger, isn't it?
You know, you set some target and suddenly someone comes off and a game that you've pretty much been in control of can slip away. So by the same token, they might feel it's worth some sort of a gamble. In comes Eric Carvelos, comes in and bowls to Rian Ahmed. He pulls away onto the leg side, he smashed that away, 4 runs. Well, it was a long hop really, wasn't it, from Eric Carvelos, and Ahmed just thought, I'm going to smash this away for 4 runs. Beautiful shot, he goes to 49. I think I ought to hand the commentary rights to you, sir. No?
Oh, don't worry, he's past 50. Well, that's kind of you, but
Yeah,
no, I think 3 figures is fair enough, but half century.
Okay.
I think he'll get a few in his career, the young man. How many for Leicestershire remains to be seen.
Comes Carvelos in and bowls, and Ahmed, that is his, I thought it was going to take a single there and bring up his half century. Didn't time that at all into the offside, no run. Well, you know, this is the big debate in English cricket. Were it not for Leicestershire, Rehan Ahmed has come through the ranks here. England are now getting the benefits of him, and we all are watching what is a wonderful young cricketer. So let's hope he stays. I'm sure there'll be all sorts of inducements and people like the way that he plays his cricket. In comes Carvelos, bowls, and he's going to get 4 more here. But it was outside the off stump. There's no third man, and that's a half century, and a very fine half century as well from Rehan Ahmed. He's a fine, fine young cricketer. He raises his back to the Leicestershire dressing room down below us. He's a wonderful player, and I'm sure, as I say, in the future there'll be many, many offers for his services. But it's Leicestershire who have brought him through. 59 balls and 8 boundaries. And this is when, you talk a lot about the county game and discovering talent. Well, let's no one forget where the talent has come from here.
He's a Nottingham boy, and his brother, who is 2 brothers, are both very talented in the Nottingham system. But he chose Leicestershire. I'll come back to that point in a moment.
Carvelos is in, bowls, and he plays slightly cross-batted down to long on and picks up a single. He goes to 54, 247 for 8.
Because he felt he'd have a much better chance of playing first-class cricket early. Now, he's so talented that the odds are he probably would have played first-class cricket had he gone through the Nottingham system eventually. But, he's still a teenager, and Leicestershire gave him his chance, and early, and as a consequence, he's playing first-class cricket and getting that experience much, much, much earlier than he might otherwise have done. So
well, it's a brave shout for him as a young man to do that. In comes Carvelos, the ball to Davis, pitched up, hammered away by Davis through extra cover. More runs here for Leicestershire. And Alior runs back to field. This game is ebbing and flowing. We thought when Chris Wright was out, maybe the follow-on really was a distinct possibility. It might still will be, but 249 for 8 now for Leicestershire. So another 32 needed to avoid the follow-on. Carvelos waits. He's got 3 for 75.
1 for a bonus point.
Yeah. He's in and bowls, and covering up is Davis, and there we are. That is the one they need for the bonus point. 250 for 8. It's the end of Carvelos' over. 31 needed to avoid the follow-on, and you just wonder here with Ahmed whether he might be thinking of, one big over here gets him almost over the line. The way he's playing, having a natter, that's fraught with danger, of course, and it's prompted Pujara, Alsop, and Steve Smith joining that experienced huddle of players to decide who's going to bowl next. I wonder whether Carvelos may be taken off. Hudson Prentice will carry on. Good stuff, Richard. Isn't it really good stuff?
So today, people who've come today have had their money's worth, I would suggest.
For sure.
Because we've had, 119 runs added by Sussex. So 370 runs, and we've had 14 wickets have fallen.
Great.
So, and there's still 15 overs left to be bowled. So if you've come today, if you're one of the Leicester City or Leicester Tigers season ticket holders who've taken advantage of the Leicestershire Club's offer for free entry if you show your season ticket, well, this is what first-class cricket can be like. Free entry also for said season ticket holders tomorrow.
Brad Curry back into the attack.
Down the slope he comes from the Bennett end. Bowls to Davis, who pushes it through the offside. Might get 4 for that, or is in frantic pursuit. He is going to get 4, just stepped out and stroked it away. So Will Davis has taken his inspiration from the batting of Chris Wright and Rehan Ahmed And he's got 11 off 11, 254 for 8, 27 short of the follow-on target. Which looked, and indeed was, a mile away at 160 for 7.
It was. It's been a remarkable recovery.
But still plenty to do. Curry is in and bowls. Davis is on driving. He's got it just wide of mid-on, who picks up and throws at the stumps, but Davis had made his ground. The throw missed anyway. So good work by Will Davis, a 4 under 1. Gets Ahmed back down on strike, 255 for 8, 26 needed to avoid the follow-on.
So when do Leicester play their semi-final in the rugby? Is that coming up?
That's tomorrow.
Oh, right, okay.
So I would imagine, but it's at sale, so not every season ticket holder at Leicestershire, at Leicester Tigers, can be there. The number of away tickets will be limited, I assume, the AJ Bell Stadium. Curry into Ahmed, who's turning it neatly down to the long leg area. It sounded a bit paddy, actually. Let's just see what the signal might have been. Inside edge onto pad. Yeah, no signal, so bat on it, but didn't quite play it as fine as he would have liked.
Well, his confidence in Will Davis.
Yeah, he's
so far.
taking his ones. Yeah.
Yeah.
From what I've seen of Hull, he'll get into line as well. So all is not quite lost as far as Leicestershire are concerned. Davis, quite a wide stance at the crease as Curry comes in and bowls to him and goes past his outside edge. Lovely delivery. A bit too good for Will Davis. 256 for 8.
Yes, I mean, I guess if Leicestershire do avoid the follow-on here, I mean, we'd have to see how many they get. But you know, you're quite right. With Sussex with, you know, a sizable lead, and they think, right, well, we'll go for quick runs and put Leicestershire back in, see what happens tomorrow.
It's a tricky equation. Do they give Leicestershire just a faint sniff and keep them hitting out? Curry is in, bowls. Davis again is beaten on the outside edge. Pajara took his cap off in dismay, had it clutched to his chest. He couldn't believe that hadn't taken the
I think if this game was being played, if this was sort of 4 games from the end of the season, I think you'd offer the carrot, wouldn't you? You'd give them a run chase, think, well, they've got a chance here. But I think this Division 2 is so tight. And, you know, you're just going to take your bonus points from the game. You might think, well, I don't know, is that a risk worth taking?
Yeah, and at the moment they've got a very good haul indeed. Looks like it's going to be 7. They need one more wicket to complete the maximum bowling bonus point return.
Yeah, that's true.
But that will be 7 out of 8, which is a pretty decent effort. Curry into Davis, who fiddles his defensive shot back up the pitch towards Brad Curry. End of the over.
Yeah, that's a very good point, actually. So, you know, if Sussex weren't, you'd think that Sussex would pick up the 4 bowling points here. We've only had, what, 59?
Yeah, oh yeah, they've got another 50 overs to take 1 wicket, so a bit disappointed if they didn't.
Yeah, so Sussex would come out of the game with 7 points regardless.
Yeah.
And then they think, well, we're only chucking away 5 for the win. You're giving an opponent who could go very close in this Division 2 the points, but maybe at some stage you have to take a bit of a chance.
Well, 12. What would they take? 12 points from the game then, if assuming they take this last wicket.
In comes Ari Cabela. Sorry, comes in and bowls to Rehan Ahmed, who plays firmly into extra cover, fielded by, I think that's Tom Clark there, and there is no run. A slip at a gully, or a slip and 4th slip. A 3rd man, deep point, short extra, mid-off, mid-on, deep mid-wicket. A long leg all the way down by the scoreboard in the distance.
It's an interesting one, isn't it? If Durham go on to win and Glamorgan's win, this is a game Sussex really need to win.
Yeah.
Risk losing 5 points.
Yeah, let me just look at the result in that game. In comes Cabela's bowls, and Ahmed punches that ball to mid-off. He's going to take the single. He goes to 56. He's shown a lot of faith in Will Davis, and it's been faith that's been
just about rewarded thus far.
Durham, I think, are going to lose.
Really?
They're 174 for 8.
Oh my goodness!
Needing another 72 to win.
Well, that might affect Sussex's thinking a little bit, because if Durham lose, then yeah, they won't want to risk losing.
4 wickets there for Matthew Fisher. Carvelos is in again, bowls and let go outside the off stump by Davis, who's, after those early scares, a couple of deliveries from Carvelos at the pitch up, he drove at and very nearly got a nick to the keeper. Leicestershire just needing another 24 to avoid the follow-on. We've got 13 overs left after this one in the day.
If Durham lose and Sussex take 12 points from the game, it all concertinas and Glamorgan are in there as well.
Yeah, it's all exciting stuff. Carvelos in again, bowls. Davis covers up confidently enough. Goes on the offside, no run.
It is an old ball, but I think the pitch has benefited from this couple of hours of sunshine. That period before tea, and indeed briefly after it, the ball was doing plenty. The ball that Crocombe bowled to dismiss Scriven was a beauty.
Carvelos is in again, bowls. We thought about driving momentarily, but then showed good judgment, did Will Davis. Let the ball pass by outside the off stump, taken by Carter. And there is no run. Exciting stuff here at Grace Road. Now the field disperses because they want to give Davis the single. Although he's been perfectly competent. He's faced 18 balls for his 12.
24 more needed.
3 slips in place. In bright sunshine, Carvelos in bowls. Davis defends down the track. Carvelos fields off his own bowling. There is no run. End of the over. 2:57 for 8. BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Leicester. Adrian Harms, Richard Ray, and the lovely sunshine which we're enjoying, having had previously 2 pretty miserable overcast days. But today's been a cracking day's cricket. It really has. Tom Alsop making 182. Sussex making 430. Liam Moulder 5 for 63. Excellent bowling from him. Then Leicestershire seemingly going along very nicely at 70 for 1, but then losing 3 quick wickets, all of a sudden 79 for 4. Looking like they were going to follow on at 160 for 7, but enter Chris Wright, who smashed 48. And all of a sudden, together with Rehan Ahmed, Leicestershire could well avoid the follow-on here.
Curry into Ahmed, who's down the wicket and driving, but it is going to be just the one because everybody in Sussex colours is out on the boundary, with the exception, of course, of Carter and the bowler. So it is just the one, but he's prepared to take it off the first ball, Ahmed. Moves on to 57, 258 for 8. 23 more needed, but 5 balls of the over for Will Davis to face. Everybody in, including 2 slips, but everybody's in except long leg, saving 1 or catching. Curry is in. Davis leaves outside off stump. The ball bounces nicely and Carter takes it round about chest high.
Yeah, there was a bit of extra bounce there, wasn't there, for Brad Curry.
Sun goes behind cloud, something I rather resent now.
Yes. Doesn't get greedy.
No, I suppose not. In goes Curry and bowls and beats Davis comprehensively. Smith appealed. Alsop sort of followed him. Curry didn't bother.
No.
Where are you going to eat tonight then? Are you, do you have any plans?
Yeah, I'm meeting a couple of the Sussex fans who are up here.
Excellent.
We're going for something to eat. They give me the name of the place somewhere in Leicester. But we're going to be late, aren't we, by the time we've finished here? And
it might be after 8, I'm afraid, by the time you get there.
I think it will. Yeah.
Curry is in and bowls. Bunted back past him by Davis. Might get a couple, should get a couple. Pujara is in pursuit, but it's going to be Crocombe who... Tumbles actually had a bit more on it than I thought there. Crocombe did rather well to drag it back, and he actually rolled into the advertising hoardings at the far end of the ground. Picks himself up, but he's slightly gingerly, but he's okay.
Well, that's how he hurt his shoulder last year, Henry Crocombe.
What?
Crashing
into the advertising hoardings.
He fell over and hurt his shoulder, saving a boundary. And I often wonder with quick bowlers, you might save 1 run, but It does seem to happen with quite a bit of regularity, doesn't it? Bowlers getting injured, chasing balls all the way to the fence. He's looking at his hand now. I think he's okay.
Curry into Davis, who again plays it back past him. Almost the same situation. Crocombe is in hot pursuit. He's going to hit the advertising hoardings if he's not careful. He is careful. He just slows down as the ball crosses the ropes in front of him. He couldn't get there. Davis picks up 4 to go with the 2 from the previous delivery. Moves on to 18 to 64 for 8. Now just 17 needed by Leicestershire.
Yeah. Well, it's been a good effort, a good rearguard effort at 160 for 7. You'd have got long odds on Leicestershire avoiding a follow-on. They've a lot of credit to Chris Wright, and Rehan Ahmed has played a little gem of an innings, really. Davis
on 18 as Curry is in, bowls to him, works it nicely to mid-wicket, who picks it up and threatens to hurl the ball at the stumps. Tom Clark. Davis quickly puts his bat back down. Clark doesn't bother. End of the over. 62 now have been bowled in the Leicestershire first innings. 12 remain today, potentially. It's going to be Hudson Prentice who hands his cap and sweater to umpire Middlebrook. And he's going to be bowling to Rehan Ahmed on 57.
I wonder whether he might be thinking to himself, do you know what? Cut-off boundaries here are almost over the line.
They won't want to fall sort of 5 short, though, or something like that, will they? At having gotten as close as they can. Anyway, they're giving him 1 everywhere. 2 slips accepted.
Hudson Prentice is now on from the pavilion end. He's bowled from both ends. Figures of 3 for 45. What can he do? Runs away from us. Comes in and bowls, and with a swing and a miss. Well, he was looking to hammer that straight back over the bowler's head. He very nearly got a nick on that through to Carter. And so Will Davis goes down and has a word to Rehan Ahmed.
Hey, I'm batting all right here. You don't need to do that, he says.
Yeah. Well, I just wondered, when you get this close, you think, you know, a couple of boundaries and we're there. And he certainly went for it. And who's to say he's wrong, because he's played very positively. You said he'd be positive, and he has been since the outset. In again, bowls. Oh, is he caught behind? No, he's not. He had a little fiddle with one outside of the off stump there, didn't he? He didn't go at that wholeheartedly, Rehan Ahmed.
No. Doesn't help an appeal when the bowler doesn't appeal, does it?
Yeah.
Come on, Finny boy.
What can he do? Runs away from us. Bowled. Ahmed covers up and plays a shot into the offside, a controlled shot. It's a single. He goes to 58, 265 for 8. Another 16 runs needed here for Leicestershire to avoid the follow-on. The field comes up on the single. 3rd slip goes in place. In fact, there's 2 slips in a gully. Backward point cover mid-off. There's a mid on a mid-wicket, so there's only the 1 man out for Sussex. That's down at long leg. Hudson Prentice runs away from us. He's in and bowls, and Davis plays that to backward point. Holds up his bat to Ahmed and said, no, we're not running for that. Straight to James Coles. Pujara shines the ball on his trousers again. We're in the 63rd over of the innings. 11 overs to be bowled tonight after this one.
I tend to do my exercise before a long day like this, because at the end of it you haven't got it in you.
No time either.
No.
In comes Hudson Prentice, bowls, and Davis, who's doing a good job for his side, plays it straight back down the track with a model forward defensive shot, no run. I've already noticed the swimming pool's open tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, Richard, so I'll get myself down there.
Okay, I had a run this morning. I'll have a bike tomorrow if it's going to be nice weather.
Before play?
Yes. Because it could be another long one. It won't be quite as long, whatever happens.
No. It could be an exciting day. We'll
Could.
just have to see
It
what
really could.
they do. Comes Hudson Prentice, racing in. Bowls clipped away by Davis to deep mid-wicket, picks up a single. Every run being cheered by the Leicestershire dressing room down below us, 266 for 8. Davis goes to 19. He's playing a good hand here. He's pitched the strike at the end of the over, but now just 15 needed for Leicestershire. And there's a huddle of Pujara, Smith and Alsop in the middle of the pitch, deciding on the best thing to do here. I wonder if they might.
Do we give the spinner an over?
Well, you know, often it works.
Will Ahmed hit it up in the air? Yes, he will.
Yeah.
But will he hit it to a fielder?
Oh, now there's a real conference going on. Now Sussex just need to be careful here, because this over 8 again, it's +2, and now they're having this conference. Everybody's waiting, and this will not play out.
Umpire Adnan's saying, "Come on."
He is.
Look at the time.
Yep. Oh, they're going.
Come on, Cheteshwar.
Yeah. Now they're changing the bowling here.
Carvelas.
Now I don't think Brad Curry. Can't believe he's not going to. Are they?
Yeah, it looks like Carvelas is
So
coming on
that's-
for
no,
Curry.
that's
Well,
not
Curry was
great.
at the top of his mark, wasn't he?
Yeah, that's the sort of thing that doesn't play out well with umpires when they're talking about over 8. So they had a conflab. Brad Curry was at the end of his run, and suddenly they decide they're going to bowl Harry Carvelos.
Who hasn't, as he does his kicks and side stretches, had any sort of chance
No.
to warm up again.
Well, that's, you know, and as I say, Sussex have not been good on over 8, and that sort of thing is not going to play out. Now Carvelos is sort of stretching and having some warm-up deliveries, and he's still doing it. Sussex could be in trouble here, you know.
19 overs he's bowled, and this is his first appearance, you say, of the season?
Yeah, it is, yeah. He's going to be stiff in the morning, isn't he?
Yeah, you've got to be careful. Down the slope he comes, bowls to Davis. Nice line and length. Davis blocks it back up the pitch to Harry Carvelos. Aristides. I wonder if he speaks Greek. Probably. If
Sure
it's
he
his
does,
fault.
yeah.
Well, if he's your chosen interviewee today, you might be able to find out.
Yes.
In he comes, bowls to Davis, who clips him away off his toes,
Couple
wide
there.
of mid-wicket, should be 2, and Ahmed is prepared to take it. He has to just put on the hurry up to get back, but get back he does.
We'll be dancing in the streets of Nottingham up the M1 tonight with Team Notts County, who have managed to...
Oh,
They've made
I'm
it
quite relieved for them, really.
On penalties, it went all the way.
I'm quite relieved given the number of points that they got this season. In goes Carvelos, bowls. Davis defends on off stump. They missed out to the glamour club of the moment, Wrexham, didn't they?
Yes,
Despite getting over close to 100 points, I think. So it would have been something of an injustice if they hadn't got through via the playoffs. But well, I'm pleased for the Football League's oldest club again now, aren't they? Notts County. Carvelos is in. Davis has a lot of time to play that one out into the offside where Orr fields.
In fact, during the last cricket season, Sussex played a limited overs game at Trent Bridge, and after the game, the Nottinghamshire commentator Dave Bracegirdle got a couple of tickets and we went along to a pre-season match between Forest and County at Meadow Lane that was very well attended. So that was nice to go along, get a bit of cricket and a bit of football in the same day.
It's a nice stadium, isn't
It is very
Meadow
nice,
Lane?
very
You
nice,
know,
and they're
for-
very well
for
supported. Yep, indeed.
what was probably still at that stage a non-league club. In goes Carvelos, bowls. Davis looking like a batsman now.
He
Just
is.
defends it back up the pitch.
He's done really well, actually. I mean, these two came together at 229 for 8, so they've added 39, Richard.
Yeah.
Because when Wright was out, I thought, I wonder whether this could be it.
Well, we kind of assumed that Ahmed would try and cut loose, even when Wright was there.
Yeah,
but,
yeah.
but he's just sort of settled down, and Wright and Davis have taken the initiative to some effect. Sussex are giving Davis one now, and he might be inclined to take it, quite frankly. 13 needed as Carvelos is in, goes past the outside edge, misses everything somehow. Didn't miss the stumps by very much
Not
either.
very much at all, did it? So, 10 overs to go in the day. Leicestershire needing another 13 if they're going to avoid the follow-on. Drinks have been bought out by the 12th man. Sussex running around in the field now, but I wouldn't be a bit surprised if that over 8 got Camera operator looks exhausted.
It's been a long day, and he's leaning on the
Yes.
balcony next to us,
Yeah.
taking a rest. A gentleman leaves the Morris Burrows Terrace alongside us. How can he leave with maybe he's going to watch from below?
Yeah, maybe.
Harry Swindles has just been on with a drink for Rahan Ahmed and Will Davis. He deserves one.
He does. Oh, what are we going to get here? It's been a day of ups and downs. As in comes Hudson Prentice over the wicket, bowls to Ahmed, who drives down the ground pleasantly. He picks up a single. He has no problem with leaving the strike to Will Davis. 269 for 8. Ahmed goes to 59. What an exciting cricketer he is. Lower order, 160 for 7, just for those of you who were joining us. Leicestershire were when Tom Scriven was bowled by Henry Crocombe. At that stage, still 121 were needed to avoid the follow-on. But Rehan Ahmed and Chris Wright are getting Leicestershire in this position. In comes Hudson Prentice, bowls to Davis. His forward plays onto the onside. And there is no run. Well, they need just 12 in order to do that. And from that position, you would think it would be difficult for probably either side to win, but you never know what might happen tomorrow.
No, I mean, a lead of whatever, 140, 130. You go out, whack a quick 150, 208. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here comes Hudson Prentice, bowls, and caught a first slip, and Davis goes. Terrific catch by Tom Alsop. Wide outside the off stump. Hudson Prentice gets his 4th wicket. Davis goes 269 for 9. 12 runs needed. The catch is well snaffled by Alsop. He's had a terrific day, scoring 182. So the last man is going to come out.
Another twist.
Yeah, another twist in what's been a super day's cricket. It really has. We've had today
15 wickets now.
Wickets.
Yep. And the best part of, well, getting on for now nearly 400 runs. Davis drags himself off.
Well, he'd done the hard part, hadn't he? He shouldn't, well...
Still 12 short as the last man, Josh Hull, comes to the crease, and he's going to have to face at least, assuming he doesn't hit one for a single, 3 balls from Hudson Prentice. What was the partnership in the end? 40.
Yeah, good partnership between the pair.
And, well, Wright and Davis have put on 109 in partnerships with Rahan Ahmed, so they can't be accused of not doing their bit, so to speak, but it isn't done yet. And if Hull can't survive as they punch gloves...
He's a tall fella, isn't he?
He is a big boy. Josh Hull, 6'6". He claims to be, but I think he's bigger. I think he's 6'7", 6'8".
Didn't stop growing yet. He's a big fella, isn't he?
He'd be open, he has, I suspect, but... Remember, I mean, my son is 6'6", and he wanted to see... I don't want to get any bigger, Dad. It's not nothing I can do about that, sorry. And he's just about to come to terms with his height now.
So, Hudson Prentice, he's taken 4 wickets, 4 for 48. He's coming in around the wicket, bowls to Josh Hull, who covers up and plays defensively on the onside. What a responsibility. 2 18-year-olds, the future of Leicestershire cricket. Finn is the cry from...
There is something to be said for the sort of fearlessness of youth. They don't... older players might sort of get really nervous in this, but...
Yeah.
Teenagers, hey, whatevs.
Hudson Prentice in and bowls, Hull defends, mid-on. There is no run.
You know, he gets in line, the boy. He's got a good eye.
Yep. And he is getting into line because he bowls at a decent lick, does Hudson Prentice. Tense stuff. I'm assuming after all this, the Sussex would enforce the follow-on, if indeed it happens.
Logically, it's the only thing to do, isn't it?
Yeah. 2 slips and a gully in place. Hudson Prentice runs away from us. He's in and bowls to Josh Hull, who's beaten outside the off stump, taken by Carter. What does Rihad Ahmed do here now? 12 needed to avoid the follow-on. There are 9 overs left in the day. 269 for 9. Hudson Prentice, very impressive figures. 16 overs, 4 for 48.
Whatever happens, excuse me, they're going to get a break pretty much between innings. They're going to get overnight.
Yes, they are.
You know, even if a wicket falls in the next over, there's only going to be 6 left for them to bowl tonight. So, you absolutely enforce.
Yes, I think so. I think you know.
It'd be nuts not to.
Yeah, the only. Yeah, I agree. But Ahmed may have other ideas here, because 2 hefty blows. But he's hitting to the longer boundary.
Yeah.
On the leg side.
Ari Carvelas, 3 for 79, would like to make it a 4 for. What's his first class best? I'll have to look that up. Carvelas comes down the slope and bowls to Rehan Ahmed, who bunts it back past him. And this time he doesn't take the single. His first class best figures, Carvelas, are oh, he's got a 6 for 71. Don't tell me that was against Leicestershire.
No, it wasn't. It was not.
Usually is.
It was not in England.
Okay, in he goes. Bowls. Ahmed is edging down towards third man. There is a third man. It was an airy shot, and so he's not going to take the 1 again.
On debut, I've got here 2018 to 19. Boateng?
No, it was here. It was I beg your pardon, Gauteng versus Northwest at Poxchasfroom in 2018. Best batting 57 against Middlesex at Lords. That's the place to make your first class best. In he comes. Bowls. Ahmed is hit fairly adjacent, and he's not out, says the umpire.
That was a good shout.
Oh, it was a good shout. Carvelas can't quite believe it, nor can Carter, nor in particular can Tom Alsop, the only slip at the moment.
Yeah, that I wouldn't have been a bit surprised if the
No,
finger
I
had
wouldn't
gone up
either.
then.
Let's have a look at the replay on that one.
Really tight.
He's been hard to convince as umpire Adnan in this game, and he sort of put his right hand out as though saying that it was going to go down the leg side. They're going to show a replay, whether they can just squeeze it in before Carvelas bowls his next delivery. I doubt. Carvelas is in. Ahmed slaps it away into the offside, but he's picked out the fielder. I had to look up and watch the delivery, so I didn't see the replay, I'm afraid, there.
It was tight, but anyway, you know, he's given not out.
Going down is the opinion of Steve P. Gaming on the stream, and that was the signal from umpire Adnan. Carvelas is in, and that is going to be a single because it came, I think, off the pad, but Carvelas didn't bother appealing. He was running away to the onside to field the ball. So Ahmed takes a single off the 5th ball of the over. Well, Hull has shown that he will get into line. He's not a walking wicket by any stretch of the imagination, this boy. So Sussex will come in. 11 now needed. And somehow Championship cricket engineers these little moments of crisis or incident that occur from time to time in the game and could make all the difference. They're not hurrying here. I know what you mean about Sussex not hurrying in the field. 4 slips now as Carvelas is in to Hull, and that's going to be close here. He is leg before. He is leg before. So Leicestershire have not avoided the follow on. Hull stepped across and was palpably leg before on that occasion. Also punches the air in delight. So too does Carvelas, who finishes with 4 wickets for 79. 270 or out. Leicestershire, they are 160 behind, and I am certain the follow-on will be enforced. But we'll just have to wait and get that officially confirmed. Hull goes leg before wicket, Carvelas without scoring.
Well, it was a very exuberant appeal from Ari Carvelas. Now Rihad Ahmed is just something going on here. Rihad Ahmed
They're talking about the
Oh, he's saying, is the follow-on?
heavy roller.
I think you're saying, is the follow-on going to be enforced? I think is what Rehan was asking.
59 not out he finishes, so should be leaving the field first, and indeed the Sussex. Oh no, Sussex going off. They're not waiting for Ahmed.
Just an Ari Cavalos making their way off. Wow.
Game takes another twist. We have a game on. Sussex victory still very much possible. Leicestershire finish then 160 behind. That's a decent first innings lead for Sussex, and that is what Leicestershire have to score simply to make Sussex bat again. They'll be reasonably confident of so doing, but
They will.
you never know.
You show your support.
Wear the shirts with pride.
You back our Foxes.
In the moments that matter the most.
A county steeped in tradition.
Decorated in triumph.
Where the lows only elevate the highs.
So many moments have mattered in the past.
They are why we love the game.
We want you to be there for the ones that are yet to come.
Be immersed in the passion.
Be a part
of the moments that matter.
Oh, big shot. Oh, bowled it.
That's a huge hit. He does connect with that one. 6 runs. Brilliant catch.
Runs in and bowled him!
Bolt. This one just kicks a little bit low. A happy Callum Parkinson.
Hello again, it's us at the Uptonsteel County Ground. Richard Ray and Adrian Harms, BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Radio Sussex. Confirmation, of course, that Sussex have enforced the follow-on. It is the only logical, it was the only logical decision. Leicestershire not going to score enough runs to sort of get far enough ahead to really put Sussex under any pressure. You wouldn't have thought tomorrow. 6 overs tonight, possibly 96 tomorrow. 102 overs. That isn't what is available to Sussex to bowl Leicestershire out again, because Leicestershire obviously, being 160 behind, will anticipate, or will hope at least, surely, to get past that score and make Sussex bat again. So they're going to have to occupy some overs in making the runs that they will need to win the game. I thought, I had half a mind that Leicestershire might send out a night watchman perhaps instead of Budinger, but they have stuck with their batting order, Patel and Sol Budinger, and it will be Patel on strike to Carvelas, who comes in and bowls from the Bennett end. Rishi Patel gets a good lifting delivery that he leaves, comes back a bit and bounces up, and taken by Carter behind the stumps, and there is no run. So 35 balls left for Leicestershire's openers to survive and give themselves a hope of building some sort of platform tomorrow on what promises to be a good day, weather-wise at least. In goes Carvelas, and bowls, goes past the outside edge. Lovely delivery, but Patel might just have played inside. I'd have to have a quick look at the replay. He's got his back to us, but certainly went past the outside edge. Played down the wrong line, really. Rishi Patel waits with bat raised as Carvelas is in. Bowls to him. He's looking to work it into the leg side. I think came off the thigh pad, and is no run to be had, because moving across to his right is Henry Crocombe at mid-wicket, and there's no run. 4 slips, as you would expect. Nothing to lose here, Sussex, and they would be gutted if a chance went begging because there weren't enough close catches. I'd think about a short leg even.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree.
The way that Patel pushed at that one.
I mean, actually, anything for Sussex now is a bonus, isn't it?
Yeah, they've done their job today in some and some, as Carvelas is in outside off stump. He'll be sore-ish tomorrow. I'm sure he's very fit.
Yeah, I mean,
you know, he's a professional athlete, isn't he? But
yep. What did he bowl? He hasn't bowled all season. He bowls 21 overs.
Was it 21? He bowled
21 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for... And actually, to be fair to Bujara, he did bring him back on, because they took off Brad Curry, didn't they, and brought him back on for that decisive little spell.
Made the difference, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
In he comes, bowls. Patel on the back foot, forces it away through the offside to the boundary for 4. A little bit short from Carvelas, punched away by Patel to the boundary. They'll think to themselves, Leicestershire, we should save this on this pitch.
I would agree.
You know, against an inexperienced and surely a little bit tired attack. But you never know. Might turn tomorrow. In goes Carvelas, bowls, and again there's bounce, but again it's wide, and Patel this time steps forward and lets it go through. 5 overs remain. Leicestershire in their second innings, 4 without loss, are 156 behind. I'm wondering if they'll put that on the board at all, but they haven't as yet.
Well, Finn Hudson-Prentice is going to bowl from this pavilion end. He also picked up 4 wickets, 4 for Finn, 4 for Harry. As we were saying, the paying public here today have a good value for money.
Yeah, especially if they didn't pay, like a lot of, you know, if they're a season ticket holder for City or Tigers.
Yeah.
Astonishing value for money.
So 104 overs. You've seen 16 wickets. It's been good stuff. And we'll have to see what happens tomorrow. But as I say, Sussex would, and if they got a wicket now, it'd be the icing on the cake. 3 slips in a gully as Hudson Prentice runs in around the wicket. He's in and bowls wide of the off stump, let go by Ballinger, who I'm sure won't play a shot like he did in the fall. I don't know. I can't be sure.
Are you?
Perhaps he will play a shot like he did in the first. I don't think his teammates would be desperately pleased if he does. This is a time for surely, you know, no risks. You want to be there in the morning, and I agree with you, Richard. Leicestershire were thinking of it's a good pitch. In fact, Patel dropped his bat then, which is why Hudson Prentice had to sort of stop his run. I'm not sure whether the umpire has realised that that's why he stopped his run. The over 8 is showing as +2, so that would have been all adjusted at the end of the innings. In comes Hudson Prentice bowls, Ballinger forward, plays into the offside, and ball comes hurtling into field, and there is no run. 3 slips in a gully, cover mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Lovely evening now. There's a merest hint of a breeze across the ground, but lovely sunshine. Crumbs, we need a few more days like this. I think we're going to get one tomorrow. Then I think it's all doom and gloom again, apparently.
I'm glad then we're not going to hove in bad conditions.
Hudson Prentice in bowls to Ballinger, who's forward, plays into the offside now. I think it's a bit of low cloud due to come in, so tomorrow morning we may well see some low cloud again, although to be fair, once the sun came out, it seemed that Sussex started taking wickets today, so it's very strange. And we all think it seems around a little bit more when there is low cloud.
It was just when the sun started to, didn't it? And it raised the temperature a bit, and then the ball started just to move a little bit. I think that Sussex did very well. They bowled very well.
Hudson Prentice in again, bowls and played by Ballinger to mid-on. He hasn't taken any risks so far. Hudson Prentice has been pretty much on the money here. The new ball making the batsman play. Thank you for your company today. We've had some nice emails and people getting in touch. Teddy's been in touch. He said it's good to see another county going for youth and then being trusted following the Sussex formula. Yeah, I don't know if it's the Sussex formula, but it's certainly good to see young cricketers being given an opportunity. I completely agree. And it's been a real treat to watch Riyad Ahmed in this game. Hudson Prentice in, bowls to Ballinger, lets that go outside the off stump. He's playing in a completely different way so far. Is Sol Ballinger in this innings. Lets that one go outside the off stump. 4 overs remaining after this one. Come on, someone was shouted. I'm not quite sure what it was, but Hudson Prentice is in and bowls. Ballinger is forward. Good over from Hudson Prentice, and well played by Sol Ballinger, who got right in behind everything, not taking any risks. 4 overs to go in the day. Leicestershire are 4 without loss. They trail by 156. 96 overs to be bowled tomorrow. So you'd have thought Leicestershire ought to be on even terms round about mid-ish afternoon, maybe something like that. We'll just have to see how it works, but I think Sussex will want us. Well, we could be in for another long day's cricket tomorrow.
In then goes Ari Carvelas. Patel turns him. I think plenty of pad involved as well there, as well as inside edge, I suspect, down towards long leg. And Hudson Prentice, who was probably looking forward to a little rest, had to go charging into field there. 1 is taken, Patel on to 5. Brings Ballinger down to face his first innings nemesis, Ari Carvelas. It was at a Carvelas delivery that Ballinger drove, edged, and was neatly caught at third slip by Clark. Not so long ago, it feels like.
I agree.
In goes Carvelas and bowls. Ballinger on the back foot, just defends, drops it out towards backward point where Henry Crocombe is the fielder. Yes, Ari. Sounds like what Frank Bruno used to call Harry Carpenter, wasn't it? In he goes, outside off stump, bounces a little bit, but again, Budinger steps forward, lets that Carvelis delivery go through to Carter. Three and a half overs, 21 deliveries, legitimate deliveries, remain in what has been a long old day. We are at 7 o'clock now as Carvelas is in. Forward goes Budinger, stops it with his feet, half stops it with his feet, slows it down Carvelas as it shoots underneath him, which means that mid-on can get round to stop the ball. I wonder if he stepped on it because it's immediately being shown to the umpire. He might just have ripped a little bit out of it with his studs, but it's handed straight back by umpire Middlebrook. The umpires having swapped ends after 2 innings. Carvelas is in and bowls, turned neatly away by Budinger down towards the square leg boundary. Might go all the way. Oh, great. No, it has gone all the way. Good effort chasing back from sort of mid-wicket. But although he got there and dragged the ball back or got a hand to the ball, it just had enough momentum to trickle over the ropes. So is that Clark out there? No, it won't be Clark, will it?
It was Orr who was chasing, yeah.
Ali Orr.
He's pretty quick across the ground, is Ali Orr?
Yeah, and he pursued it to the bitter end, but Budinger picks up 4. 9 without loss. Last ball of Carvelis is over. Very straight, meets a very straight bat. Forward defensive from Sol Budinger. End of the 3rd over of Leicestershire's 2nd innings. 9 without loss is the score.
And 3 overs remaining in the day. Oh, it's been a terrific day here at Grace Road. Cricket brought to you on the BBC, from BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Leicester. Adrian Harms and Richard Ray. Around the country.
Earning their money today.
They are earning their money.
Go on.
I think they're still playing in some of the other games. Let me have a look. They're still playing at Durham. Durham are 201 for 8.
Oh.
Needing another 45 to win.
They must have taken an extra half hour.
Hudson Prentice comes running in, bowls to Patel, who's solidly forward with his foot right to the pitch of the ball, punches it to mid-off, and there is no run. Gloucestershire 195 for 5 at Derby, have finished there for the day. Gloucestershire trailing by 56, it will need some inventive captaincy one way or t'other if they can get a result in that game. But that's an important game at the top of the table. Durham, 45 to win. Only 2 wickets in hand. Hudson Prentice is in. Bowls, well pitched up, hammered away by Patel. Nice shot, 4 runs. Well, he goes to 9. He played a couple of those shots first time around. He didn't think he'd get another knock today. Rishi Patel, he made 34 before he was caught behind off the bowling of Finn Hudson Prentice. That's what rather began that collapse of 3 wickets going down very quickly. Lewis Hill and Colin Ackerman in that little spell. Pujara's just saying to Hudson Prentice, do you want to change in their field? And I think there we are, going to get... See, now they're bringing someone out a slip into short extra cover. Keep an eye on that over 8, Sussex. Points are hard to come by. In the county championship, James Coles is shielding his eyes against the sun there in a short extra. Then comes Hudson Prentice, bowls to Patel, who drives very straight to mid on no run. The motorbike's back.
One of the Harleys, yeah.
That's a lovely sound, isn't it, if you like motorbikes?
It's very identifiable, isn't it? Need some sunglasses. James Coles.
Yeah, I think Steve Smith might have lent him his.
Keep him, keep him.
Hudson Prentice in the game. Bowls. Patel lets that go. Taken low down by Ollie Carter. There is no run.
Got these from the best batsman in the world.
Yeah.
I would imagine he has a pretty hefty supply.
I would imagine he does. I'd imagine, yeah, absolutely.
I don't think he buys them himself, put it that way.
No, it's like bats and pads and all the gear. Not like you and I, Richard, you know, buying a bat. Well, I never ever bought a bat, to be honest.
You see what they cost these days?
Well, ridiculous, I'd imagine. A couple of hundred?
And the rest.
Really? Hudson Prentice runs in again, bowls, up on his toes is Patel, steers that into the covers, fielded by James Coles, and there is no run. So the Sussex lead 160, just to round up for those of you just joining us. Sussex making 430, Tom Alsop 182, VM Mulder 5 for 63. Leicestershire bowled out for 270 despite 48 from Chris Wright. And an excellent innings, which I didn't make a note of, which was very bad from Rehan. I only made 56, I think, from memory.
59 not out.
59 not out, thank you.
74 balls.
Batted really nicely as well. Hudson Prentice is in, bowls, driven straight down the ground, and that's a very good shot by Pujara at mid-off. He's a very athletic Cheteshwar Pujara, deceptively so. And it's the end of the over. 13 without loss, 2 to go. Patel on 9, Budgiger on 4. The arrears now 147 as far as Leicestershire are concerned.
And that is a factor. You know, if they play as they normally do, they would anticipate being not far off by lunch.
I agree.
Which means that if they bat through the afternoon session,
yeah,
you know, the lead could be such that there is no real chance of Sussex getting out to score the runs that they need. But long way from that. Sussex would be, if they can pick up one before the close, they'll feel they've got a real chance here. A real chance. Carvelas from the Bennett end. Oh, goes past the outside edge of Patel's bat. He got forward and it bounced and left him. Didn't need to play at it. It was well wide and he was just drawn into pushing at it. Budginger, I beg your pardon, was the batter. He can't help himself. 4 off 12 for him. He really won't want to get out now. Won't want to get out at any time, but especially not now. In goes Carvelas, bowls to him, and he just goes back and calmly turns it down to long leg and takes one. He's got to be careful, Sol Budginger, not to sort of get sucked into this, oh, this is the way I play business, because he's too good. He's too good a player to sort of get himself out when he doesn't need to by playing shots sometimes. And I just feel he just needs to temper his approach a fraction, not much. I get that positivity is the best way for him forward, but just sometimes, because he has a lovely eye, and like a lot of left-handers, very quick hands.
Yeah.
He's potentially a really good player in the making. Carvelas is into Patel, edges along the ground, wide of third slip, who goes chasing down in pursuit, picks it up 3 or 4 yards inside the ropes. Tom Clark, that is, gets his throw away. Patel takes a couple, moves into double figures onto 11-16 without loss. There's only the 3 slips because 4th slip, Coles, has gone in at short extra cover. Carvelas, 3 balls left today. Bowls outside off stump, goes to a bit low. Is allowed to do so by Patel. Taken down at his.
Oh, that sounded like the Vuvuzela then, didn't it? It was.
It did a bit, but it kind of, yeah, it did, but didn't.
Yeah.
It also sounded like a cow in distress, which many would say was the sound of the Vuvuzela, but it sounded a bit further away. I don't know what. That was an odd sound, wasn't it?
It was.
I wonder if we'll hear it again. Carvelas is in to Patel, who is studiously forward, pushing the ball out to Clark at that short extra. I beg your pardon, Coles at short extra. I keep mixing up Tom Clark and James Coles. I don't know why. James Coles has a wide-brimmed, big wide, almost a sombrero atop his head with the martlets badge, of course. Carvelas is in. Patel leaves as it bounces through outside off stump, and Carvelas' work for the day in terms of bowling is done, and he can be very proud of his efforts. 21 overs in the first innings when he picked up 4 wickets, 3 so far in the second.
So the last over of the day is going to be bowled by Henry Crocombe. Finn Hudson-Prentice has done his work as well. He's bowled, what, 18 overs, Hudson-Prentice today. Harry Carvelas, as you say, has bowled 23. Sorry, 24. So, last over of the day, 10 past 7. 4 slips in place. I think I'd be inclined, like you say, stick a couple under the nose here at short leg. You never know what might happen. If a wicket goes down now, we'll come off for the day. So nothing to be lost. The arrears 144. And, it's going to be Henry Crocombe, who has only bowled 11 overs, so he should be pretty fresh, to be honest. Runs away from us. In and bowls. Ballinger lets that go outside the off stump. Taken by Carter. There is no run. Enthusiastic applause from Tom Alsop at first slip. Cheshire Pujara gives Henry Crocombe a pat on the back. Not sure quite what warranted a pat on the back, but it was a pacey delivery, but Ballinger just let it go past the off stump. Crocombe again. And bowls, Ballinger forward, plays back down the track. Crocombe fields off his own bowling. It's another dot ball. 3 slips in place. There's a cover point, a cover and a mid-on square leg, and a fine leg all the way at the far end of the ground, at the Bennett end of the ground. Crocombe wheels around, he's coming round the wicket. The third slip has now gone to almost like a 4th stroke 5th slip. Crocombe in again, bowls slashed away by Ballinger. That was an attacking shot. That would have stung the hands at James Coles at backward point, who fields, and there is no run. 3 balls to go in the day. There'll be some reaction online, I'm sure, via the Sussex website a little later on this evening. Henry Crocombe runs away from us. In and bowls, Ballinger plays very carefully to mid-on, fielded by Finn Hudson-Prentice.
Tractor's been started. Start the tractor.
Yep. Yeah, but well, anyone going out tonight might be late. If you've got a dinner appointment at 8 o'clock and you've come to the cricket, you're a bit of a rush. But no one's complaining because it's been good stuff. And after the disappointment of certainly the opening day, it's been good stuff today. Crocombe in and bowls, Ballinger is forward, plays to mid off. So 1 ball left in the day. It just remains me to say thank you, Richard, for being our host again, supplying the cake at tea time, and lovely lunch we had as well today. Bit of cloud drifting in actually from the east, and I think there is meant to be a bit of cloud cover around tomorrow morning before the sun gets to work. Hopefully we'll get the full 96 in tomorrow, if indeed we need them. It may well be that we get a result or the players shake hands or whatever. Crocombe in, bowls, let go by Ballinger. There we are, end of the day's play. Leicestershire finishing 16 without loss.
Over 400 runs, 16 wickets, a follow-on. Shots all over the place, 6s, catches. You cannot claim you have not been entertained today. And hopefully it will all be similar tomorrow when Adrian and I will be back bright and early, bushy-tailed, perhaps, at around about 5 to 11. And we look forward to your company then. But for now, as the shadows fall at the Uptonsteel County Ground, it's a very good night from us both.